Chapter 2080. The wave of rules was a premonition of void turbulence. Starting from the far reaches of the lower planes, it was a wave of destruction that began from the farthest reaches of the void of order. It would completely cover the edge of the upper planes around the middle of the 58th era and would eventually devour half of the upper planes. Conceptually, it would devour the void of order, leaving only the center of the upper planes. What would happen to the void of chaos? No idea. It would not matter even if that place was destroyed as well. It's been more than one epoch since I heard this news. I wonder where that unreliable guardian of the altar is now. Is it still looking for the missing 8-element realm's core? The wave of rules had already existed when she mentioned it. In this era, it had gradually expanded to the point where they could easily observe it. Some of the remaining nodes in the lower and middle planes had been withdrawn before they were affected. As time passed, the safe zone of the void of order was becoming smaller and smaller. Even if the void was conceptually infinite, the wave of rules was still conceptually covering the void of order. Under such circumstances, even if they were to go to undiscovered void regions, they would have to judge from probability whether the void regions were intact or had already been damaged. The nodes that remained in the lower and middle planes were left unguarded. When the energy towers suddenly went silent one day, everyone would know that it was the wave of rules or the premonition of void turbulence that had crushed them. He would occasionally observe the wave of destruction as well. The lower and middle planes had been covered by the wave of void turbulence and 70% of the void regions. While the area they could observe was large enough, there was no guarantee that the data would not be wrong. After all, they could not stand on the concept of the void environment to observe the overall situation of the void and could only use huge amounts of data to get a rough estimate. But it did not matter. There was no need to pay too much attention to the result. In the middle of the 58th era, the upper planes were the only surviving locations in the void of order. It was the result that the Altar Guardian declared, and also the most important result. Observing the wave of rules at this moment was just watching. It was as if he was floating on the sea and watching a white line rise from the horizon. Or perhaps he was already aware of the tremors at the bottom of the sea and had gone to the seaside to wait for the arrival of the wave of destruction. It was the same for him. He was just watching and waiting for the wave. Then, he was prepared to face the wave head-on. It was still gathering and brewing in the depths of the void. It could not be observed directly with the naked eye, and the senses could only capture its general movement. It was moving slowly, and its mere presence caused the entire void to rumble, as if the void was trembling in fear. There was a sound hidden in the depths that affected the wave, and it was the reason why the void was trembling. It was dormant, as if there was a mad consciousness and will imprisoned in the depths of the wave of rules, and even a billionth of its will could shake the entire void. At this moment, it had yet to do anything. It was just letting out a voice like a ferocious beast that had been woken up and was throwing a tantrum in bed, and it was already enough to shake the void. If it really exploded, in fact, he was not sure if the voice was the will of destruction that she had left behind. He had just accidentally caught a subtle movement in the depths of the tide of rules in this era. His preconceived perception made him stubbornly believe that it must be the will of destruction that she had left behind. The will of the heavenly god of origin that was supposed to protect the void had turned around to destroy the entire Yuan realm. Well, it was not a bad idea to let her voice announce the end of this era. If he could, he even wanted to lend her a hand. It was true. Their combined strength should not be as great as the destruction caused by that mad will. When the voidquake came, if they could not reach that ending at the very last moment and watch its radiance spread across the entire Yuan realm, it would probably be the most magnificent funeral. In the empty space, there was nothing superfluous. The sea of energy below was still surging, but it was much calmer than usual. The starlight reflected in the sky had also dimmed, as if they did not dare to disturb the peace of this place. This was still the observer space, but the fortress of origin and the concept level space were gone. As they walked forward, the movements in the sea of energy gradually calmed down. The rumbling of thunder and the crashing of waves that reverberated in the space soon subsided completely. At the same time, the light around them weakened further, as if watching the afterglow of the setting sun disappear bit by bit, forcing them to bring the stars and the galaxy onto a canvas. Is there such a place in the observer space? Sui Feng floated forward and looked around curiously. Although it doesn't seem to be any different, the structure and rules are all different. The atmosphere is also different. Oh, although the sea of energy is still below. Actually, we didn't go far. It's just a layer of space. The space here is more solid, and it's also farther from the main space. Even if we break through it, it won't affect the other side, Yin Nuoxing explained. Everyone, the degree of breaking through when she opened her mouth made them feel a little uneasy. Sui Feng coughed and said in his mind, telling his sister and Shi Xiao their current location. A moment later, the space beside them split open, and the two girls slowly walked out. Looking at the space in front of them and then at the bitter faces of everyone, Sui Feng blinked her blue eyes and could not help but ask, "Are we really going to fight? It's just a practice. Don't be so nervous." Yin Nuoxing stepped forward and waved her hand at everyone. Staring at Sui Feng and Shi Xiao for a while, she could not help but exclaim, "What have you two been doing?" There were dark circles under his eyes, and he looked like an immortal. Did these two go and torment him as well? Sui Feng shrugged, and the answer she gave confirmed his thoughts. Busy with the domain of origin, looking for a way, and trying one by one. "Oh," Yin Nuoxing said. The busiest and most troublesome thing left at the moment was the domain of origin. Come to think of it, I still don't know what kind of energy your origin is. Because there's no official occasion where we have to deal with the power of chaos, I haven't really shown my offensive power. It's normal that you don't notice it. Sui Feng brushed her hair lightly. The power of the soul. Let's categorize it. It's a power of spirit and will. Sui Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and helped to explain. Actually, sister is usually a support. When the fight starts, she can let the abyssal death mist spawn hit her own people. But now, the more important thing is to find the domain of origin and help our family to resist the corruption of chaos. After all, our destructive power should be enough. Yin Nuoxing was puzzled and could not help but tilt her head. Isn't this something that spirit types do? The origin energy that is only related to spirit can't do this? Pure strength is closer to, it's better to use pure strength to attack and destroy. However, it's not impossible to do so. It's just that. Sui Feng pondered for a moment before turning to little brother Feng. Take little brother Feng, for example. Compared to control, your first choice would be. Yin Nuoxing was enlightened. It's simple and straightforward. Sui Feng shrugged. That's it. Different types of origin energy will lead to different roles. As for my power, he blinked his eyes and said to little brother Feng with a smile, "Little brother Feng, can I borrow your Dark Curse poem?" "Oh, you're that Shadows." Yin Nuoxing understood and took out the Dark Reaper's poem. Just as she was about to pass it to Sui Feng, the latter laughed dryly and waved his hand. No, I'm just reminding you. I can't use the Dark Reaper's poem. Well, I'm not used to it yet. I'll be drained dry after using it for a while." Yin Nuoxing smacked her lips and looked at Sui Feng with a gloomy and speechless face. "You're such a disappointment. I haven't used the Dark Reaper's poem much since I got it from Luo Ying. Can't you work harder and charge with this divine weapon?" Ahem. Sister Luo Ying gave it to you. If I take it, I'll definitely. Sui Feng shuddered and his face turned pale. He put the sword in front of his neck and said, "I'll be killed." Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes at Sui Feng and stepped back. She slowly released her power. Just as she was about to unleash it, the dimension in front of her suddenly cracked open. Yuan Ji and Qing Zi slipped out from it. Everyone was stunned. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but ask, Yuanji, you're coming too?" Jing Yuanji laughed dryly and shook her head. No, I'm not. I'm just here to watch the battle." Little Qing Zi found a helmet from somewhere and put on his head. He knocked on it a few times with his hand, making clanging sounds. He also smiled and said, Brother Ching said there was a good show here and told us to come. I'm here to broadcast, yes. Yin Nuoxing said, on our battlefield, the audience will usually suffer. Are you two really going to watch the battle? Jing Yuanji and I Ching looked at each other. The two retreated a few thousand miles and put up energy barriers. They said in unison through their souls, it's not a big problem. It shouldn't be a big problem. All right. Yin Nuoxing's face twitched as he ignored the two troublemakers who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Speaking of which, what the hell is a broadcast? A broadcast. His power slowly gathered as his body glowed with white light. Two pairs of colorful white wings slowly appeared behind him as he released the aura of Source Beginning. Energy began to gather in the surrounding space like a storm and swept towards him. He let out a long sigh of relief as he clapped his hands at everyone. Come on, let's take it slow. If you guys are not ready, we can discuss for a while. Everyone looked at each other. The next second, they gathered together and formed a circle. Brother Lei said in a deep voice, this battle is unavoidable. How should we fight? Although it's a little embarrassing, the most suitable person for us to charge and break through the enemy lines is... Suifeng looked up at Shuang and Qing Huang. Everyone looked at the two girls as well. They were a little embarrassed. Shuang and Qing Huang will fight in the front. The three of us will feint and attack from back. Monarch Green gave him a thumbs up and then turned to look at CU and the others. He pondered for a moment and said, next, try to hold down Lord Feng's array formation when you're young. Last CU and Sister Suifeng, the two of you, just do whatever you want and don't let Lord Feng stop. Little Angel blinked and smiled. Then I'll go help Little Star. Don't. Please don't. Everyone turned pale with fright. Shuang and Qing Huang hurriedly grabbed the angel girl's hands. CU hurriedly shouted at her, Sister Ming, if you help Little Star, we won't have to fight anymore. Little Angel smiled and shrugged. Then she turned into a ray of light and entered Shuang's body. Then I'll help Shuang. Although we have energy identification, we won't turn it on for practice. Although Master Feng's moves are very painful and deadly. Qing Zi's face twitched. He couldn't help but laugh dryly. When Master Hui isn't here, and there's no energy tower or realm of order to support the battle, let's all be careful. Master Feng usually doesn't hold back when he can. Everyone, this is the rhythm of fighting to the death. Seeing everyone rubbing their hands and starting to mobilize energy, Yin Nuoxing also put down her crossed arms. She looked up and laughed softly. Are you all ready? If you are, then come. It's just a practice. Don't be nervous. It'll be over in half an hour. Everyone, although we don't know how you mean by half an hour, but since you just said to fight to the death, then buzz. Bang! The silver thunder and impact suddenly turned into a storm and exploded. Brother Lei and Qing Zi's powerful punches were finished without any warning. Both of their hands were pressed against Yin Nuoxing's outstretched palms. The surging white light in the latter's palms resisted their fists, making them unable to move forward even a little bit. The destructive energy diffusing from the two of them turned unreasonably on the surface of Yin Nuoxing's body, as if deliberately avoiding her. Seeing the two of them rushing up without saying a word, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh. I knew it was the two of you. Your strength is okay, but it's still a little lacking. The moment the impact of Source Beginning gushed out, Qing Zi and Brother Lei were the first to break free from Yin Nuoxing's grip. Their other hands surged with Source Beginning energy and threw it back at the gushing white light. The violent explosion of energy instantly blurred the scene in front of them. The two of them also took advantage of this gap to withdraw. The initial explosion of energy had failed, so it was time to get serious. Anyway, they were not the main attackers in this round of battle. Shortly after the energy explosion, Yin Nuoxing had just patted away the energy cloud in front of her when she saw a figure surrounded by scarlet and pink flowing light holding the netherworld ruins sword rushing to her. Her expression suddenly became serious. The rhythm of light gathered in her hand, and the destruction rune between her eyebrows quietly bloomed. The light she waved collided heavily with the Netherworld Ruins sword that Qing Huang had slashed down. In a violent explosion of energy, the energy contained in the two divine weapons suddenly swept out. Boom! Under the power of Source Beginning and the rules, order, energy form, the explosion of Source Beginning's power was earth-shattering. He was very used to the crackling sound of fireworks, but Qing Huang didn't seem to be used to it. When he saw the girl was thrown away by the energy impact, he couldn't help but say to her in her soul, "The energy explosion is not enough. You have to treat yourself as an energy crystal that is constantly erupting. Use the most explosive energy to deal with everything. Use the energy explosion to stabilize your body, and then charge with all your might. Come, hit me, don't pity me, I've already changed my form. I can withstand your attacks." Feng Qing Wang smiled bitterly. She quickly stabilized her body and took a deep breath. The explosive energy released from her body instantly changed its form. Her aura multiplied. Then, her body flashed like a stream of light and appeared in front of Little Star. At this moment, all the energy in her body poured out without holding back. Facing Qing Huang's fierce and unrelenting attacks, Yin Nuoxing became more serious. The Source Beginning's power began to flow slowly. Every time he waved the rhythm of light, it would be dyed with a few strands of colorful light. His power and aura began to grow bit by bit. Every time he clashed with Qing Huang's attacks, it would be easier for him. He no longer had to take 2 steps back or pause because of this girl's frontal assault. Netherworld Ruins Firmament Slash. Feng Qing Wang shouted. She gripped the dark ruin sword with both of her hands and swung it down with all of her strength. A 1,000-mile-long energy stream surged out from the dark ruin sword. The entire space resounded with the energy stream, and the rumbling noise of the energy stream was loud enough to shake everything. When Qing Huang held the sword with both hands, he already knew what this girl was going to do. When she swung the sword, he also raised his right hand. A vast amount of energy crazily gathered in his right hand. White light and colorful light flashed together. The rich Source Beginning's aura gushed out, causing the vibrating space to calm down. Source Beginning's collapse. An extremely powerful energy burst out from his hand, causing the entire space to flash with a dazzling white light. It was like a flash of light that had erupted at the moment of creation. The dazzling torrent of energy that had already gone out of control swallowed the sword light in an instant. Then, it expanded countless times in an instant and swept towards the end of the horizon. This flash of light could be considered an attack the moment it was launched. Even though Qing Huang was prepared, she knew that she wouldn't be able to dodge in time. In a moment of desperation, she could only raise the Netherworld Ruins sword in front of her. A tricolored flame burst out from her body. Be careful. The moment the voice rang out in her mind, a purple-gold light suddenly appeared in her line of sight. An energy formation in the shape of an awl appeared in front of her, as if it was propping up an energy barrier. The dazzling light that symbolized the creation of the world also unexpectedly arrived at this moment, crushing her body. The disturbance in space caused her to stagger. The energy around her body was pulled back by the storm of energy, almost leaving her body. Even her hands, which were tightly gripping the Netherworld Ruin sword, seemed to be on the verge of falling out of her hands. The barrier created by the formation creaked when it was crushed. Qing Huang used all her strength to deflect part of the destructive power of Source Beginning's collapse. She was so deeply trapped in the flash of light that she couldn't feel anything. She could only use all her strength to create an energy barrier. When the energy trembled for what seemed like a few seconds, Little Hour suddenly appeared in her line of sight. She pressed her hands on the formation and the barrier in front of her and forcefully turned it up and down. A burst of energy erupted from the formation, as if it was tearing open a space in the torrent of white light. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Little Hour hurriedly grabbed Qing Huang and retreated from the area of light, forcefully withstanding Source Beginning's collapse. What are you thinking? When they arrived at a safe place, Little Hour couldn't help but turn her head and ask the second humanoid light that was smoking all over. Qing Huang shrunk her neck and shook her head with a bitter smile. It's too late. When I was fighting Little Star's shadow in the tower, it was the same situation many times. I can't think of a way to deal with it at all. I can hold on for a while, but after that, Little Hour looked at Qing Huang helplessly. She turned her head and looked in front of her. Countless energy formations had broken through space and appeared here. Like the ripples caused by heavy rain falling on water, countless energy waves were drawn out. Those red and black formations that appeared together with the starlight had already caused a destructive power to sweep out. Little Hour's face twitched when she sensed the endless destructive power. Those enormous formations that spanned from thousands of feet to tens of millions of miles wide had already dyed the sky red. Just looking at them made her heart palpitate. She turned her head and looked at the formations that she had deployed. Added together, they were not even 1/10 the size of the formations on the other side. She suddenly felt weak. Let's go and pin him down. You think of a way to dismantle his formations. Dismantle. Before Feng Qing Wang could finish her sentence, Little Hour had already rushed to the front with countless magic circles. She looked at the red and black balls with starlight in front of her and smiled bitterly in her heart. This thing, how do I dismantle it? Not enough. Not enough. You guys are not energetic enough. Yin Nuoxing, who had hundreds of millions of arrays, fought with Qing Jun and elder brother Lei, who took turns to rush forward. When the two of them rushed up, he swung his sword, accompanied by a torrent of energy, and sent the two of them flying along with their attacks. The arrays that moved began to pour energy in all directions like a rainstorm, bombarding everyone in the field indiscriminately. The two guys in front of him screamed again and again, and, at the same time, they also had the time to slap each other in the face. Little Hour's strength had a slight effect on him, but it was only to suppress the charging speed of the formations. It affected the attack frequency, but it was not a big problem. He just had to use his strength to suppress them. More! Give me more! Can't you guys handle it? I haven't really unleashed my full strength yet. Keep your spirits up. Yin Nuoxing opened his arms and shouted at the scene of fireworks in front of him. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him. A figure rushed out from it, holding a ball of energy in his hand. The existence of the ball of energy made the surrounding space bloom with dense layers of cracks, like a spider web. The moment Sui Feng appeared, he held the ball of energy tightly and rushed towards Yin Nuoxing like a cannonball. Brother Feng, you are not Hui Jun. Why are you taunting him? The moment the energy trembled, Yin Nuoxing already knew that someone was sneaking behind him. His left hand was shining with white light and a white dot condensed. He turned around and punched out. A white light bloomed and expanded in an instant. Source, origin of nothingness. Boom. The two hemispheres, one black and one white, with a radius of 10,000 miles, madly collided with each other. Immeasurable destructive impact spread throughout the entire space. Huge cracks suddenly spread out. Then a violent suction force came out of the two hemispheres and targeted everything in the entire space. It dragged all the energy in the space into it. Oh, I can hold it. I can hold it. Sui Feng was sweating profusely. The veins on his forehead were bulging. He hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs, "See you, little phoenix. Mang Lei, take this opportunity to destroy his magic array group." Yin Nuoxing, who was facing the ball of energy, twitched her face. Can't you just shout in the soul communication? You've already shouted. Are you afraid that I don't know? Little brother Feng, let's discuss this. Can you pretend that you didn't hear it? Yin Nuoxing turned his head and spat out a mouthful of saliva. Just as he was about to say something, Qing Jun roared and rushed up again. He continued to maintain this source of nothingness, then turned around and grabbed the rhythm of light, wrapped in the power of 1,000 caddies, and swung his sword with the power of destruction and disintegration. Suddenly, a mighty torrent of energy surged in front of him and covered Qing Jun's figure. But this time he was startled. He could sense that the figure was still rampaging, as if ignoring his attack, so he immediately waved the rhythm of light to add a few more attacks. This time, he clearly sensed that something had offset his successive attacks, allowing Qing Jun to charge over like a hot knife through butter. Qing Jun suddenly tore apart the energy flames and rushed in front of him like a beast. His body was wrapped in circles of purple gold alls, a circle of 5-colored magic arrays, and a thick layer of ice. The tricolored flames on his body made him look like a flame beast, with sparks coming out his mouth. This made Yin Nuoxing understand what had offset his successive attacks. Lord Foam, take my punch. A heavy punch with 5 kinds of origin energy smashed toward his head as if it was wrapped in a void. Yin Nuoxing's expression didn't change. The hand holding the rhythm of light was also entangled with a red and black magic array, and he met the attack with his sword. The moment the two monstrous forces collided, his expression trembled. He couldn't help but reveal a reluctant smile. "Oh, not bad, little brother Foam. Don't think that I'm not here. Oh. Yin Nuoxing was stunned once again when the shadow energy figure suddenly tore his source, origin of nothingness, apart with a punch. His eyes flickered as he saw the black energy ball that was only 1,000 miles in size sweeping towards him from behind. Then, a red and black circle formation that was 1,000 miles in size appeared, and the secondary energy that burst out from it forcefully blocked Suifeng's backstab. Being sandwiched between two behemoths that were bursting with mighty energy, his robe and hair fluttering wildly in the air, it was an extremely difficult scene to endure. He could not help but want to boom, 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 boom. The sound of fireworks bursting with destructive energy rang in his ears. Suddenly, Yin Nuoxing felt that he had lost contact with a part of his senses. Well, his magic array had been destroyed by Cu, Blue Phoenix, and Shuang at least 2/3 of it. Hey, I've already pretended that I didn't hear anything and let you guys destroy it. I can move now, right? Sui Feng and Lady Green couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water when they heard it. They said in unison, "You really took it seriously? Silver Dragon." A long and hoarse roar suddenly bloomed from all directions with thousands of silver thunderbolts that were like angry dragons blooming. A sturdy figure flashing with lightning suddenly fell from the sky, like a thunder god descending to the world, with thousands of thunderbolts smashing down on Yun Nuo. Before the mighty thunderbolts even reached him, the latter had already felt a tingling sensation all over his body, and even his energy was affected by this and slowed down a little. "Little star, pay attention to your defense. I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore." Siyu suddenly shouted in his soul. Yin Nuoxing's attention shifted away from the dense silver lightning bolts. When he turned his head, he saw a 1,000-mile-long ice ball wrapped in a 3-colored sea of fire, a 5-color magic array, and a huge purple gold cone magic array. The ice ball was rushing toward him like a sharp arrow. The attack from the front and the back, coupled with the attack from all directions, made him twitch the corner of his mouth. About that, I want to remind you guys of something, that is, seeing that everyone's full-powered attack was getting closer and closer, Yin Nuoxing freed up his right hand. White light and colorful luster flowed on his arm that was already dyed in white light. "When you dismantle my magic formation, please do it cleanly." "Look at this." Everyone was startled when they heard this. They hurriedly turned their heads to look at the magic arrays that had been shattered but were still hanging in midair. They saw an observer suddenly raise his head and show them an evil smile. The light ball that had just gathered in his hand was gently crushed by him. The broken magic array and his energy that remained in this world suddenly boiled. He raised his right hand again, condensed a new energy ball, and slammed it hard on the rhythm of light that was resisting Lady Green's attack. Everything leads to the beginning. The origin falls into nothingness. In an instant, all the remaining energy and magic arrays turned into colorful white light and fell toward the rhythm of light. The remaining magic arrays also burst out with the last energy light in an instant. The dazzling white light bloomed where all the attacks converged in an instant. Everyone turned pale with fright. The white energy ball exploded and expanded to 10,000 miles in size in an instant. The violent energy of the primal and the primal energy blended together and pushed away the destructive energy shockwaves like a tidal wave. In just a breath's time, hundreds of shockwaves had erupted. The wildly sweeping white energy ball continued to expand, and the destructive energy shockwaves it released also became more and more violent as time passed. The moment the nature of light, origin bloomed, there was only the white light and the shockwave in their line of sight. The scene in front of them was like a sun that bloomed with a bang. Everyone was hit by the energy impact hundreds of times in an instant, and they were pushed back tens of thousands of miles. They hurriedly grabbed Sway Foam, Brother Lay, and Lady Green, who had endured the full impact of the nature of light, origin, and were thrown out like garbage. Seeing that the energy ball continued to expand and that the shock wave with substantial destructive power was about to cover them again, they hurriedly retreated even further. Cough, cough. My chest hurts a little. See you patted her chest and gasped for breath. Her pretty face was slightly pale. The destructive energy and the origin energy entangling her body made her feel awkward all over. These two energies were like maggots attached to the bones that kept entangling her body and gradually reduced the power she could use because she had to divide her attention to suppress them at all times. Even if she wanted to get rid of them, she could not find a suitable way to do so. Xiaoshi hurriedly retreated to Qing Qing's side. Qing Qing was currently using the origin energy to disperse the destructive energy and the origin energy entangling the trio. She looked at the trio and could not help but exclaim, They're almost cooked. Sui Qing did not know whether to laugh or cry. While she was helping these three fellows who were about to lose their ability to fight, she subconsciously raised her eyes to look at the enormous energy ball that was still gathering and releasing energy. Her eyes suddenly trembled, and she hurriedly warned, Be careful. The enormous energy ball suddenly compressed at an unreasonable speed to only 1,000 feet in size. The forceful suppression of the energy even affected the space around it, and a huge crack appeared in the sky. The energy ball that had gathered countless energies seemed to have been compressed to the limit. Suddenly, a ripple appeared on the surface of the energy ball, and it exploded into a ring of energy that turned into a dazzling stream of energy that shot toward them. The boundless destructive energy coming toward them caused their expressions to change drastically again. Shuang Shuang hurriedly gathered her icy origin energy, and a dazzling icy blue light blossomed from her body. Blue Phoenix's expression also became serious. She gripped the nether void sword with both hands as energy rapidly gathered. The instant the turquoise origin energy was released, her strength instantly skyrocketed, and she could feel the might of a dozen or so different energies converging from it. Wah! Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Little star, stop fighting. Surrender. Surrender. Just as Shuang Shuang was about to unleash her origin domain and Blue Phoenix was about to unleash her origin, primal chaos, Siyu screamed and hurriedly crossed her hands to protect her face. The stream of light also turned into energy particles and dissipated in an instant. Yin Nuoxing, who rushed out from it, did not slow down. He pounced over and hugged Siyu. He kissed the girl's forehead and laughed. He stroked the girl's messy hair and said, What's wrong? Are you scared? Siyu bared her teeth at him and raised her little fist to punch Little Star's chest repeatedly. She could not help but mutter, Can't you be gentler? Go easy on me. I've already gone easy on you. Yin Oxing smiled bitterly and flew towards Sui Qing with Siyu in his arms. I let you guys dismantle the magic circle, but you didn't trigger the self-destruct power of the magic circle. Plus, from the beginning to the end, you guys were standing on the same spot and counterattacking, and there's more. Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. In reality, he had let the sea of void go. After all, he still had a lot of power that he had not used yet. The three forms of nothingness did not roar. The origin domain was not fully unleashed, and the origin energy was not fully unleashed. He had only touched a corner of the magic circle to play with, but he still could not win. It was so strange. When he was fighting with the observer's shadow in the tower, he could fight back and forth, but when he faced the real person, I know that you've been beating up my shadow in the tower, but I've said it before. My shadow is just a broken shadow. Although it's not a shadow that follows the rules and only knows how to fight by the book, it's still a far cry from my real body. Even if it has the same level of power as me, it's the same. Yin Nuoxing stretched out his finger and flicked the heads of the girls one by one. He raised his hand and waved at Yuan Ji and little Qingzi, who had run 1,000,000 miles away to watch the battle. Then he continued, if you guys treat the shadow as the real me and fight with me, then just like now. Shuang Shuang lowered her head and bumped Little Star's shoulder with her head. She muttered, when I fight with the shadow, I can't react in time. When I fight with you, my heart can't take it. Little Shio and Sui Qing nodded vigorously, because they did not know what kind of firework would be used in the next round. It was too scary. The flash of light could scare people to death. Chapter 2081. Sparring was just an occasional friendly interaction. Although they were all shouting to beat him to death, that was what they meant. They couldn't really beat him to death. Actually, he didn't mind them beating him to death. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any point in sparring. Anyway, you should be quite resistant to beatings. Well, speaking of resistance to beatings, wouldn't he be as resistant to beatings as Hui? He wasn't a shield bearer. Originally, he really wanted to let loose and start something. After all, he hadn't fought for a long time, but it was obvious that the others couldn't withstand his torment. He couldn't really charge at them without saying anything, and they wouldn't be able to withstand it either. He subconsciously used 10,000 creations, origin, to roast the trio. If he used a little more strength, the battle would be over. At that time, he wouldn't know whether he should be busy saving people or busy going to the spiritual temple. Going to the tower to fight the shadow was impossible. It would never be possible to go to the tower to fight the shadow. When they exchanged blows with him, they would subconsciously want to kill him. That was because they knew all too well what he would use later. Furthermore, it was his own shadow that had been split into several pieces. That made it even clearer. The shadow branded in the tower had separated its power form to make it easier for everyone to beat him up. Not every shadow would choose to use all of its deadly moves on everyone's faces. Taking advantage of the fact that it hadn't reached the point of death, it was definitely the most convenient and fastest thing to do. Forget it. Let's just torture everyone. But they didn't use energy identification just now. Logically speaking, with energy identification, an ordinary primordial chaos shouldn't have been able to scorch him. But now, he was already scorched after using 10,000 creations, origin. He definitely didn't use energy identification. Oh, it's easy to deal with now. Then let's have a few more rounds. This time, he let everyone use energy identification, so he could let loose even more. So, is this the reason why all of you came back with bandages? Huey's face twitched as he drank his tea. He looked at everyone who was covered in bandages and supported each other as they walked back in a sorry state. He then looked at Feng, who had put little Qingzi, who was watching the battle, aside. This young man had more bandages on his body than anyone else. It was obvious that he had been attacked indiscriminately by someone when he was watching the battle and could not take care of himself. This young man was really too much. When Feng was educating and guiding his family's girl and a few idlers lovingly, he still dared to come over and watch. Wasn't he putting his face forward to be slapped? Jing Yuanji knew to quickly run away before Feng started to make a big fuss. She was not so embarrassed now. How could you not be smart? He watched as Maple placed the exhausted fellows on the chairs one by one. He sat down and took a sip of tea before continuing. What's with the red mark on your head? Yin Nuoxing's hand that was holding the cup trembled slightly. Her face twitched, and she casually wiped her forehead. She looked at the red mark on her hand and was silent for a few seconds. Yesterday, Shuang Shuang froze me and pressed on me when I couldn't move. Uffed. We spat out a mouthful of old blood along with a sip of tea. His face was 30% black and 70% green. For a moment, He couldn't tell whether this attack was an insult or, or some other kind of attack, such as a mental attack. Damn, why did it feel like this attack was directed at him? Wait, he seemed to have noticed that there was also a mark on Fang's neck, and it was accompanied by a bite mark. In your neck? The day before yesterday, when Blue Phoenix used all of her strength to attack me with Rule Order energy form, I was attacked and bitten by CU. It's been 2 days, and the mark still hasn't disappeared. At that time, this girl must have bitten me with energy. Hiss, I'll deal with it later. I have to throw out a lot of energy first. Hui, you guys are practicing in a fight, not showing off your love. Thank you. Then what's with the corner of your mouth? Did little Phoenix leave it? Yuan Ji attacked me sneakily. That girl found it interesting that we were fighting halfway, so she rushed up with my little quilt and gave me a good beating. I was already half dead from Shuang Shuang's cold, and Yuan Ji was still desperately controlling my space. Damn, too much control. I was also restrained by the energy identification. Many of the people controlling me had to fight for 2 or 3 rounds before they could kill me. In the end, I was suppressed and beaten. You see, I've already said that they can use the power of the high-level Yuancher to bully me. Huey's cheeks twitched twice. He crossed his hands and covered his mouth with a gloomy face. He took a deep breath, put down his hands, and looked at Feng. Looking at the lip mark on Feng's face, Hui raised his hands again and pondered. Then, I'll ask in advance, where is little Phoenix's mark? That girl only left behind charred marks on my body. Hui patted his cheeks and heaved a sigh of relief. Little Phoenix is more normal. Yin Nuoshing looked depressed. He blew bubbles on his tea and said, It turned out that when everyone turned on the energy identification and fought with me, they could beat me up when I didn't use my full strength. Well, not to the extent of beating me up. Anyway, I was beaten very badly. Hui laughed dryly and pointed at the paralyzed people. His cheeks twitched. Then what's going on? I only heard the part where you were beaten up. Obviously, this part of the story was not enough to create such a scene. Oh, I was beaten up for half a year. Today, I touched the Rule, Order, energy form, and the Chaos domain at full strength. Yin Nuoshing patted Shuang Shuang's head, who was leaning on his shoulder. This girl's origin domain is quite painful. When it clashed with my Chaos domain, no one else could do anything. In the end, I turned on Origin Chaos and clashed with Blue Phoenix's Origin Chaos. Shuang Shuang smashed the entire Origin domain on my head. It's over. I'm all crippled. My waist hurts a little. Hui laughed dryly and let out a long sigh. This was the normal result. Maple had been holding back for half a year. Well, if he hadn't, the battle would have been over half a year ago. Looking at everyone's listless state, as if they had just fought a tough battle with the Chaos concept entity, they were probably tormented by Maple in the last half an hour. Speaking of which, Maple was really crazy. Even with the energy identification, he could still beat everyone to death. Was it still effective? Should I check it again? I don't want to be broken by a round of Origin Chaos when I rush into the field. So, what's the result of you fighting each other for half a year? Have you figured out your own condition? Yin Nuoshing looked up at the sky, took a sip of tea, and was silent for a moment. He recalled the countless rounds of battle in his mind and nodded. It's okay. I know my own condition now. It turns out that if you don't fight for too long, you'll rust. Fortunately, I've pressed a lot of my instincts into the origin structure, and it won't take much effort to familiarize myself with it again. I've also been familiar with the power of origin for a long time. Now, I can use only the power of origin and origin energy to deal with a lot of high-level primeval. This is the state you're familiar with, right? You like to call it that. We listened quietly for a long time. After all, Maple's destruction energy was full, and there were 3 types of origin energy at 95%. Plus, he must have figured out the essence of the power of origin more thoroughly in this era, so it was not surprising that he had such a result. But, well, if Maple had entered the realm of primeval, he should be able to deal with the primeval at the peak in this state. Those who had just entered the realm of primeval should be able to deal with the primeval at the peak in this state. If not, he would have to take into account other powers. Given Maple's current state, he should be able to deal with the primeval at the peak by using the rule, order, energy form. He should be able to deal with the primeval at the peak. Well, in this case, it should be more than enough to deal with the power of the underworld. But there was an 80% chance that the primeval god of chaos was holding the fort. To them, the probability of dealing with the primeval god of chaos was the verdict. With the addition of the ink block to deal with, the difficulty suddenly soared by many levels, and they were still troubled. We took a sip of tea and suddenly could not help but shake his head and sigh. Why didn't you ask me to come along for such a fun thing? With me in the team, I should be able to beat you worse. Yin Nuoxing glared at him and calmly replied, Then I'll use the sinful language? I'll use the first light to beat you to death. We said, I actually want to say, ahem, it should be better for you to practice or something. Yes, that's what I meant. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Speaking of the first light, he almost forgot about it. He hurriedly let the first light shine down to heal everyone, and then continued. In fact, if you use the energy identification in front of me now, well, I should only be able to affect you when I use the chaos domain. At other times, I probably won't be able to affect you. Oh, it's a shield after all. How can it not be thicker, right? When the time comes and you're summoned to the void of chaos, I'll have to be responsible for waking you up. Hui smiled and waved his hand vigorously. What I mean is when I go to the underworld and use the chaos domain, don't run away and continue to fight with me. After all, I can't guarantee that the chaos domain will not affect my own people. The others may have to retreat into the realm of order and switch to long-range attacks. Then, only you and I will be in the front line, right? Hui said, Next time, please say such difficult words directly. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and looked at everyone who was lying on the table and did not want to move at all. He could not help but sigh in his heart. After practicing for half a year, the end result was that he was half-dead tired. Everyone beat him up and tired themselves out. At this moment, he had a rough idea of the extent of his combat power. However, it was not so clear if it corresponded to the primeval realm. He could only draw a few lines according to Hui and the other situation. He felt that it was probably. These extremely uncertain words would cause him to fall when he encountered the pinnacle realm. The worst result would be that he would not be able to stand up after falling. However, there was no way he could be unsure. There was no pinnacle realm in the void frontline. He could only go according to this situation. No matter what the situation was, he would go on the battlefield first. He just had to improvise. By the way, Feng, are you free now? Hui suddenly put down his teacup and turned to look at him. Yin Nuoxing looked at himself. His left hand was hugged by Shuang Shuang, his right hand was hugged by Blue Phoenix, and his little angel was on his back. The three girls were so tired that they fell asleep directly. He thought for a while with a very serious attitude. Well, I guess I'm free. If there's anything, just say it. Don't worry about them. Or do you need me to do something? Then I'll first. Oh, it shouldn't be anything special. We stood up and looked at everyone who was lying on the table asleep. His cheeks twitched. After fighting with foam for half a year, they were dog-tired. They could even fall asleep in the ice and snow. I wanted to come to a place and help me. Oh, Yin Nuoxing said in his heart. He carried the three girls and followed Hui to the other side of the ice field. Hui deliberately went to another corner. There was a pit in this corner, and the pit was very interesting. It looked like a shield with a length and width of more than 10 meters. It looked like a big pit made by the Guardian Shield when it smashed into the ground. The pattern at the bottom was the same as the pattern on the surface of the Guardian Shield. Hui used the origin energy to paint the pattern and the edge with a layer of gold. It looked like there was light constantly flowing in the bottom of the pit. When he came here with Hui and saw the big pit, he was stunned for a while. Where did this pit come from? It took me 2 months to carve it out, Hui said as he raised his hand and threw something into the pit. Yin Nuoxing looked down at the things that fell out of his hand. It was a shrunken energy source. It rolled down like a waterfall and piled up at the bottom of the pit. In addition to the energy source, there was also the core of the energy tower. About 2,000 of the two were thrown down, and the pit was almost full. Hui thought that it should be enough. He stopped, clapped his hands, and turned to look at Feng. Feng, Give me an energy source world. It's the energy source world that you just found. Without even thinking, Yin Nuashing threw a multicolored ball over. Seeing Hui Fei trying his best to catch it in his arms, he asked, "What do you want to do?" "Something I don't do often." Hui grinned. He held the energy source world that seemed to be as heavy as a void region. Then he looked at the pool filled with energy sources in front of him. His expression changed a few times. He seemed to be hesitating and preparing himself mentally. Yin Nuashing looked at him and seemed to understand. The origin domain? Seeing Hui nodding, he felt more puzzled. Does the origin energy need to be dealt with in this way? It's definitely not necessary under normal circumstances. Hui saw his puzzlement. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He explained, "Isn't the situation not right? I spent half a year to judge. I feel that half an era's time is not enough for me to find the origin domain. There are some reasons. It seems that my origin domain is particularly difficult to open. Although it's definitely not as difficult as your origin domain that incorporates 146 types of origin energy, it's still one of the top 10 most difficult origin domains." Well, that's what my god has said. And it's even more difficult to open when there's a certain condition missing. A certain condition? Yin Nuashing was confused. He frowned and thought for a while. Then he raised his eyebrows and said in a serious voice, "Could it be the condition called chaos energy?" "Yes, it's this could not be situation." Hui grimaced and nodded. He looked at the big pit in front of him. He was a little lost. The power of protection, the name of protection, the protection in the name of protection, the protection in the name of protection, the protection in the name of protection is naturally the biggest enemy of order. Without the stimulation of the chaos energy, it's even more troublesome to force out the origin domain. It's already difficult in itself, and now there's a lack of conditions. Hey, Maple, I finally know what kind of mentality you had when you were stuck by the conditions. Yin Nuashing looked at him with a strange expression and then looked at the pit in front of him. "So, you call me here because, under normal circumstances, half an era's time is not enough. Then we can only find another way." Hui looked distressed. He held Chochio in his hand and slowly told Maple his thoughts. "Come up with some other strange ideas. Come up with some ideas that are not easy to do. But these are just secondary conditions. The most important condition is," he suddenly turned his head to look at Maple. Seeing his old friend's bewildered face, he could not help but chuckle. "Maple, will you be my last condition?" He guessed it. He guessed that Hui was going to say this. But even if he guessed it, it was still a little difficult. He could not help but frown. "Are you sure you want to do this? You're still worried about me." Hui smiled and shrugged. He sighed. "If it were any other time, I would definitely not do this. It's too terrible. I feel a chill down my spine when I think about the situation I have to face. But, hey, you said that I'm the last piece of the puzzle. Unfortunately, this piece of the puzzle does not live up to expectations. I'm already very sure that according to the normal way, it can't be solved in half an era's time. I can only let you guide the stupid me. Don't put on that expression. You didn't force me to make a decision. I just made such a choice based on the situation at this moment." Hui laughed dryly. He scratched his cheek and turned his head to avoid looking at Maple's heavy expression. "It's really not your influence. Tell me the real situation at this moment frankly and guide me. You just have to keep doing this. There's nothing to worry about. I'm the last piece of the puzzle. Naturally, I have to face the identity of this puzzle. Everyone does their own thing. It's really hard to bear the condition that accidentally smashes on the head. But the situation at hand doesn't allow us to excuse ourselves, does it? Besides, it's always been you who's making things difficult for yourself. You make it seem like I'm throwing all the burden on you. I feel really bad about it." Hui scratched his head and muttered. Yin Nuashing heard it and let out a long sigh of relief. "If that's the case, since it's a thoughtful situation, I won't stop you. I was going to ask you what's wrong with you today. Let me blow you up into the sky or something. I feel really guilty. But since you said so, blow me up into the sky." Hui was stunned for a moment. He looked at the ball in his hand and then at the big hole in front of him. Cold sweat suddenly dripped from his head. He hurriedly shouted, "No, no, no, no. That's not how it's supposed to be. I didn't ask you to scatter my ashes in one breath. Then you should have said so earlier. How would I know that you're going to set off fireworks all of a sudden? Can't you just wait for me to go through the process? We shook his head hard, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He had to quickly explain before Maple thought that he was going to scatter his ashes. Later, I'll lie down in there. You can use the energy of chaos to bury me along with the whole. It's not a problem to bring along the energy of chaos as long as it's chaos energy. I have a way to resist the corrosion of the chaos energy. Yin Nuashing looked at him and then at the hole in front of her that was filled with energy sources. She could not help but say, "Oh, you dug a hole for me to bury you in. Do you want to tamp down the coffin lid? It's to prevent you from running out halfway." We said, "Then cover it tighter. If there's a chance that I'm really eaten by the chaos energy, scatter my ashes. If I don't come out naturally, don't worry about me for the time being. Then, leave me a time for a serious collapse before I go to war." Yin Nuashing sighed softly. Okay. I understand. Go ahead." Hui turned his head and bared his teeth at Maple for a while. Under the gaze of his old buddy, he carefully walked to the center of the big hole. He adjusted his posture, hugged the energy source world, and lay down on the surface of a pile of energy sources. After thinking for a moment, he pulled the energy source beside him and buried himself in it like a quilt, leaving only his head exposed. After that, he took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and gave Maple a thumbs up. "Maple, it's done. If it goes well, I'll see you in a while. If it doesn't go well, I'll see you in half an era. Remember to dig me out." Yin Nuashing nodded slightly. Her colorful eyes turned gray at this time. A gray water flow rushed out from under her feet along the ice surface. It paused at the bottom of the hole for a while, and then suddenly burst out, turning into a dense gray cloud and expanding rapidly. As the cloud expanded, it quickly condensed and turned into liquid droplets at the bottom of the big hole. The energy source at the bottom, the core, and the engraved golden patterns all lit up the moment they came in contact with the chaos energy. The energy of order instinctively resisted the erosion of the chaos energy. Feeling the chaos energy rushing at him from behind, we took a deep breath and stared at the crystal-like sky. His handsome face was tense and a little stiff because of nervousness. He felt like his heart was jumping in his throat. He could not help but hug the energy source world in his hand tightly. After a while, he could clearly feel a cold and dark energy touching his body. It was as if he was floating on the beach and the seawater was trying to wash and drown his body. Gradually, he could feel the cold and dark energy licking his cheeks. He could clearly feel the chaos energy climbing and covering his whole body. He slowly closed his eyes until he could no longer feel any movement in the outside world. The wind, the ice field, and the breath of the maple all disappeared. Only then did the origin energy begin to slowly flow in his body, leaving him with the last trace of light. After the gray energy covered the whole big hole, it stopped pouring. As Yin Nuashing waved her hand and turned it into a piece of energy crystal, it stopped rolling. It was as if there was an additional gray ground on the ice field. Part of the ice below was covered by the gray color. He stared at the gray energy crystal embedded in the ice field and felt Huey's breath was quickly drowned by the chaos energy. He could not help but frown, lowered his head, and sighed. Then he waved his hand and let the original light fall here as the last safeguard. "Will he be okay?" The voice in her ear made Yin Nuashing turn her head. She saw that the little angel had opened her eyes and looked at the scene in front of her. The brat should have seen the whole thing. Theoretically, he will definitely be corrupted by the chaos. But as long as he can keep the order and the soul intact, there will be no problem. This process will depend on his own fate. Once the chaos corruption went beyond the body, energy, and rules and began to affect the order and the soul, it would be the most dangerous situation. If it could not be stopped, then it would be over. In order to torture himself and force the origin domain out, we would definitely have to give up the first 3 layers of defense and directly resist from the last line of defense. As for the outcome, he did not know, and he could not tell what the situation would be. He left a time of heavy collapse for Hui before the battle to deal with the situation if he did not survive. After all, even without the origin domain, this battle should still be fought. Time, he suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. They had delayed for too long, and the underworld had been quiet for too long. Now, it was their turn to feel uneasy under the scouring of the torrent of time. They were worried that the underworld would suddenly rush out, and it made him anxious. If they did not waste time, they would not be able to obtain the right to attack. But they had been delaying and using a long time to exchange for the right to attack made him worry that they would not have enough time. The timing of their attack was actually determined by two conditions. The first was the movement of the underworld. Although he did not know what they were doing now, it was best to rush in and interrupt them before they did anything. The second was the tide of rules brewing in the depths of the void. By the middle of the 58th era, it would cover the edge of the upper plane. Between the two conditions, the influence of the first condition was definitely greater. But he also did not know when the time would be. The underworld had been quiet for 1.5 eras. Now, there was not even a fart. But if he used the second time as the condition, he did not dare to gamble on what would happen if he delayed for another era. There's also no more evidence and conditions that could give him a suitable time. The reason why he chose the 58th era was that most of the higher-ups would have completed their breakthrough after the first seal, but they would not be able to make it in time for the next seal. The next seal would be after the middle of the 58th era. By then, the tide of rules would have come crashing down. The impact on them would be much greater than the impact of the underworld. So, they might as well tidy themselves up to their best condition in the 58th era and maintain their peak combat power. Charge! The last half of the era was not far away. In the remaining time, what else could he do? If there was anything he could do. Chapter 2082. The void had calmed down. It was a sudden phenomenon, and while it did not affect the void frontline's bombardment against the underworld, the sudden little change always piqued one's curiosity. If one could hear some tinkling sounds echoing from the distance and lingering around one's ears without dispersing, one would either suffer from mental exhaustion or have the urge to throw a tantrum in bed. If there was an energy tower beside one's hand, one would definitely choose to blast it. On the other hand, if one did not destroy that sound and had gotten used to its presence, one would probably find it odd if the sound suddenly disappeared one day, and might even run over to investigate out of curiosity to see what the hell was that thing that had been bugging one's ears for years, and why it suddenly vanished. That was pretty much the cause and effect of the entire incident. There were many sounds in the void, and it was possible for anything to be playing a symphony with the void. However, most of the time would be occupied by the sounds of void spawns being destroyed or annihilated in the void, or the sounds of certain movements caused by them. It would linger in the void for 3 days and persist in the void for a long time. As long as one looked into the void, such sounds would always be heard. He was already used to the existence of such sounds in the void. The void frontline itself was also a huge source of sound. After all, it was constantly bombarding the underworld, and it was also something with a huge capacity. The noise it produced was extremely stubborn and lingered in the void for a long time without dispersing, spreading to who knows how many void regions. It was fortunate that the sounds of the void required certain methods to be heard, or the people of the front line would have suffered from nerve endings necrosis. This silence he was talking about was the situation in the lower and middle planes of the void. Since some time ago, those two regions had fallen into an eerie state of complete silence. It was like a ghost city that had been deserted, leaving only ruins. Walking into the ruins, one could still see some traces of life that had once lived there. No, at least the ghost city had some debris left behind, while the lower and middle planes did not even have any ruins left. As mentioned earlier, there were many things that could remain in the void for a long time, including the echoes of worlds being destroyed. Those were the traces of life and void spawn activity. Even if they were destroyed, those traces would still remain for a certain period of time, with some traces even spanning several eras. Now, the situation was this. No one was left. Not even a broken brick was left. They clearly knew that there should have been a city here, but they could not even find a single brick. In such a situation, they would probably start to wonder if they were hallucinating and start to shake their heads and compare the space around them. Indeed, they were trying hard to compare. However, the feedback sounds that came back to them did not seem to have any effect other than adding 2 more clouds to their heads. In the observable middle plane, the void is in a state of complete calmness. I took a look as well. It's not just sound. Even the void itself has ceased to exist. It has completely returned to tranquility. I just saw with my own eyes that a newly discovered turbulent void region completely calmed down in 1 minute, and a cluster of world light that had just been born suddenly melted. The observable lower planes are more or less the same. There's a very strange sense of desolation along the way, and this is the first time I've directly felt the state of desolation in the void. Before, when I was traveling alone in the void, I would listen to the strange sounds in the void when I had nothing to do. Perhaps I could find my destination by following the sounds, and it wouldn't be so boring. Now, it's terrible. Everywhere I go is dead silence, so quiet that it could scare a superior being to death. Oh, you're a random traveler, aren't you? Jumping into the void blindly and following the sounds wherever you go. Lord Maple, the waves of laws are still moving, and they're the only sounds left in the void of the middle and lower planes. Not only are they still there, they're coming with a vengeance. I'm guessing that the irascible big guy has a lot to say. Strange, the sounds of those things don't travel too far and would soon be lost in the void. Guys, over there. Oh, it's the same over there. Looks like something special didn't happen in my area. Everyone, let's go somewhere else. Come to think of it, it's so weird. Most of the middle planes have already been covered by the waves of laws, so why are there still parts of the lower planes that aren't covered by the waves? Can someone explain it to me? Aya, you must have been distracted yesterday. Lord Maple said yesterday that the waves of laws in the middle and lower planes are 2, and they're destroying and covering these 2 planes at the same time. When they're done, they'll twist into a huge wave and rush toward the upper planes. And I'm getting goosebumps. I feel like this quiet void is very creepy, as if something is about to jump out and stab us in the back. No, let's let the energy tower recharge first. Now that you mention it, I feel even more creeped out. My hands have never trembled, even after tearing apart so many worlds. Today, I was so shocked by the strange situation in the void that I broke out in a cold sweat. Luckily, I came out with a team. If I were alone, I might not even dare to step out. Everyone was speechless. This guy was the shame of the Void Patrol team leader. He was already a high-level primeval, but he was still frightened by the strange movements in the void. All his fears stemmed from the lack of firepower. Quickly let the energy tower in his pocket enter the charging state. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. Yin Nuashing put down the teacup and frowned. The void in the middle and lower planes was completely silent. According to the description of the void as a sea, the sea itself was of different heights, and the ebb and flow of the sea was just the water running back and forth. Now, the situation was that the sea had been flattened by a file, so flat that there was no difference of half a millimeter. The waves that symbolized all movements and activities in the void were completely silent. He now had a more intuitive feeling, as if he had walked into an ice field that no one had set foot on for hundreds of millions of years. There was no sign of life, and it was completely frozen. He knew that this was not an ice field, but something else. The void seemed to have entered a state of hibernation, and all activities were stopped by itself. When the teacup was pushed to him and refilled, he came back to his senses. He looked at Yuan Ji, who was sitting beside him and looking at him. He suddenly asked, "Is there any unusual change in the space?" Jing Yuanji lowered her head and stroked the teacup. After pondering for a while, she slowly shook her head and replied, "I don't see anything unusual." She saw Lord Feng frowning and thinking again. She could not help but ask in a low voice, "Are you worried that the abnormality of the void itself will affect other things related to it?" Yin Nuashing sighed softly and nodded. "So far, I don't see any changes in the environment where the void is silent. I also don't see any unusual changes in the sea of time, space, nothingness, and the primeval. It seems that the void has entered a state of being awkward by itself. Well, it's closed and sulking. It doesn't intend to affect others except for angering itself to death. It just feels strange, and at this time, I can't even cover my head and ignore it. He let out a long sigh of relief and rubbed the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers for a while. Jing Yuanji glanced at the time indicated by the law of time. It was the end of the 57th era in the Great Yuan Realm's calendar, and there was still a short period of time before the 58th era. At this critical juncture, even the slightest movement would make one's heart tremble. This point in time, it was an uncomfortable point in time. It was enough to make everyone who was waiting here feel nervous. Lord Feng, a new discovery, a new discovery. We randomly found a place in the middle and lower planes and blasted it once. The residual movement was annihilated in less than a minute. The void is so clean that not even a hair is left. Even the traces that we left behind were gone so quickly. Then the other worlds in the middle and lower planes. Don't mention other worlds. The middle and lower planes have been flattened by the abyssal death mist and swept away by the waves of the law. If there are any surviving worlds, they're either full of luck, powerful enough, or special enough. And those with such situations have all moved away long ago. Didn't we just see the worlds in the middle and lower planes moving to the upper planes a while ago? Although we didn't find many of them, there should be some hidden in the corners that we haven't found, right? The middle and lower planes have experienced so many things that I don't feel strange about any changes. It's just that this is really too clean. I've never seen a void region that can be so clean. It's like the inside of a world's light cluster has been completely emptied, leaving not even a speck of dust. The starry sky is dim, and there's only emptiness and emptiness. That's why the void is haunted now. The things that should exist, the traces that should exist, nothing is left. Hey, did you guys notice? It seems that even the traces of the abyssal death mist have disappeared. I accidentally ran into the area that was originally marked with the abyssal death mist, and only after running for a while did I realize that this place is completely empty. Is that so? I'll take a look around as well. It's true, Lord Maple. The abyssal death mist is all gone. I'm guessing that only the abyssal death mist remains in front of the void front lines, while the abyssal death mist in other places should have completely dissipated. I just don't know if it's the underworld's own doing or the void's anomaly. It should be the void's anomaly. If the energy we left behind is left unattended, it would quickly dissipate at a speed far beyond normal. Since the abyssal death mist isn't as high as us, it wouldn't be surprising if it was left unattended as well. Left unattended. TSK. What are those underworld bastards doing? My heart is itching, and I'm a little impatient. I want to fight my way through the underworld now. Don't be hasty. It's almost time for the last round of sealing before we depart. After that, you'll have plenty of chances to fight. Moreover, we haven't even met the requirements yet. Rushing in recklessly is just sending ourselves to our deaths. I'm going to puke blood if the effort of the past few eras is gone just like that. Even if the outcome is something like that, we'll have to bite them hard. Isn't that right, Lord Feng? Yin Nuashing replied softly. We haven't met the requirements, and it's not the scheduled time yet. Don't be hasty. Be patient and wait. Lord Feng, how is Lord Hui? It's almost half an era. I'm a little worried. Don't worry. I'll keep watch over here. Everything is fine for now. You don't have to worry. Putting down his teacup, he turned and looked across the distance at the ice surface that was dyed gray. His gaze flickered for a moment before he looked away. Has anyone from the middle and lower planes gone to confirm what happened to that nail? Nail? Everyone was startled. After thinking for a moment, they all responded with a no. But just as they were about to call out to see which of their brothers or sisters was present, a voice rang. Lord Feng, that nail is still there. It's rooted much deeper than before. The void is currently in an abnormal state, but I don't see any change in it. Let me see the time of its last activity. That's strange. The time of its last activity is fixed at almost half an era ago. Little seven, How's the situation over there? The situation is the same. The activity stopped half an era ago. But recently, all the anomalies caused by it have completely disappeared. The void is calm, and we still can't touch or affect it. How's the situation in the upper planes? Finally, it's time for me to say it. This is the place where the upper planes are monitoring. The nail's activity has never stopped. The last time it was active was about 1100 years ago, and its anomalies did not disappear. But the acceleration of its activity stopped half an era ago. Even the activities of the mole and the chrysalis were not as fast. Yin Nuashing whispered as she fiddled with her hair. It seems that the abnormal situation in the void has affected it. The void of the middle and lower planes has completely returned to silence, causing the nail related to the void to stop its activity. And it stopped much earlier than we thought. Is the time of stopping activity later than half an era ago? The middle and lower planes. Everyone, who had been busy discussing, quickly turned to confirm each other's situation. After about 5 minutes, a voice spoke. Lord Maple, the closer the nail is to the upper planes, the later it stopped its activity. The latest is hundreds of billions of years ago. There are also a few nails that stopped their activity at a similar time, and their distance to the upper planes is about the same. Now, all the nails in the middle and lower planes have stopped their activity, leaving only the nails in the upper planes, although they are not very active. It seems that the speed of the wave of rules is slow and uniform. It doesn't seem to be a periodic activity. Yin Nuashing pinched the space between his eyebrows and sighed. After thinking for a while, he said a thought in his heart. Does anyone have the world light orbs left behind to deal with the permanent station? Throw one into the wave of rules and bring it back to see what's going on. I don't think there's any left. Can we make one at the last minute? Let's make one where we are and throw a bunch of energy towers in as replacements. We won't go back to get the Temple of Origins. Yin Nuashing responded and left behind some conventional arrangements to deal with the current changes in the void. He handed over the follow-up matters to little Qing Zi and heaved a long sigh of relief. He laid his head on the table, and a distressed voice came out of his mouth. Troublesome, so troublesome, so troublesome. Why did it have to happen at this critical time? So annoying. Nothing really happens at normal times, but when it's time to do something, everything is abnormal. Just as he was vexed, Yuan Ji reached out and put her head on his shoulder. Lord Maple, she said softly. Do you want to rest? You haven't rested for an era. Well, it's fine. It's not that bad yet. Yin Nuashing shook her head. When I came out half an era ago, I had finished disintegrating and reorganizing myself in the sanctuary of creation. I was in a state of awakening and did not accumulate fatigue, so don't worry. Moreover, I've been resting well recently, and my mind would be empty when I'm tired. After all, there's not much to think about. Keep yourself in good shape, continue to deal with the origin energy, and wait for time to pass. That's all I have to do now. Although I'm a little annoyed by the sudden weird phenomenon. It's just a little annoyed. Phew. He stroked the girl's light blue hair, his eyes looking at the icy plains in a daze. His mind was a mess. He was not thinking about anything, but it was as if a lot of weird things had been stuffed inside. Jing Yuanji subconsciously stroked Sir Feng's head. Her hand froze a moment later. She had seen the little angel and the others doing this. But seeing that he didn't seem to have any reaction, she thought for a moment and continued to gently stroke his head. Tsh, his eyelashes trembled slightly, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his lips curved up slightly. This subtle expression was a joy. Puffed. Lord Maple was like a cat. Just as she was happily stroking Lord Maple's hair, she suddenly heard him speak softly and quickly recovered. How's everyone at the Void front line? Jing Yuanji thought about it for a moment. Everyone is back. The period of adjustment after the declaration of the final battle an era ago has passed, and now the number of Order warriors at the Void front line has increased a lot. I know that. I just want to know the status. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. Everyone's status is quite good. Jing Yuanji shrugged her other shoulder. You can hear that everyone is in high spirits when they report. At the present stage, everyone's activities in the Void front line have returned to how they were before, even more active than before. It's as if they are in a relaxed state of vacation, running back and forth between the void frontline, the frontline worlds, and the upper plane is not as crazy as 2 years ago. Well, all in all, everyone is in a more relaxed and active state, as if they are mentally prepared for everything. They're just waiting for time to pass and bring that node to us. And then, Yin Nuashing's expression was a little weird. I don't know why, but I'm a little doubtful. Is there really such a perfect state? That is, there's nothing else. But after saying that, he sighed softly and covered his face. TSK. That's why I'm not good at minding people's business. If I say a few more words, I'm going to fall into self-doubt again. Don't ask. Don't ask. You shouldn't doubt anything. Don't look at your own people the way you used to look at others. Don't think. Don't think about anything. Jing Yuanji chuckled and reached out to hug him. She turned her head and put her cheek on his head. Lord Feng, you don't have to worry about those things. You just have to keep moving forward, keep looking forward, and keep moving forward. We will always be behind you and keep moving forward. We will also trust you unconditionally forever. So, you don't have to be confused by those trivial things. The girl had changed the way she addressed him. It seemed that she was using the identity of an adjutant. It sounded weird. This heavy sense of trust. Come to think of it, it was not the first time he felt it. Yuan Ji, Hui, the little angel, Sui Feng, and many more seemed to have this unshakable trust in him, as if it had been there for a long time. But it was only at this moment that he really understood why this feeling came so suddenly. It still felt weird. It was not that he could not bear it, but how should he put it? It was just weird, and he himself could not tell what he was feeling now. But since he was in a good mood, he thought that he would not resist this feeling. Then, he would just let nature take its course. At this time, the space in front of the conch house suddenly opened a space crack. Xiao Xiao, Sui Feng, and see you were coming out of it, followed by Qing Jun, Xing Lu, and the others. This group of people was stained with the aura of the boiling sea of energy. Their clothes were messy, their faces were burnt black, and they looked as if they had just finished a battle. As soon as they came out, before they could yawn, they suddenly saw Jing Yuanji sweeping her hands over an observer like she was stroking a cat. She stroked his head, stroked his hair, scratched his chin, touched his face, and tickled his ears. Then, they looked at the observer with narrowed eyes and a face full of joy, as if he did not know that someone was coming. Sui Feng and the others' jaws all dropped. Xiao Xiao saw that everyone was stunned. After thinking for a while, he sneaked over and reached out to rub Ling's head and ears. Yin Nuashing keenly noticed that the atmosphere had suddenly become a little strange, and then felt that there seemed to be something else on her body. She couldn't help but slowly open her eyes and turn her head. She saw a group of people staring at her, as if they had seen a ghost. Her head instantly buzzed, and her pretty face turned crimson in 3 seconds. Red-black energy calmed down. Little Angel calmly went over and held him down. With a calm face, she said, "Nonsense. Isn't it just a collapse of your character? You have already collapsed your character so many times. A real warrior has to face the crisis of the collapse of his character." Yin Nuashing thought for 3 seconds and calmed down a little. She rolled her eyes and tidied up her hair that was messed up by Yuan Yuanji and Xiao Xiao. Then, she turned to look at everyone. "So what are you doing? You're tearing down my space, yet you're torturing yourself into such a sorry state." Everyone was busy tidying themselves up. They found a place to sit down and catch their breath for a while before they recovered. Sui Feng raised his hand and pointed at Xing LV with his thumb. "Look, he is warming himself up by the fire. After so many years, the lad can finally roast himself on a pile of firewood for a month. According to the standards of Your Eminence, he is finally qualified. Although he still can't burn out the origin territory." Xing LV scratched his white hair and muttered. He turned to Shuang, who was playing with an ice sculpture. "Is there any other decisive factor between 90 and 95%? Origin territory can only be activated when the origin energy and realm are in place. Don't think that just because Brother Feng and Shuang have activated the origin territory, that it can be activated at this time. Feng spat out a mouthful of water and shook his head with a bitter smile. In the special case of the energy realm mentioned by your eminence, it also depends on the realm. None of our realms are enough, and this is too much. It all depends on probability. It's not that easy. Yin Nuashing tilted her head and looked at everyone. Did you all go to mess with the origin territory? Yes. Everyone sighed in unison. Their faces were full of frustration and helplessness. Yin Nuashing's cheeks twitched. Now that they were approaching the final stage, there was no way to torture themselves in the short term. Even if they did, it would be difficult to see any results. They could only put their hope on this strange and uncertain thing. Well, the reality was indeed very harsh. Forcing something like the domain of origin would, in most cases, cause one to be stuck in a wall. Even if one crashed into it, one would not be able to break through it, and then one would not be able to get out. It would be a complete dilemma. I think we can leave the situation to fate. Yin Nuashing took a sip of tea and let out a long sigh. After a while, when your confinement time is up, I will have to dig Hui out. Why don't you all prepare yourselves and see if your origin energy can break through the barrier of the pinnacle realm and enter the 90% realm after the confinement time is up. After all, there is still a short period of time after the confinement time is up. Listen to my advice. Don't force yourself to be happy. Everyone's origin energy was stuck at 90%. It seemed to be very difficult to break through. No, the road was not blocked. It was just a little difficult to break through. Shuang and Feng Luo were actually the outliers of the outliers. So, they managed to break through. However, when they heard Feng say that being stuck at 90% was actually the standard outcome, they were already mentally prepared. This was also one of the reasons why they turned to force the origin territory. Well, that's true. Feng crossed his arms and took a deep breath. He narrowed his eyes and looked at little brother Maple. He watched as little brother Maple sipped his tea in satisfaction. Then he glanced at little brother Small and said, "But little brother Small managed to squeeze out his domain." Puff, cough, cough. Yin Nuashing did not drink the tea. Instead, she spat it out through her nose and mouth. After a while, she wiped her face with a towel and turned to look at Feng. She rolled her eyes when she saw Feng's smirk. Then, she looked at Xiao Shi nodded at her a few times. She coughed a few times and said, "So, this is the main reason why you all came back in such a mess?" Brother Lei pointed at Xing LV and said, "When we were adding fuel to the fire, Xiao Shi was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, she squeezed out her origin territory without saying a word. Then, she pressed us into the sea of energy and bombarded us. The origin territory's shielding ability was really good. We wanted you to come and save us, but you couldn't. Everyone sank into the sea of energy." Yin Nuashing's cheeks twitched. She laughed dryly. Sure enough, when the origin territory came out, she would definitely kill her own people first. This was really a traditional skill of the order. Chapter 2083. The domain of origin was a power that could be sublimated and metamorphosed into another form when the power of the origin system was pushed to the limit. Manifested in the form of a domain, it was a domain of pure energy, although it was said that there would be differences between domains of origin. It was also the most powerful force in the void of order, or at least that was the case in terms of appearance. As for the real situation, it would have to be subdivided according to the individual who wielded the domain of origin. For example, the few of them, He, Frost, and Shaoli. When the three of their domains of origin were put together, they should be able to be easily taken away by a passing Empyrean god of origin or a random block of ink. Should be? In short, it was such a power. The way to obtain it was so fantastical that even a fellow with 196 types of origin energy like him could only write a title of the way to activate the domain of origin on a piece of white paper before folding his hands and pondering for a long time before angrily flinging his pen away. It was fantastical, just as fantastical as the situation where the roots of many origin energy turned hostile after reaching 90%. It had to be dealt with differently. Anyway, it was a little mystical. Mystical as in metaphysics. It even gave him the feeling of seeing a ghost when he was still sensing the spiritual chi of the world as a child, holding his breath for half a day until snot and tears flowed, until his face was red and his neck was thick, and after half a day, he finally let out a fart. It was more or less a mystical feeling. Even if the Empyrean god of origin dropped a guidebook, the first page would be filled with intuition, the second page would be filled with rely on feelings, and the third page would be filled with believe in yourself. Well, that was just his idea. The Empyrean god of origin and the others seemed to have a way to guide them, but they were not here, and he could not bring everyone inside. It was not something that could be solved with just a few lines of pithy chants. To sum it up, it was hopeless. Everyone could only rely on themselves to think of a way. If they could create one origin domain before the expedition, it would be profitable. If they could create 2 origin domains, their chances of winning would increase by a little. If more than 100 inheritors could support the origin domain, he was 100% confident that he could break the underworld like a bamboo pole. Even if a chaotic concept body rushed out from the opposite side, he could still grab it by the neck and let everyone beat it to death, not giving it any chance to fight back, probably. The above scenario only existed in his imagination. If he had the time to imagine everyone activating their domain of origin and rushing into the underworld to show off their might, he might as well use this time to do something more serious. For example, let everyone's origin energy break through 90% of the barrier and squeeze into the latter part of the path that was originally reserved for those at the pinnacle. Of course, we want to break through this barrier as well. The origin energy is the best path for us to improve our combat power, but Sui Feng could not help but scratch the back of his head as he listened to Maple's nagging. But there's nothing we can do. We're stuck here. This is the path that should be taken when we reach the pinnacle in the first place, and asking us to take this path is just, well, we're rushing ducks into a perch and racing against time. Of course, it would be good if there's an opportunity, and it would be good if we give it our all. Brother Maple, could it be that you? Yin Nuoxing crossed his fingers and put them on his nose. His eyes glowed as he stared at everyone. When he found that everyone was staring at him with eyes that were even brighter than his, he could not help but be startled. His cheeks twitched. There's no way to reach the top in one step. Just give up. Everyone's morale instantly dropped. Oh, Yin Nuoxing pondered for a moment and said, but if you're already stuck in the wall, I should be able to kick you. To be honest, if you're already on the path of finding the root of the problem, and you've already made some progress, but you're always just a little bit away from it. You can't reach it, you can't ask for it, you can't touch it, and you can only stare at it helplessly. I should be able to help you get there. Everyone widened their eyes and stared at him. Sui Feng gulped nervously. You mean, no, what are you basing your words on? Yin Nuoxing looked up at the young man. His body glowed. Of course, it's based on the fact that all the origin energy in my body have reached 91%, except for the origin energy of a certain creation. For a moment, the table was filled with clanking sounds. Many cups of tea spilled out. Everyone struggled to get up from the ground. Sui Feng's eyes widened as he drew a huge question mark with his eyes. He pointed at Feng and said, "You've been right under our noses for half an era. You didn't run around or do anything weird. You didn't string yourself up either. Then, what did you do to become like this?" 147. Oh no, one less. With so many origin energy, you've crossed that threshold? You've already said that I've been sitting right under your noses. Every day, there are people walking in front of me. I've never left your sight for even a moment. What do you think I've been doing? What could I have done? Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Then, he put on a normal expression and explained, I've just given each of them a start. I've given them all a start. Then, I've left them alone after they've stabilized their footing. See, you suddenly said, so, little star, you've been studying the beginning for half an era. Oh, not only that, I've also raised the other 3 origin energy to 95%. The last one only needs more time. Yin Nuoxing put down his hand. A few clusters of energy lit up on his palm. Like Hui, there's the power of protection and the power of spirit. I only remembered this when I saw Dao Heaven. Dao Heaven was stunned. He tilted his head and pointed at himself. Me? Why me? I just remembered this power when I saw you. Then I suddenly realized that this power was worth using. So I pulled it up. Yin Nuashing grinned at him. The energy in his hand continued to change. This time, it became a cluster of energy that was as transparent as a white cloud. There's also the power of soul. Everyone fell into deep thought after listening to the three origin energy. Now, they turned their heads and lined up the three forces in front of him. They looked at each other for a long time. The first three forces could be said to be related to attack. They could advance or retreat. But the last three were completely different. Protection, spirit, and soul. In terms of attack, they were definitely stronger than the energy of destruction. It was not Feng's habit to play the fancy game. So, Brother Lei thought for a while. He could not help but say, compared to attack, the three forces should be more used for guarding, right? You've switched to defense? Can't help it. Yun Nuashing spread his hands as a silent admission. He shook his head and sighed worriedly. Everyone could feel the heavy resentment and helplessness coming from his mouth. When the time comes, the chaos concept entity will definitely come for me. I have to give myself the thickest defense so that I won't be nagged to the other side. If I suddenly say, I'm willing to join the chaos void in the middle of the fight, it's all over. By then, you guys will have to think about how to deal with me, the chaos concept entity, and the underworld at the same time. Everyone thought about the problem seriously. A moment later, they said in unison, just surrender. Just to deal with you alone, we'll need the strength of the entire void front line. If you jump over, we're all done for. Yin Nuashing shrugged. So, to prevent that from happening, I have to give myself the thickest armor. That way, I can howl twice when I'm hit, so that I won't be gone after a single howl and a charge, or I'll start chanting other slogans after a few howls. Everyone looked at each other and could not help scratching their heads and smiling bitterly. Their bravest observer had become a little demented to guard against the chaos concept entity. He could not go on the path of full attack and had switched to defense. It was obvious how wary he was of those blocks of ink. Against the chaos concept entity, no amount of caution would be enough. Even if vigilance was inscribed into one's origin construct, it would still be somewhat lacking. That was why there would be no mistake, no matter how high one's defensive standards were. It was understandable that the Guardian would not hesitate to bury himself to force out the origin domain. But for a warrior who specialized in charging and breaking through enemy lines, a person who only chose to charge forward on the path of attack, to turn around, and put up a shield, that was a choice that would only appear if one was driven to madness. It was very serious. It was as if the Guardian and the Observer had switched positions, with one wielding the Nethervoid sword and the other carrying a shield. All right, let's not talk about my situation. My situation is pretty much settled, so let's talk about yours. So, does any one of you need to be kicked? Yin Nuashing waved his hand and looked at the others with a serious expression. Me. Little Hour quickly raised his hand and said flatly when he turned his gaze away. Just one step. Although I've activated the domain of origin, I'm still one step away. Oh, that's even more convenient for you. The power of the magic circle just happens to be pulled over, so it's easier. Yin Nuashing nodded and turned towards the others, frowning slightly when he saw that they were all silent. Is there no one else? Are you sure you don't want to mess around? It's quite tiring to prepare this thing, and I've wasted 3 standard energy source worlds. Why don't you guys reconsider? Although I'm going to kick you over, I'm not really going to kick you. Don't be so scared. Scared? Ahem. Of course we wouldn't be scared if it's the normal way. Stringing us up, breaking us into pieces, or whatever. Ahem. So what do you plan to do? Suifeng coughed dryly. He looked at Feng's twinkling eyes and felt that something was wrong. Although they really wanted to break through the barrier, if they had to do all kinds of dirty tricks, it was better to not do it, right? That's what I did to myself. Why would I drag you guys into it? Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes and took a sip of tea. He looked up at Suifeng and blinked. Look, what do you think of the new decorations? Decorations? Suifeng was stunned, and so were the others. They turned their heads and looked around. The appearance of the conch house seemed to have changed from the original square shape to a little like walking through a maze. It was strange. The conch house and the place where they drank tea and farted were densely packed in a circle. There were 3 or 4 circles outside the circle. It looked strange, as if it had become an exhibition room. Yin Nuoxing looked at the others and saw that they were looking around. Although he was a little confused, he did not seem to understand what was going on. So you also pulled him back and forth. Little star, just say it. Don't keep us in suspense. I'm not keeping you in suspense. Aren't we being very careful? Yin Nuoxing said calmly. Huh? Everyone's breathing stagnated. They did not know why, but when they heard this sentence, their hearts skipped a beat. He turned his head and held Siyu down. He held the girl's face with both hands and rubbed it here and there. He pulled her eyelids and picked her mouth. As he looked, he muttered, everything is normal. Your control is normal. Your eyes are normal. Hiss. Your bite force is normal. Siyu nibbled on his rubbing hand and bared her teeth at him. Yin Nuoxing coughed dryly. Well, as long as you guys are okay, it's fine. It seems that this level of impact is not big. Then let's get to the point. While everyone was in a daze, they suddenly saw the origin sundries in all directions lit up from the inside out. The colorful light turned into a beam of light that was a few meters high and rose into the air. At the same time, red and black lines appeared on the ice surface. When the light stabilized and reflected in everyone's eyes, thousands of energy threads suddenly sprang out from the origin sundries. They drew a huge arc in the air and landed on the ice surface at the other end. The dense red and black lines intertwined, as if wrapping the place into a ball. Not far above their heads, there was a square red and black energy crystal that had just condensed. Energy crystal? The red and black lines spread rapidly, stringing together the sundries that had been tossed around like an exhibition room. Gradually, they drew 3-dimensional energy patterns on the ice surface and in the air, quickly wrapping the place where everyone was in a ball. The outer circles had also taken shape and were slowly spinning. The inside of the ball and the space between the ball and the circles were covered by colorful energy clouds. As this abnormal scene took shape, everyone seemed to recognize something. This red and black ball and the outer circles. This is magic formation, construct. Sure, Xiao very calmly said the words that sent chills down everyone's spines. After that, she even used a calm voice to express her realization. The feeling I had when I sat down just now. So this is it. You've already set it up? Yes. I set it up right under your noses. Yin Nuoxing shrugged and replied with a faint smile. Looking at everyone's face that was covered in cold sweat, she calmly reminded them, don't just think about scaring yourself. Hurry up and look at your own situation. I've really put in a lot of effort to set it up. I'm not kidding. They were now in the core of the magic circle construct. The entire magic circle connected all the origin junk in a manner together. Or rather, the origin junk was woven into the magic circle as a part of the magic circle. Now, they could still see the origin junk glowing in various colors under the influence of the origin energy. The energy released by the light condensed into a colorful cloud that contained the aura of the origin energy. However, it seemed that there was something else other than the origin energy. Something else, the aura of something very important. TSK, the feeling that they could not get rid of came back again. Hurry, it's a little like the aura of the gods. Suiqing suddenly said softly. She looked at the layout around her. Her blue eyes flashed for a moment before she looked at Feng Ling with a slightly stunned expression. She exclaimed, You've drawn out all the power of the gods in the creation. Yeah. It's hard to hear, isn't it? With his actions exposed, Yin Nuoxing could not help but laugh. Everyone looked at his bright smile and his smile that was as beautiful as a flower. They could not help but laugh dryly as their insides trembled. This guy was as crazy as ever. There were many things left behind by the gods when they were creating them. They could be energy fragments, law fragments, and order fragments. They could also be the structural cores and structural roots that were created using their power. Although they were not the kind of deadly creation of order, These were all pieced back together through the concept realm. Whatever was in the original junk, the junk here would be the same. However, theoretically speaking, these things existed in the root and core of the structure. Or rather, they were cast into the root and core of the structure. There was no way they could take them out of the creation. Even if they used their own power to use these creations, they would only be carrying the power of the creation. It was completely different from directly drawing out the power of the root and core of the structure. It was the difference between using a ladle to draw water from a river and directly digging out the source of the river. Anyway, with the concept level space's repair function, it won't be a big problem even if it's broken. Yin Nuashing yawned as he stood up and said to everyone, so that's how it is. The traction effect of these things is much stronger than if I were to do it myself. There are tens of thousands of items here, and they all have all the origin energy. You guys can take your time. It won't be long before we can break through this barrier. If everyone's origin energy is maxed out, that would be the best. I know it might not be possible. Just let me daydream for a while. Little Hour, come over here. I have something to discuss with you. Little She, I'll talk to you later. Little She was curious, but she did not ask much and followed him out. Behind them, there were a lot of gossipy gazes. Just like the space, they were all shining with colorful lights. Little She seemed to understand something and quickly followed, going to give birth. Seeing the three of them disappear, Sui Feng could not help but ask, "It's your turn, isn't it? Since Hui Jun is not here, it's your turn to talk." Brother Lei's cheeks twitched. "Aren't you afraid of being sent to the chaotic void?" This. Ahem, don't look. Let's get down to business. Hurry up and do it. This is the price of 3 energy source worlds. Everyone thought for a while and felt that something was wrong. You don't seem to be the one paying the price. In another space, Little Hour had just stood there when she saw Ling throw out hundreds of millions of arrays. Furthermore, the arrays continued to expand at an extremely fast speed. She only took a few glances and saw that the number had increased by hundreds of thousands. Other than red and black balls, there were also red and black circles of different sizes in the sky. The number of arrays was frightening. Although there were also arrays with colorful luster, there were fewer arrays of different levels. Little She looked at the sky covered by magic circles and saw Ling turn around, as if he was thinking of something to say. She immediately understood, and a purple-gold energy emerged from her body. "Do you want to fight?" Yin Nuashing suddenly staggered and quickly supported Little She. She smiled bitterly and waved her hand. No. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to ask you to verify a question. You can release the domain of origin first. Let me see what's going on." Little She was a little confused, but she was not in a hurry to ask anything. She nodded and took a light breath. A purple-gold light emerged from her collar. Her sacred sigil seemed to be on her chest. A moment later, a purple-gold ring about 10 feet in size appeared behind her. The ring was filled with all kinds of mysterious lines that could not be understood, which should be the many marks of the domain of origin. The inside of the ring was like a canvas with a bucket of purple-gold paint, and then a large whirlpool was drawn with a brush. The whirlpool was really spinning, and its true appearance could only be seen when one stared hard. It was actually an image drawn with energy lines that were thousands of times thinner than a hair. Even if one stared hard, one could only see innumerable tiny threads densely packed like the sands of the galaxy. Little She breathed a sigh of relief. She felt better after releasing the domain of origin. She nodded at Ling. "Well, what's next?" Yin Nuashing was stunned. "That's it? There's nothing else? It's just all kind of crackling sounds?" Little She shook her head. "My domain of origin is closer to the situation of switching the form of energy. If you want to see the real effect of the domain, you just need to cast a magic circle. That is to say, it's not a huge domain in itself, but the effect of the domain is given to the magic circle, right?" Yin Nuashing said. When he saw Little She nodding in affirmation, he said, "Oh, the magic circle itself is like a domain, although it is very different from a real domain that fills the whole space with thick and sticky energy. The domain of origin of the magic circle seems to be to make up for this difference, so that a magic circle can really become a domain? Well, let's not talk about that first. Yin Nuoxing shook his head and pressed her shoulder. When he was about to say something, little Shi took his hand and pressed it on her head. He could not help but smile bitterly. Ahem, it's like this. See if your domain of origin, can you control my magic circle? Little Shi heard him and turned to look at the magic circle that was still expanding in the sky. It was probably already 1,000,000,000,000 in size. Her pretty face trembled, and her voice trembled. Let me try. Yin Nuoxing let go of his control over his own magic circle, leaving only his own energy and aura in it, maintaining the output of his power and exchanging the right to use it with someone else. Looking at the purple gold patterns that continued to spread out from Xiaoshu's body, a moment later, he felt that there was a force that touched his magic circle, but had been lingering around the door, and it seemed that it was not easy to move on to the next step. When he saw it, he tried to pull it, and pulled that force into the door. About 10 minutes later, little Shi slowly opened her eyes and waved her right hand gently. The countless magic circles in the sky all spun, gathering energy and rearranging, piling a large number of smaller magic circles into a pattern that looked like a large magic circle. Several purple gold energy patterns appeared on each magic circle, like strands of hair attached to the surface, inconspicuous. Then, she waved her hand again, and the magic circle suddenly split into two sides. The converged energy poured out in a flash, and a grand fireworks festival exploded in the sky. The mighty energy flames that spread out tens of millions of miles away were mixed with the presence of both of them. With you guiding it, it's possible. Little She nodded slightly after setting off the fireworks. It hasn't reached the upper limit and can be improved. Is this the step you want to try? You want me to take control of your magic circles for you? Yes. Yin Nuoxing nodded and sighed softly. There are many reasons, and I have to be prepared. The second core is only controlled by me, and it's not easy to handle. Frost alone would not be able to handle it. Then, I suddenly heard that you had activated the domain of origin, and I had this idea. Yes, it's a new idea, and I'll bring you to test it. Indeed, if you let me take control of the magic circles for you before activating the domain of origin. Little She looked at the sky where the energy flames were gradually dispersing and gulped without leaving a trace. This is probably the limit, and you should be able to set up more during the real battle. Yin Nuoxing scratched his head and laughed dryly. He could not help but mumble. Without a magic circle in the scale of trillions, it's like a broken arm or a broken leg. I've only touched a small part of it, and there are still many, many more that have not been activated. Even the little angel, who was familiar with him, stumbled a little. She could not help but poke his cheek with her wing. That's the result of your own control. They are not like you, and they may not be able to withstand the pressure of so many magic circles. When the time comes, if there really is a situation where you have to entrust Frost and Little She to control, what do you want them to do? Oh, well, it's fine. The real situation depends on the limit at that time. When the time comes, with the support of the domain of order, their tolerance will be higher. At this time, there is still time to familiarize with the domain of origin. Moreover, when my control of the origin energy is further improved, I can also increase the upper limit of the magic circles that I can control on behalf of him. Little She said to the little angel. Yin Nuoxing rubbed her head. Then, if there is a situation when the time comes, I'll leave it to you. Little She nodded slightly. Yes. Chapter 2084. The origin domain was a very unreasonable thing. At least, it was the most unreasonable thing he had ever seen in his life of nearly 100 years. It was as unreasonable as the chaos domain. No matter what the situation was, as long as the domain was activated first, all kinds of conditions would surge up like spring. On the other hand, the enemies in the domain would feel dizzy and nauseous, instantly aging into a weak chicken that could not even trust a chicken. Although it was a little exaggerated, it was more or less the same. As for the degree of unreasonable, there was a living example before him. Before Xiao activated the origin domain, she could only cast 1/10 of the power of the origin domain. Now that she had activated the origin domain, the magnitude had been increased by 1,000 times, and she indicated that she had not reached her limit yet. She could go back and familiarize herself with it, and continue to improve her combat ability. It was unreasonable. 1,000-fold increase in magnitude might not be much, but it was definitely not as simple as 1,000-fold increase in combat ability. After all, his formation was more dazzling than dozens of galaxies put together, and the name Morning Star in the Void Frontline was not for nothing. Under such circumstances, 1,000-fold increase in magnitude was simply, well, he did not know what to say, so he would just have to experience it himself. Anyway, it was outrageous. On the other hand, he did not have such a deep feeling about his origin domain, probably because his usual movements were already big enough, and it could not be that big anymore. After all, they were all family, and the stronger their combat ability, the better. There was not much time left for them to operate at random. Hopefully, Xiao Xiao and the others could reach 95% of the origin energy this time. To set up that place, he had really put in a lot of effort, moving a lot of stuff around. Those who did not know would think that he was tidying up a warehouse. In the limited time left, he would leave the last bit of time to rest and adjust to his best condition. As for the rest of the time, yes, he could continue to come up with some strange ideas. He could do anything. Now was the time where there were no taboos. In short, he would do whatever was effective. Even if he was messing around, he could still do whatever he wanted. Lord Foam, the Void Express is here for you. Help open the door and receive it. While he was thinking about all kinds of crazy things, he suddenly heard little Ching Zi's voice. When he raised his head and was about to open a space fissure, the little angel had already opened it for him. He then said, "Bring it over." "What did you bring over?" "Ah, this. You want us to throw the world light into the waves of laws to capture a portion of it and bring it back. Oh, there's such a thing. I was just dealing with some other matters and was thinking too far ahead. I almost forgot about it." "Oh, well, anyway, I'll bring it over." Little Qingzi couldn't help laughing dryly. Yin Nuoxing and the little angel turned to look at the space fissure. After a while, a sphere that was thousands of feet in size squeezed out of the fissure. As soon as it appeared in this space, the space around it immediately distorted strangely. The calm sea of energy also trembled slightly without warning. With the fissure as the center, circles of ripples began to vibrate on the surface of the sea. After a while, the energy turned into a gust of wind and began to flow between heaven and earth. Bit by bit, the energy gathered and surged continuously. The momentum was so great that the entire space was filled with the sound of a large amount of energy being crushed by a large amount of energy, as if it was about to condense into a storm. He didn't expect that this thing would cause such a huge commotion as soon as it appeared. Originally, this space was set up to handle things that could only be handled in an extremely stable environment or for fighting. The space, rules, and other conditions were all adjusted to be quite stable, and it wasn't easy to open up a path to the source environment. However, he didn't expect that this kind of space would immediately become unstable because of the appearance of a single ball. The surface of the sphere was covered by dozens of vortexes of various sizes. It was as if they were looking at a planet that had been eroded and occupied by an endless storm. The storm was the only specialty of the sphere. The thing inside was moving restlessly at a very high frequency, rampaging and crashing against the structure of the world's light cluster and the world barrier, like a ferocious beast that wanted to break free from its cage. What chaotic laws! It's like a huge source of interference. It can't wait to affect this space as soon as it comes out. Mei Mao could feel that the space had become abnormally chaotic. She could not help but look around and saw that the space in the distance had been twisted into a fried dough twist. She began to mobilize her energy to try to stabilize the space, but she was stunned. "Little star, the space can't be stabilized." "Yeah, I've tried to." Yin Nuoxing pulled her back a little. As the source of interference squeezed out of the fissure, the entire space shook more violently, and the fissure began to open. The waves of rules are mixed with a terrifying amount of void concept fragments, and they are more active than the concept fragments in the resident points. They are now barely restrained in the world light, and running around in a relatively stable area has already caused such a scene. If it explodes, this place will be fun. Also, the concept fragments themselves seem to be restraining countless law fragments. That's not all. From the turbulence inside, the countless fragments seem to be accumulating power at a very slow speed. This power does not come from a void, but from themselves. A large group of fragments rubbing against each other to start a fire? Generating energy out of thin air. It seems that the void concept fragments are so large that they can restore part of the void and create a void region. It's just that they are not pieced together. Little Star did not understand. This is the truth behind the waves of rules constantly accumulating power? Probably. Yin Nuashing frowned as she looked at the ball and could not help but murmur to herself. The void, the concept fragments of the void will repair itself when the void is destroyed. If the concept fragments mixed in the waves of rules will only accumulate and not dissipate, it can probably be said that the void is now a little heavier, a problem at the level of the concept of the rules. The void was an infinite void, and there was no need to talk about it. But the concept, well, the getting heavier mentioned above only meant that its concept was getting heavier. Through the 3 steps of dismantling itself, storing itself, and repairing itself, the concept of the void was getting bigger little by little. Howard was not particularly sure if there was a limit to how much the void could bear. So, let's just assume that there was. Little Star tilted her head. Has the void eaten too much? In terms of its own activity, this is equivalent to self-devouring. But the concept fragments from self-devouring are all piled up in one place and will not really disappear. They will not be cleaned up by the void itself, and the holes from self-devouring will repair themselves. The void is heavier out of thin air, and so is the resident points. But the scale of the resident points is far smaller than the waves of rules, and the concept fragments inside are also different from the waves of rules. They are not enough to be pieced together into a void region, so I did not think in this direction. Looking at this situation, the waves of rules plus the resident points. Could the void have fattened itself to death? Little Star was stunned, and her flapping wings stiffened. It is stacking the concept fragments at an extremely slow speed and only entering and not leaving, which is a kind of compression and destruction to the concept of the void itself. Probably, the current situation of the middle and lower planes being completely silent is caused by this. If one's weight only increases and does not decrease, no matter who it is, they will eventually become a bloated fatty, and then all kinds of problems will follow. In the case of the void itself, it is too bloated, like a balloon that is constantly inflating and finally unable to escape the fate of exploding. Regardless, this has to do with the epic fireworks in the void more than 2 years later. Everything we see now is just the movement it is preparing for that fireworks. In short, this is the Dark Age. As for the other eras, I don't know. I have not personally experienced or witnessed the eruption of the void's turbulence. Should I be able to make it this time? I don't know. The last scene I saw in my memory was also not the eruption of the void's turbulence. Little Star shook her head. The two of them looked at each other helplessly and bitterly. The last scene they saw was a person in the ball poking the realm of the gods with a finger, and then everything was over. Speaking of that scene, the scene in the dream seemed to be very different from the reality at this moment. They did not know whether it was the difference, or that the dream could only see and reproduce that level of seeing. They seemed to have thought about this topic before, but they did not come to any conclusion. Wow, this thing is so heavy. I was almost flattened halfway through. Little Star's voice once again interrupted their thoughts. When they looked up, they saw the young man appeared beside them with sweat all over his face. Little Star turned to them and smiled bitterly. The interior of this world's light cluster has been deformed. We used several methods to reinforce it along the way, and finally made it look like this. If you look at the world barrier and the structural rules, You should be able to see the traces of a lot of bandages. I can see it. It's scarred and broken. It was forcibly bound together. I think it would fall apart with just a poke. This ball has exploded at least 17 times. Thank goodness you guys could use the Matryoshka doll method to fix it. Yinuwashing could not help but smack her lips. It exploded once when we just sank it into the waves of rules, and there were a lot of accidents when we captured it. Sigh. It was not captured at all. The moment we threw it in, it was automatically filled up. Not only was it full, it even exploded. It is a miracle that we could bring this thing back. I-Ching wiped his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the world's light cluster that was still changing and trembling like a balloon, causing the entire dimension to tremble violently. He quickly said, "Lord Feng, hurry up and fix it. The crude method we left behind to fix it can't hold it together anymore. It will be gone in a few minutes." "Ah, I don't intend to fix it." Yinuwashing scratched her cheek and said. She saw little Qing's mouth wide open in fear. She patted the young man's shoulder and calmly said, "Don't worry. When you brought it back, I already obtained the most important information. Now, its first mission is over. As for its second mission," he turned around and reached out to the world's light cluster that was trembling violently. He waved his hand and pressed it down. A huge force from this dimension suddenly descended from the sky and punched the world's light cluster like a ball. In an instant, the world's barrier above it was flattened. Large cracks ran through the entire world's barrier. When the world's light cluster fell into the sea of energy below, it already showed signs of shattering. The dozens of storms inside were also shaken to the point that they dissipated. Crash! A monstrous wave suddenly rolled up just as it was about to collapse and dragged it into the sea of energy. It was dragged to the bottom of the sea. The thick sea of energy completely submerged it and isolated it. The chaos caused by the world's light cluster also slowly dissipated, and the dimension returned to normal. Yinuwashing's expression suddenly changed. She grabbed the little angel and little Qing and quickly opened a spatial rift. "Oh, the sea of energy is having a stomachache. Let's retreat quickly." "Stomachache? What's a stomachache?" I-Ching was stunned by this statement. He couldn't help but turn around as he was dragged into the spatial rift. Then he saw that on the surface of the sea of energy, a large number of bubbles that could cause people to have trypophobia suddenly appeared. It was as if the entire sea of energy was boiling. A bright area appeared on the surface of the sea, and then, boom! The vast energy that came from the bottom of the sea set off a colorful wall of water with white foam. Just by looking at it, he knew that it was a movement of the size of a star. It felt as if a sun had exploded under the sea. The vast energy impact with several rings of light exploded. He stared as the impact swept over. Just as he was about to raise an energy barrier, the spatial rift suddenly closed, isolating the sea of energy that had caused a huge commotion on the other side. Phew! It's been a long time since I've seen such a huge movement in the sea of energy. I-Ching patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Will it affect the sea of energy? Oh, it's not that exaggerated. It just choked after eating a lot of things in one go. Yinuwashing shook her head and muttered as she stroked her hair. The amount is really too huge. Ever since the formation and the void disintegrated, it's been a long time since we received such a huge amount of concept law fragments at once. Although it's no longer useful. No longer useful? Then there's no need to collect them? Yes, there's no need to worry about it. Resident points and the law tide are fundamentally the same. It's just that the magnitude of the law tide is so shocking that it can't be squeezed anymore. It's squeezing and compressing, and when it's done, it'll keep squeezing. I'm guessing that the brewing power of that thing has reached a level where it could pose a lethal threat to 99% of the life in the void. Just the power that leaked out is enough to calm the void. Judging from the situation just now, while the law tide would not directly affect us, the field it's set up is definitely not suitable for battle. That kind of messy situation is already messy enough if both of us were to fight. If the field becomes so messy, Who knows what's fighting then, since it could directly affect the field and the void? I Ching paused and looked at Lord Feng in confusion. Lord Feng, were you not affected just now? Affected? What effect? Yin Nuoxing paused. I really wasn't affected just now. But you were? In what way? I Ching rubbed his chin and pondered. He tried to describe the feeling just now. It's a bit like being dragged. Well, standing up from a sea. My whole body is heavy. The feeling of being suppressed by your origin domain. But it's a lot lighter. It's only about 1/20th of the suppression of your origin domain, but it's still quite obvious. Yin Nuoxing widened her eyes slightly and turned to look at the little angel. Girl, you too? The little angel shook her head. My soul and yours have always been in a state of half-fusion. You didn't feel it, so naturally I didn't feel it either. Oh yeah. Yin Nuoxing scratched her head and turned around to look into the spatial rift for a while. She pulled her head out and said, Little Ching, it's a little quieter inside. I'll open the door a little further away. Now, hurry up and get some people to go in and check out the situation. Try to feel the different situation as much as possible. Oh, Little Ching responded and waved his arm in the soul. After a while, more than a dozen order warriors rushed in and broke into the spatial rift together. He and the little angel waited quietly in the same place for 10 minutes. Little Ching and a group of people jumped out. Both of them were startled when they saw the sorry look on Little Ching's face. Did they get beaten up? The dozen order warriors communicated for a while and reported the results to Little Ching. After that, they bowed to him and slipped out. Little Ching rubbed his chin and pondered for a while before he slowly said, As I said just now, everyone was suppressed. It's about 1/20th of the suppression effect of your origin domain suppression effect. Completely immersed in the area of the surging waves of the laws, this effect will be increased to 1/15th. This is the basic situation. After that, we carried out experiments on various attack methods and energy. We found that except for the origin energy, almost everything would be suppressed by the waves of the laws. Our combat power has been affected to varying degrees. If that's the case, it's the same old situation. Yin Nuoxing made no sound. It seems that the suppression effect on all of you is because all of you have weak origin energy. That's why it's only effective. If it's a life form without origin energy, I'm afraid that it would be suppressed by more than half. Sure enough, we can't drag this out. When the waves of the laws come crashing down, it won't be fun anymore. The underworld will definitely not care about this part of the suppression, and they definitely have the corresponding methods to counteract it. They can ignore it, but we can't. Even if our combat power is reduced by 1/1000th, it's still a dangerous situation. He had already expected this, so he did not get stuck in such a dead-end situation. Fortunately, he did not set a series of time-consuming plans at such a dead-end point. He did not become too passive after knowing the situation. Returning to the conch house, he looked at everyone who had already gathered. Now, all the heirs were gathered here, except for one guy whose coffin had been tamped down. He wanted to ask about the progress, but each of them had a very serious expression on their faces, so he did not ask. The origin energy in everyone's body resonated with the origin energy flowing in the magic circle, and the entire space was filled with a heavy, sacred presence. This was the first time he saw the heirs resonating with each other, and the scene made him feel as if he was in a trance. He felt as if he was looking at the time when the heavenly god of origin and the others were still around. If they were to collectively cause such a commotion, it would probably be the same as now. Well, looking at it, even his origin energy was a little active, as if wanting to jump out and play a song with everyone. Shuang had also entered a state of contemplation, probably wanting to take this opportunity to try to cross the threshold of 95%. Unfortunately, he crossed the threshold because of some factors that could not be replicated, so he could not give any suggestions. It was not so easy for his other origin energy to cross the threshold of 95%. At this time, concentrating all his attention on one origin energy would not be as effective as stacking a few more layers of armor. If there was no movement after a long time, he would explode. Hui had been embedded in the ice for almost half an era, and there was no movement at all. No one knew what happened to him, and his soul was completely silent. It was not convenient to observe him, and now he could only confirm that Hui was fine and had not collapsed. His eyes were a little gray. He looked at the figure embedded in the ice with his eyes gently closed, and his face was peaceful. The energy source, energy core, and the energy source world that piled up at the bottom of the pit had all disappeared. There was nothing under Huey's overlapping hands, and it looked as if he deliberately raised his hands to leave a piece empty. It was a little strange. That was where the energy source world was supposed to be. It's almost time for you to move a little. He sighed and squatted on the surface of the dark crystal. He tapped the solid crystal with his finger and said, "It's been almost half an era. I can't tell if I should wake you up when everyone's seal is broken or if I should wake you up first. I've calculated the time and waited for you to recover. Everyone's seal will be broken at the same time, and you will run up at the same time. When all of you are done, it will be time to face that day." Listening to him talking to himself, the little angel could not help but squat beside him and whisper, "When we first saw you sleeping, we also had the same mentality, waiting, a little anxious, a little worried." Yin heard it and smiled bitterly. "Also, Sai, the time of sleeping is torturous, and it's only torturous to those who are awake. Those who are asleep will just open their eyes and close their eyes, and everything will be over. Although the perception of the passage of time is still there, it won't be too deep. Well, there will be fatigue, and it will rust after sleeping for a long time." The little angel shrugged and turned her head to look down, but she could not see the person inside. She had to rely on Little Star's vision to see the figure. "Can he wake up in time?" "It's hard to say." Yin Nuashing sighed, pulled her up, and retreated outside the gray crystal. "There's still some time. When time really sets foot on the 58th era, if Hui is fine, let him continue to sleep. He has decided that this thing needs to be done, and he will be stubborn to the end. If he can't do it, wait for everyone to break the seal and finish everything. Then wake him up. Give him 200 or 300 years to complete the path after the seal is broken." And then he took a breath and turned to look at the angel girl. "By the way, the time of your seal. Soon, I should be the first to break the seal again." The little angel chuckled and held his hand, interlocking their fingers. "After all, since you woke up, I have been in a state of half-soul fusion with your soul. The seal has been wearing down, and it's about to end. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to go through 6 or 7 cycles. And then there's no then." She shrugged. "It would be great if I can reach the pinnacle." Yin turned her head and spat out a mouthful of water. "The pinnacle? You think too much. The pinnacle. I try to peek at the path to the pinnacle from the situation of the origin energy. If I'm not wrong, officially entering the pinnacle and the path after that are far from the path ahead. Well, it's the same as the path of the origin energy that you learned from me. When the time comes, you'll have to spend a lot of effort to figure it out until your brain is just a ball of paste. Our brain is just a ball of light and energy." Oh yes. He was suddenly a little curious. What would Huey's origin domain be like? A shield's origin domain. Would he stack armor for everyone? 3 to 5 shields for everyone? Or would he give everyone a complete set of Guardian's Barrier? Or would he use rule power to transfer damage? Just like his primeval domain? Or would it simply reflect damage? He did not know what would happen. Anyway, at the bottom of his heart, it was still the most important puzzle to deal with the chaos domain of the chaos concept body. It was because of this that he could not help but say those words to Hui half an era ago. "Sai, I'm sorry to have to trouble you, old friend. Little Star, are you free? Why do you have such a weird expression on your face?" Without any warning, Shuang suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. The icy aura that came towards them gave him and the little angel a fright. Just now, they were still thinking about the power of chaos and Hui. Now that someone suddenly popped out, they thought it was Huey's corpse. "No, nothing. I'm thinking about something." "Ahem, what's wrong with you? Do you need my help?" Yin Nuoxing pressed the head of the ice sculpture and asked softly. Shuang Shuang rolled her eyes a few times and nodded slightly. Yes, there's something important. Is the magic circle construct exclusive to the origin energy? No, it's just a form of power related to magic circles. It can be learned with some effort to change the form of magic circles. Yin Nuoxing shook his head. Looking at the way the girl was thinking quickly, he could not help but ask, "Are you planning to?" Shuang Shuang nodded slightly at him. "Previously, I promised to help you take charge of a magic circle group when you need it, little star. After that, although I have completed the experiment, but that was before your magic circle group completed the transformation. I just tried to control your magic circle construct, and it became a little difficult under the same number of conditions, so I plan to lure it again. The problem is not a problem. I almost forgot about it, but why did you suddenly mention it?" Yin Nuoxing tilted his head and looked at the ice sculpture girl. "Weren't you dealing with the origin energy just now?" "It's too late," Shuang Shuang immediately replied, as if she had already prepared the answer. The words that came out of her mouth stunned him and the little angel. "I have already found 95% of the path, but it's too late. There's not enough time left for me to deal with it. Even taking a step will take a long time. For now, there's not enough time. I need to change the direction." Yin Nuoxing looked at the girl in a daze. "As expected of you, you found the path just like that. My magic circle had not been open for long, and when everyone's faces were full of pain from holding it in, as expected, the origin energy was the most unusual life form in the void. Even if the origin god and the others were to see this progress, they would probably exclaim that it was unprecedented." Chapter 2085. The War Between Order and Chaos. Crusade Against the Underworld. How to Counter the Chaos Concept Body. 3 Ways to Kill a Primeval Pinnacle. On the Ultimate Power of the Lesser Void Tremor. The method and feasibility of artificially triggering true void tremor, as well as various additional discussions and digressions. Of course, at present, he had either made a draft or only written a title. The content below was blank, a series of question marks, and a series of blackened and crossed out content. Even if he wanted to write something, he could not find the specific content. The first 2 articles could be discussed together, and the last 2 could be discussed separately or together. Although it was very explosive and aggressive, in fact, he really did not know how to trigger a real void turbulence. It took him a lot of effort to even make a draft. He scribbled and changed it for the whole morning, which was equivalent to not writing a single word. It felt almost the same whether they were separated or not. Theoretically speaking, a Primeval Pinnacle 7 or 8 would not be as difficult as a Chaos Concept Body. Still, after carefully listing out the many methods they could use, he finally came to a bad conclusion. There was no conclusion. The area before was a blind spot in his knowledge, and he had to rely on guessing whether the flood of saturated energy could neutralize the chaos impact of the Chaos Concept Body, make it sneeze, or make it slap them to death. Yes, he had no idea at all. Even if he had the experience of fighting the Chaos Concept Body and the Primeval God, it was just a little experience that could not be used as a reference. After all, those 2 things were not normal, and it was pure carelessness and overconfidence to use the situation when he encountered them as a standard. Whatever, putting the Lord of the Underworld aside, he still needed to worry about the Chaos Concept Body. It was the thickest of mountains, and if he could not chisel through it, everything he did before would be a waste of effort. Against the Chaos Concept Body experience. That was why the incident in AI Hongyun's void domain was not considered experience. That thing's chaos domain was not normal at the time, and it felt even weaker than his own weak chaos domain. The thing was definitely not right, and the only experience he could use was Sui Feng and the others. They had the experience of fighting the Chaos Concept Body, even if it was the experience of dragging an entire order node and bombarding its head indiscriminately. It was incomparable to today's experience, and it was unfeasible and unworthy of reference. As for the incident on the Cloud Continent, it was even more unworthy of reference. That thing did not really want to fight him, and only wanted to run away but could not, and kept nagging about wanting to fight him. The experience of Order's response back then could not be used as reference, but it would be good to hear about the chaos concept body. What he heard from Sui Feng and the others about the chaos concept body was that it tore off a node of Order and threw it back as a chaos plaything to slap Order's face, or something similar. There was no deeper impression. He remembered something. When he first met the chaos concept body in AI Hongyun's place, it threw out chaos spawns and chaos soldiers in an emergency. Emergency? Was that an emergency? From the looks of it, it should be. But since it had taken over AI Hongyun's body to cause trouble, it probably was not happy and could not go all out. The chaos spawns that it threw out were almost all killed by its 2 energy blasts and were not useful at all. What if they were facing a chaos concept body at its peak? In the mythological era, high-level primeval could only be ordinary soldiers in the war between Order and Chaos, and those below that threshold were not even recommended to participate in the war. Mr. Bray seemed to have mentioned that the Chaos concept body's Chaos spawns and Chaos soldiers were at least high-level. Could it summon a bunch of Chaos soldiers that were comparable to the pinnacle of primeval to charge at them? It could not, right? How were they going to fight if that was the case? But theoretically, they should be able to do that. Although the large number of Chaos soldiers would slightly weaken the power of the Chaos soldiers, they should still be comparable to the pinnacle of primeval, or at least those who had just reached the pinnacle. Just imagine countless Chaos soldiers who had just reached the pinnacle of primeval charging at them. Could they still fight this battle? Could they win this? Could the Fortress of Origin's domain, energy towers, and all energy towers be replaced with energy sources as their cores allow the average attack power of all Order warriors to reach the pinnacle of primeval? Reduce the frequency of attacks, and try to increase the attack power a little? If that did not work, then the Origin domain, with his Origin domain as a base and the previous conditions, plus his unknown number of arrays, would he be able to reach this average condition? If not, then there were other conditions that could be put to use, although there was that thing that could suppress chaos in the Void front lines, and a copy of it had been placed in the Fortress of Origin. Using the domain to make it work, there was no telling how effective it would be against the Chaos concept body and Chaos soldiers, and whether it would continue to work when the Chaos domain came crashing down. Well, the more he wrote, the more tired he felt. It was not the turn of the Chaos concept body's true form, and he was already using all his strength. How was he going to fight the true form? His head hurt. His temples were throbbing, and his head was splitting. It was so painful that he wanted to directly study the execution method of true void turmoil. Looking at the crystal ball rolling around on the table and the pile of crumpled paper on the floor, and then at the litter pile of paper on the floor, as well as the blackened notebook, he took a deep breath, rubbed his eyes, and flipped the notebook to another page and wrote a few new titles. How to use my family's obsession to destroy, speculation on the execution method of true void turmoil, and speculation on the damage of true void turmoil to the chaos concept body. Wow, you, Brother Feng, we were just about to fight to the death. Why did you start a suicidal attack? Just as he put down his pen, he heard a terrified voice. Calmly turning his head, he saw that Sui Feng and the others had come to his side without him noticing. They might have even seen him finish writing the last full stop before they spoke. Sui Feng and the others were tidying up the rolling crystal ball and the crumpled paper on the floor, patiently unfolding them to carefully read the contents. Their pretty faces trembled as they read. You've maxed out your suicidal attack. Old brother Lei could not help but grumble after reading for a while. Seeing that young brother Feng did not seem to mind, he picked up the small notebook he had just finished writing and flipped through it for a while before smiling bitterly. Although the method of handling it makes us tremble in fear. But the predictions regarding the chaos concept body written here are more or less accurate. Yin Nuashing sighed gloomily. She waved her hand at them and changed the topic. Did you successfully break through? 8th heavenly layer. Oh, it was smooth and easy. There weren't any problems. You even went through 3 extra classes. Although it was a little rushed under the source law, it didn't seem that easy to fail. Suifeng grinned and gave a thumbs up. How rushed are you to deliberately say a little rushed? Just a little bit rushed. Well, it's just a little bit. But it's not a big deal. I'm not affected by it. Don't worry. As for the others, they'll be done in the next 10,000 years. Oh, by the way, Little Qing wants me to tell you that although he's closed, the frontline matters have been settled. You don't have to worry about it. 10,000 years, including the others at the front line, according to the limit of time, 20 to 30,000 years? There's no time. There's no time. Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh. She turned her gaze to the other side of the ice field. The icy blue light beam illuminated the sky, and a thick icy aura was rapidly condensing there. What are Shuang Shuang and the others doing? They're dealing with something with little you, little Phoenix, and your little blanket. They didn't say anything, and we didn't ask. Suifeng picked up the pile of trash that Brother Feng had just made and looked at it. Then, he looked up at Brother Feng. Brother Feng, about Huijun ah. Yin Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief and replied, It's about time to dig him out. He's been quiet for half an era without a sound. I'm also a little worried. I don't know how he's doing. Although it's not my intention to interrupt him, but the time has reached the final moment, and I have to leave some time for him to deal with any accidents that might happen to him. I should have left 100 billion years, but Yin Nuoxing sighed, holding her chin as she slowly tidied up the messy table. She then turned her gaze to the other side. I don't know why I didn't call him out a few billion years ago. I probably thought that he would never be called out by chaos, and there's no need to leave some time for him to collapse. That's why I waited until today. He put down the things in his hand and looked up at the gray ice field. Should we wait a few more years? He muttered to himself with a frown. Although there's still some time, waiting without any clue, I feel that you're more impatient than we are. Suifeng could not help spreading his hands when he saw the slight anxiety and worry on Maple's face. At least on the surface, Maple appeared to be more impatient than they were. Yin Nuoxing crossed her fingers and remained silent for a while. Then, she slowly rose to her feet before sitting down again with a blank expression. She crossed her hands and remained silent for around half a minute before slowly rising again. There was no telling what she was thinking or what she had thought of before sitting down again. Suifeng and the others did not know whether to laugh or cry when they saw her rise and fall as she calmly pressed her hand on Maple's head. You're restless. There's no point in thinking too much. Why don't you go and see for yourself? Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath and burned the things she had tidied up. Let's wait a little longer, she sighed. By the way, how is your origin energy? Thanks to you, there's no suspense, Suifeng said softly. All heirs have reached 95%, and the rest of the journey would probably take epochs. There's not enough time. Is the journey after 95% so difficult? Yin Nuoxing was a little dumbfounded. He could not help but smile bitterly when he saw that the 4 of them sighed and nodded. He had reached the peak purely because of the origin energy essence at home. He had no idea what had happened in the middle. He always felt that it was an emergency measure. Without it, they would not be able to face the chaos conceptual entity head-on. So when I knew that you had filled up the destruction energy essence in advance, Suifeng looked at Maple and took a deep breath. I was envious. Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly. There was nothing to be envious about. He had to face the chaos conceptual entity head-on. Damn it, he had a headache just thinking about it. Although it's a little, let's ask. About your origin domains, no, none of them. Suifeng shook her head, her face full of distress. It's normal for more than 100 heirs to not have a single origin domain. You, Shuang Shuang, and Xiao are anomalies. Actually, our batch of heirs are anomalies, Brother Lei said, spreading his hands. Brother Lei spread his hands and said, the collective conversion rate of 95% is higher than Brother AI and the others. Of course, we were blessed by the origin rules and the items of the gods. Since we were in a hurry, all of us were basically pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Either way, We ran as fast as we could, and our mastery and familiarity had more or less kept pace with the situation of this realm. Still, other aspects were a little exploring the essence. Yin Nuashing looked up and saw them sighing and nodding helplessly. It would take a long time to settle, and we simply don't have that time. AI Hung Yun and the others had settled down for 20 or 30 epochs, and were seriously pondering and settling down. As for us, we are all rushing. Forced by circumstances, we could only choose the most effective path at the moment. Why will we care so much? If we can't get through this, how can we talk about the future? TCH, forget it. Let's not think about it. Let's get up and take a walk. There's no point sitting here. He heaved a sigh of relief and stood up. He looked around and thought for a while before sneaking towards the ring of frost descent and the ice lotus. Sui Feng and the others looked at each other for a while, then shrugged and followed him. They had nothing to do at the moment anyway, so they might as well wander around. The remaining 30,000 years would be used for recuperation and patching up the gaps. There was no need to think about exploring the nature of things. It was enough for them to master and utilize the power of this stage well for now. On the ring of frost descent, Little Angel and Shuang Shuang were huddled together. However, they were not the only ones. Dao Tian, Ji Shuyan, Yuan Kong, and the others were also there. The group of girls looked at the ball of icy blue light in front of them, chatting and laughing. The scene was very cheerful. It was so cheerful that Howard stopped when he saw it. He did not want to go over. A series of mosaic images of him had already appeared in his mind. Don't ask why, just ask. God knows what happened to him between the end of the 57th and the beginning of the 58th era. He did not know. He did not want to ask. He did not want to remember. Just as he was hesitating whether he should approach her or not, Siyu, who would always be the first to discover him, suddenly turned her head. It was as if there was some kind of inexplicable telepathy. As long as he appeared within her range, no matter if he held his breath or concealed his presence, she would be able to discover him. She could even accurately find where he was and then shouted loudly, "Little Xing Xing, come over here." Suddenly, the group of girls turned their heads and looked at him. In an instant, he felt even more pressure. If he fell into a group of unfamiliar girls, he could not change his expression for half a year. But it was not the same for acquaintances. Looking at their smiling faces, sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. He was probably afraid of being tormented. Yin Nuashing stayed where he was for a while. When Sui Feng and the others caught up with him, he let out a sigh of relief. Shuang Shuang and Little Angel pulled him to sit between them. He immediately looked up at the thing in the center of the ring of frost descent. By now, he already knew what it was. You are dealing with the energy tower of the sanctum of origin. Little you said that she might be able to add something to it, so we came over to take a look. Shuang Shuang nodded. Yin Nuashing heard it and turned his gaze away curiously. His eyes met Siyu's gaze. The girl even gave him a victory sign and smiled. It seemed that after she had a certain level of understanding of her origin energy, she could do whatever she wanted. She could even add something to the energy tower of the sanctum of origin. He did not think about it. Theoretically, it should take a lot of effort and time. He might not be able to figure out an effective way to do it. It's just adding something extra. It doesn't take much effort. It's similar to the way Little Star dealt with those creations, Siyu explained. Yin Nuashing heard it and said, "Oh." For example, engraving the core and the root of the structure with the divine runes of origin. If we use the power of the Luo sovereign to deal with the creations of order, it should be able to make the creations of order undergo a qualitative change, right? His brain twitched as he thought about it. He pinched his hair and murmured to himself. Then the fortress of origin, the staff of origin, and the staff of creation, can you also? The effect was immediate. Siyu trembled, and her pretty face turned pale. She turned her head and looked at the wriggling, icy blue energy cluster in front of her. She forced a serious expression. Yin Nuashing was stunned. I just said it casually. Why do you have such a big reaction?" Surprisingly, Blue Phoenix, who was like a sister to her, also shook her head. Ji Shuyan, who was sitting on the other side, suddenly raised her hand and said, "Sister, see you," and I went to see the core and root of those three things. Although I saw Sister see you sneaking around, I was curious and followed her to see it. Sneaking around? Yin Nuashing turned his head and looked at Siyu. The girl had already buried her face in Blue Phoenix's arms to hide herself. He could only look at Ji Shuiyan. What was the result? Ji Shuiyan shrugged. Sister Siyu just opened the space where the core was and fainted after one look. It was a real physical dizziness. I thought that staying there would cause millions of tons of damage to my mind, so I quickly carried Sister Siyu and ran away. At this time, Siyu looked up with a pale face. Her mouth trembled. Scary. The first-generation core, the second-generation core is so scary. The core of the Fortress of Origin is even scarier. This girl's voice had changed, and it seemed like she was really frightened by those things. He had seen the first and second generation of the core of creation, and it could only be said that even if he activated South Wall crashing through South Wall mode, he still couldn't deal with it. That was something in another blind spot of knowledge, and with his current situation, he felt dizzy just by looking at it. The girl who controlled the power of creation would probably be able to see the more core things at a glance. And then, because of the explosive amount of information she came into contact with, she would feel dizzy just by looking at it. Little star, let me tell you. Siyu suddenly pounced on him and wrapped her arms around his neck. Her soft body pressed against his back. She complained bitterly and grumbled. That Fortress of Origin has a total of 3 cores. 3. There are first and second generation cores. I've never seen the third one. I think it should be the third generation. They're even pieced together. Other than the 3 cores, the entire core seems to be stuffed with a void region. There are so many structural rules. It's scary. Again, this girl's voice had changed. It seemed that there was a big problem with the core of the Fortress of Origin. Anyway, he probably wouldn't have the chance to study it in this lifetime, and he probably wouldn't see it in his next life. He felt that he shouldn't waste his time and effort to figure out that damn thing. Even if he did, it wouldn't change anything. Just as he was about to comfort this girl who was so frightened that she had the tendency to lose her intelligence, the ball of blue light in front of them suddenly moved. The golden light flowed like a snowstorm covering the sky in winter. The dense dark clouds quietly split open, and golden light sprinkled down to depict the scene of a light curtain, which had a somewhat sacred artistic conception. The ball of light squirmed for a while, then quickly solidified and turned into an energy crystal that suddenly cracked open. The fragments scattered all over the space, and at the same time, a long object slowly emerged from it. Everyone's eyes widened in unison. When they saw the thing that broke out of the shell, they were all stunned and their expressions quickly stiffened. The thing that emerged was 1,000 feet long. It was shaped like a scepter or a halberd. There were 4 long blades on its head, but it also looked a bit like a sword hilt. This familiar shape, Suifeng couldn't help but ask. The Staff of Origin, icy blue. Is it dyed? Isn't it transformed from the Temple of Origin? Everyone turned to look at the girl who was doing the work. Siyu was a little embarrassed. Actually, I accidentally changed its appearance. Didn't Little Star say that he wanted to fill the area around the Fortress of Origin with Staffs of Origin? So, haha. Everyone was speechless. This was just for show. Even if this thing had nothing to do with the Staff of Origin, it still had to be changed to that appearance. After pinching Siyu's cheeks, Yin Nuashing turned to look at the thing transformed from the Temple of Origin. Just as he wanted to see if it met his expectations, the scene in front of them changed again. This time, the change was so huge that it was absolutely shocking. Everyone's gaze froze. The golden light that filled the sky was emitted by the ice mountain that had been dyed in gold. It looked as if there was a star hidden under the ice, and it was using itself and the transparent ice mountain to increase its brightness. Just looking down at it made one feel as if they were going to be blinded by the golden light. Everyone was shocked by the sudden change. They quickly used energy barriers to protect their eyes. The light was so dazzling that it gave them the feeling that they were looking at order disintegration or origin collapse. Their titanium eyes were so dazzled that they almost cried. Hui has woken up. The observer's sudden words startled everyone. They turned their heads and saw him slowly stand up straight. His colorful eyes were unprotected as he stared at the spot where the golden light was bursting out. He suddenly laughed. The last piece of the puzzle that we need is announced to be in our hands at this very moment. All right, let's go all out. Hearing Maple's exclamation, Suifeng hurriedly put up an energy barrier. Anyway, hurry up and put up a shield. I don't want to be smashed into a meteor by the impact of the origin realm. Well, I'm already scared. I'm already scared of being tortured to death by the 3 new origin realms. When everyone heard this, they hurriedly stood up and raised their energy barriers. However, they saw Yun Nuoxing tilting his head and looking at them with a strange expression. What's going on with you guys raising your shields against a shield? Everyone, Although Hui's heavenly god of origin specializes in shielding and breaking through enemy lines, that's only what he does. He can't possibly have some kind of attack coming out of his guardian domain, can he? Thinking about the situation and the logic behind it, everyone turned to look at the holy scene of the golden aurora in front of them. They looked at each other for a moment and then calmly sat down. They calmly looked at the golden halo engraved with mysterious patterns flashing by. They calmly looked. Holy shit, there really is a sun rising out of the ice. That huge spherical arc, and it seems to be expanding little by little. It's going to explode. The newborn star didn't explode violently. It just wriggled very quickly like a water bag that had been punched. The water inside even made gurgling sounds. Of course, what they heard was the muffled sound of the surging tide of energy. After the golden halo flashed by, the holy golden light also appeared on their bodies. It was as if their bodies were plated with a layer of gold. It was extremely dazzling. Yun Nuoxing raised her hand and looked at the golden light flowing on the surface of her body. She looked at the golden energy particles flying up and down. She turned to look at everyone who was also curiously looking at the situation. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly stood up and slapped Suifeng on the shoulder. Slap! The loud sound of the slap startled everyone. When they turned to look at the observer who was waving his hand and grimacing in pain, they were stunned again. Suifeng, who was slapped, was also stunned. He scratched his head blankly as if he was slow to react. He was still a little unsure. Brother Feng, did you just hit me? Yun Nuoxing nodded. Just take it that I hit you. How does it feel? Well, Suifeng moved his shoulder. Quite comfortable. Is that so? Yun Nuoxing nodded. She pressed her hands on her waist, and her face was as calm as still water. She clenched her right hand and light gathered. A moment later, she slashed Suifeng's shoulder with lightning speed. It was just a casual slash, but the light of energy exploded and the energy shockwave was incessant. What about now? Suifeng saw himself getting hit by a sword, but he felt that something was wrong with his body. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly turned around and pointed his back at little brother Feng. He patted his back and said, "Come, little brother Feng, shave here harder." Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. She slapped him again. Do you think I'm scraping? Okay. Anyway, Suifeng coughed dryly. He looked at everyone's gilded faces and nodded. Basically, I can confirm that Huijuan's guardian domain is a group shield. Congratulations. Brother Feng, don't scrape me. It's itchy. Yun Nuoxing exhaled into his hand and shook his hand that was in pain. I used all of my strength to casually go through it. Do you feel anything? Soul, spirit, and so on. I even slapped you with primal chaos energy. I didn't feel anything at all. I feel that your defense is very strong. How about? Yun Nuoxing raised her clenched right fist. White light flashed faintly. Why don't you try to take my primal chaos energy on your face? Everyone was speechless. Theoretically speaking, this kind of attack was indiscriminate. Just looking at it would make them tremble in fear and short of breath. Gasp! I'm back. A thick golden light suddenly shot up from the bottom of the ice field. The sound of ice breaking and golden light blooming in the sky attracted everyone's attention. They saw a figure covered in golden light, dancing in the air with a face full of joy. He was twisting and turning while repeating a "good, I got it." He was also spinning at high speed like a top. Yin Nuoxing watched a certain someone convulse for a minute. After thinking seriously for a while, he suppressed the white light that was about to burst out from his hand and sighed softly. "Forget it. I won't beat him up this time." Hui spasmed and danced in the air for a full 10 minutes before he calmed down. Seeing that everyone had gathered on the ring of frost descent, he rushed over like a comet. Thousands of clearly visible, huge energy particles were entangled around his body, and his whole body was bursting with golden light. Just by coming close, everyone could not help but step back. This unknown luminous thing was even brighter than their planet Venus. Their eyes were about to go blind. Maple, look at me. Hey, why aren't you guys moving at all?" Hui landed and ran towards Maple and the others. He saw that they were looking at him blankly. Their bodies were clean as if nothing had happened. Some of the big scenes, big explosions, and traditional arts that should have existed in his mind did not seem to exist. Why is it so quiet? Shouldn't it be something when the origin domain is unfolded? Why is this? There's still some movement. Yin Nuoxing nodded to him. She pulled Sui Feng to turn him around, and then whipped him on the back with the rhythm of light. The latter suddenly felt so comfortable that he shouted, "Hey, this is the shield that your origin domain gave us. It directly ignored my basic ordinary attack." Xiao Shi could not help but add, "The scene of the first appearance of the origin domain is a symbol of the essence of the domain." Yin Nuoxing walked forward and patted Huey's shoulder, who was in a daze. He sighed and said, "It means that you shouldn't think about setting off fireworks or making a big scene. Just be a shield." Hui was petrified on the spot. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of the 4 origin domains, only the guardian domain was quiet and had almost no movement. If there wasn't this scene of golden light illuminating the void, it really wouldn't have any prestige to speak of. Chapter 2086. The aurora was accompanied by ice crystals and clouds dancing in the sky. Only this inextinguishable radiance from the void could be counted as the only grand spectacle. It was a spotlight on them, and each of them became a little star, blinking and blinking. They would find a large forest for them to run around, and then let people stand outside and watch. Perhaps they would think that there were fireflies flying in the forest and sigh about summer or something. Sigh. Why is this origin domain so small? Does being a shield mean that he doesn't have any dignity? Even if he is a shield, he is also one of the top shields in the Order Void. That's not right. At this moment, he is the only one who is a full-time shield in the Order Void. Yes, he is really a full-time shield. Although there are similar Order warriors in the Void frontline, but... Phew, don't say but. It was obvious that they did not meet his goddess's eyes. They were not a shield and were rejected. Every time he thought of this, he did not know if he should be surprised that his shield composition was too pure and was chosen as a successor. Looking up at the scene of explosions, energy shockwaves, and energy torrents bouncing around like a ball, he suddenly smiled in relief. Forget it, a shield is a shield. If there is no grand spectacle, then there is no grand spectacle. This shield looks quite fun. Under full defense, it can withstand an attack from a pinnacle. I don't know what level of attack it is. The energy barrier that the origin domain casts on everyone is equivalent to the energy barrier that you put on your own defense. It is so thick that a frontal charge could kill someone. Yin Nuoxing threw a palm-sized white energy ball around his hands and looked at the scene of energy fireworks in the sky. His eyes were full of colorful light, and he analyzed while watching. It was a scene of everyone fighting passionately. In order to test the situation of Huey's origin domain, they all let go of their hands and feet and fought very happily. Shuang Shuang and Little Hour almost touched the origin domain. As for him, he was held down by everyone with the reason that pro players are not allowed to participate, and was forced to watch the show with Hui. It's also equipped with a comprehensive energy rebound that bounces back regardless of whether it's a frontal attack or a mere shockwave. Any attacks that directly attack the person inside the barrier would be ineffective. Although my energy barrier has such a basic sealing effect, yours seems to be more complete. There's no way around it, and any attack would definitely land on the barrier. But there's nothing you can do about concept class power, since you might not even be able to withstand it yourself. As long as the shield isn't broken in one go or in a very short period of time, it would recover almost instantly. Its recovery speed is faster than the Sanctuary of Origins domain, but I'm not sure how it compares to the Fortress of Origins. Furthermore, domain barriers and personal barriers are two different types of barriers, so there's no conflict. If a single attack doesn't reach its limit immediately, it won't be completely destroyed. Even if you want to immediately attack again, you'll be affected by the rebound of the previous attack. The probability of breaking the shield is really not high. Yin Nuoxing held the ball in his hand and slowly dyed it gray. After he finished explaining, he turned to Hui, who was watching the fireworks happily. Your domain is a little unreasonable. TSK, the origin domain, is unreasonable in the first place. After all, it's the most powerful power of the origin energy. Hui smiled brightly at him, revealing his 8 teeth. Then, he suddenly thought of something and smiled bitterly while scratching his head. But there's a limit to how unreasonable it is. For example, if you smash down with nihility, infinite chaos, or origin chaos, layers of destructive shock waves would hit hundreds of times per second, and each wave is thicker than the last. It's useless even if it bounces back. It would only be pressed into the water by the thicker waves, or it wouldn't even have time to bounce back. I'm thinking that if you smash down with 2 rounds of nihility, at least half of the people would break the shield. As for origin, chaos, no matter what happens, just pull the defense to the limit in the shortest time possible. The first round could be completely blocked, but the second round would be gone. Don't you still have the order domain? And this origin domain is only a single barrier. The guardian barrier that you personally cast will also be affected by your own guardian domain and become thicker. Yin Nuoxing glanced at him with the ball in his hand, his eyelids drooping slightly. And, to be honest, although the origin domain is unreasonable and deadly, it's still the last power that the inheritors can normally obtain. It seems particularly difficult and deadly to us now, but it's only because everyone is forcing it. In fact, given enough time, all inheritors can finally touch the origin domain. It's compressed and limited time, so it seems very difficult. As for well, those are all unreasonable attacks that you mentioned. They're all really deadly things. To put it bluntly, it's called playing with one's life, trading one's life. Every attack is performed with my life, this heavy existence, as the price. If you want to block it without paying an equivalent price, if it could be blocked so easily, there wouldn't be the saying of infinite chaos collapsing 3,000 worlds in the past. Although I don't know who said it. You're right. Hui grinned. Even if a high-level premier from the Void Frontline came out now, he would be the first to die if he did not have any preparation. He just did what he should do, warm up, and then use the same method to release the 3 forms of nothingness. When the little phoenix mastered the rules, order, and energy form, and began to learn the 3 forms of nothingness, it almost collapsed into the creation sanctum for the first time. Fortunately, it had enough preparation and could release it at will. It was the result of Maple's training. In short, Maple's existence was the epitome of death. Without being in the same situation and paying the same price, wanting to fight against him was a fantasy in itself. The opponent shouldn't have this level of attack. Shouldn't? At most, a chaos conceptual body or a premier at the peak would rush out and break your shield, so we can only reorganize the formation and hurriedly deal with it. Yin Nuoxing played with the energy ball that had turned gray in her hand. Well, except for these 2 situations, once your origin domain is activated, the attacks below the premier level are almost unaffected. It's just that the consumption is a little fierce, Hui muttered. The problem of energy consumption has never been a problem. As long as the realm of order is there will be no energy shortage. Yin Nuoxing continued to roll the ball in her hand a little bigger. She looked up at Hui. Even if the realm of order collapses, I'm still here. Our position will not have the problem of energy shortage, and there will be no problem of not being able to recover. You all just need to hit hard. This has it come to this point? Hui said, just as he was imagining the scene of Maple attacking while withstanding the initial light and the sea of energy. He suddenly noticed that Maple's hands were doing something. Turning his head to look, he discovered that the small gray ball was already as big as his head. He was stunned on the spot. What are you doing? I'm preparing the final test for your domain. Yinuashing stopped rolling the ball and stood up. Then she shouted to the people who were fighting passionately in the air. Pay attention. Stop fighting for a while. Let's test the last situation. You all prepare the defensive order. I'm throwing. Everyone who had just stopped was stunned when they heard the sudden shout, because it was a certain observer who said that they subconsciously put up their order realms. After that, they turned their heads in unison and saw a small gray ball rushing up from below. It stopped at their height and rolled around twice before it suddenly expanded and exploded. Everyone, The moment the mighty gray energy exploded, their exclamations were all drowned out. Yin Nuashing and Hui heard the gurgle sound coming from the soul transmission. It sounded like drowning. They looked at each other and were stunned. Could it be that those guys were not prepared and were drowned by the chaotic energy? The two of them saw them holding up the realm of order. How much did you throw up? Hui looked at the explosion of the mighty fireworks. It was like a gray cloud suddenly spread out and covered the entire sky. The waves of chaotic energy continued to explode, and the expanding dark clouds pressed down from the sky. The crazy aura from the sky was constantly pressing down on them. It even dimmed the ice field and made them sweat. In order to try to approach the situation of the chaotic concept body, I mixed the 3 types of annihilation energy together and added a part of the power of the realm of chaos. Yin Nuashing tilted her head. It shouldn't be a problem, right? We looked at the rolling dark clouds and laughed dryly. Suddenly, he threw such a heavy mass of chaotic energy up there. Obviously, the exclamation just now was not a light one. The chaos energy wreaked havoc in the air for about 10 minutes. When it slowly dissipated, the dark clouds became thinner and thinner. The golden light behind was not to be outdone and was immediately exposed. It even tried to release light to tear the dark clouds apart. However, it was just holding on. The golden light that it released was obviously much dimmer than before. When the chaos energy completely dissipated, everyone fell from the sky. When the golden light dissipated, everyone was covered in dirt and looked a little miserable. Their bodies were entangled with different levels of chaos energy, and the degree of erosion was not too deep. Both Lin Sanjiu and Maple's expressions changed when they saw this. We are still eroded, Yin Nuashing murmured softly. He waved his hand and cast the first light to clean the chaos energy on everyone's body. After that, he pulled his hair and fell into deep thought. But it's much better than I expected. It's really better than the protection of the order domain that the Origin Sanctum cast. Most importantly, it's an independent single-person barrier. It gives us another layer of protection against the chaos corruption. Including this barrier, we already have. Let me see. The Fortress of Origin's Realm of Order, the Origin Realm, Huey's Realm of Origin's Individual Defense, the Concept Level Space, my own defense, and the final defense of my main body. 5 or 6 layers of defense should be able to resist the chaotic concept body, right? He hoped that it could be blocked. If not, at least one more layer of defense would be able to hold it for a while longer. Troublesome stuff. In short, having an additional realm of origins is an additional layer of protection, especially Huey's realm. Its anti-erosion effect is better than expected. This is only the case when the realm has just been activated. If you're familiar with it, after perfecting it and adjusting it, it should be even more. Yin Nuashing suddenly saw Shuang and see you come up to her. She could not help but stop talking. Seeing them smiling brightly at her, she could not help but gulp, and a drop of sweat slid down her forehead. Hui and the others were stunned when they saw this. Before they could figure out what they were going to do, Shuang Shuang and Blue Phoenix suddenly came up and grabbed the observer's arm from both sides and dragged him away. The expression on the observer's pretty face immediately changed. In the end, it settled on a determined and fearless look. She even turned her head stiffly to look at him and said, "In short, you should go and familiarize yourself with and perfect your realm of origins. Little Green has already arranged everything outside, so you don't need to worry. However, you have not woken up for half an era, so there must be some changes that you need to take a look at. There are still 20 or 30,000 years left. In short, I'm going, don't think about me." Watching the observer being dragged away by his girls, Hui covered his mouth in bewilderment. He turned to Sui Feng and the others who were equally shocked. "What happened in the past few years before I opened the coffin?" Sui Feng asked. "I don't know. Nothing seemed to have happened in the past few years. If anything really happened, it could only be something special in the few hundred years when we were not around." Sui Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. He lowered his head and mourned for little brother Feng for a while. This time, even Xiao Shi came over. He didn't know what those 7 girls were going to do to little brother Feng. Should he call Jing Yuanji over to add fuel to the fire? Forget it. Don't cause trouble. The 4 looked at each other for a moment and sighed. Brother Lei suddenly remembered something and looked at Hui Jun. "By the way, your origin energy? Oh, it's already 95%. You're also an anomaly. You've also reached the 8th level. That's it. I've been buried by the chaotic energy for half an era. During that time, I was corroded to death. I don't know how many times my dying struggle skills were triggered. It's not surprising that I was tortured like this." Huey's face was bitter. There was still some lingering fear on his handsome face. His face turned pale when he thought about what happened during that time. "That's definitely the most insane thing I've ever done in my life. But speaking of origin energy, aren't you all already at this level?" He looked up at Sui Feng and the others, and then looked at the direction where Feng and the others left. It seemed that the girls of his family had collectively reached 95%. It was so neat that it was surprising. "It's not the same. It's not the same. We collectively received Feng's help. That's why we have such a result." "Okay." We put one hand on his waist and stared at the ice field that had not changed for more than an era. He took a deep breath of the cold air of the ice field and felt that he was truly alive at this moment. It seemed that being buried in the abyss of chaotic energy for half an era had really eroded him to the point that he was going crazy. This was even more serious than dying once. Did Maple feel the same way? Every time he was hung up to torture himself, he could see Maple's expression every day. After experiencing it personally, he could understand it. Really, he found that his mentality was rapidly approaching Maple's. He was getting more and more aware of Maple's madness and desperation. It was purely forced out of him, forced out of him, forced out of him by other things. It would take some time to familiarize himself with the origin domain, but it was not worthwhile to sit there and meditate all day long. He just wandered around the void front line, keeping the origin energy and origin domain active and making adjustments at any time. From time to time, he would suddenly squat down and think, and then wait for time to pass. In fact, if he wanted to familiarize himself with the origin domain, all he needed to do was to run to the tower and let Feng's shadow beat him up. It would save him time and effort, but it would be a little tiring. After all, even if he had the origin domain, it would only take a little more time for Feng to beat him up. This was truly a tragedy for a pure shield. It wasn't that he didn't have any attack power, it was just that he was close to being ordinary when compared to this realm. His attack power was slightly higher than that of an ordinary person, but it probably wasn't much higher than Maple's attack power. Normally, when he fought fiercely with a shield and a greatsword, it was actually because after he was attacked, many of the entangled energies in his body could be controlled by him. He would pick up the brick that the enemy threw at him and increase the strength to smash it back. Usually, this move was very useful. Those that couldn't kill him could actually be killed by him. But against Maple, forget it. He couldn't withstand Maple's attacks that kept getting heavier and heavier. It was normal for normal people to have a period of time when they fought. Generally speaking, They would reach the peak in a few minutes, and then they would start to fight for real. Slacking and slacking didn't count. Those who slapped and said 2 minutes were just acting. For Maple, this period of time could last from half an hour to an hour. That's right, he was raising his combat power to the limit during the entire period, and it wasn't just a little increase. It was like he was raising his combat power by an entire level. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. At the Void frontline, both here and the frontline world had a sense of peace. Ignoring the fact that everyone in the realm of order was still slapping the other side with all their might, there were so many people in the node cities that all the order warriors should have returned to the Void frontline. He asked a random commander, and it confirmed his thoughts. At present, the Void Patrol Squad had all returned to the Void frontline to rest and reorganize. Of course, it could also be said that they were completely disbanded. Everyone was now gathered in the Void frontline and the frontline world, no longer going out on missions. The nodes that were originally stationed in various parts of the Void were all being guarded by energy towers. Among the things he heard, he was more concerned about the wave of laws. After half an era without waking up, the wave of laws had completely covered 90% of the lower and middle realms. Now, apart from the upper realms, there was only dead silence left in the Void. It was completely silent, probably similar to the situation after the Void quake 18 years ago. However, the Void was very active after the Void recovery period. It was very unstable and very active at the same time. Yo, you're up. We were still wondering when you would wake up. Unknowingly, he had wandered into the garden of the Node City. Suddenly, he was stopped by a surprised voice. We turned his head and looked. A teenager in a golden robe sat on a chair, swinging his legs and looking at him with a smile. There were many people sitting on the tables and chairs beside him. When they saw him, they could not help but stand up and greet him. Lord Hui, you're awake. Has Lord Hui just been dug out? Seems like everything is going well, Lord Hui. Good. But why is Lord Maple not saying anything? We did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard the greetings. As for why Maple did not say anything, let's not talk about it. That guy was drowned by his own flowers. If he guessed correctly, he should be undergoing inhumane torture. Yes, torture, we wanted to see it, but he was afraid that he would be sent flying to the chaotic void if he mentioned it. He laughed dryly and waved his hand in response to everyone. He sat down in front of the teenager who had just spoken. Long time no see. You left Node 0 before? That's right. Since the two of you are guarding Node 0, there's nothing for us to do. When the Origin Sanctum gradually moved back 7 years ago, I went to guard Node 1000. The nodes behind didn't have Origin Sanctums guarding them in the beginning, so I went over to help. A certain young leader who had not changed for thousands of years grinned. His demonic aura was surging, and seemed to be thicker after he became a high-level primeval. 7 eras. Hui murmured at the huge number. He could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. That's fast. Yes, it's fast, and it's been a long time. I'm going to reach the end soon. The young leader stretched his hands on the table. I've been gathering with my old friends for the past 2 days. They're the buddies who rushed to the Divine Realm and were beaten up by you all. They're now all over the front line of the Void. They seem to have been idle all these years. Some have retired and passed their positions to others. 2 of them are even living a leisurely life in the front line, saying that they will come out in a few years. Some of them even have families. They have many children, and their whole family is in the front line of the Void. Hui was stunned. So they are the ones with 16 generations in the front line? Their whole family is in the front line. As for whether they are the 16 generations you mentioned, I'm not sure. I didn't count them either. After all, there are quite a lot of situations like them where their whole family is in the front line. The young leader shrugged and looked up at the Guardians. You guys don't seem to have changed. You come and go the same. The worst of the worst of the worst, standing at the top of order. I've already become an inheritor. What else can I change? Hui smiled bitterly and sighed. He rubbed his teacup with both hands, his eyes lost in thought. In the end, when I look back on my life, I've been busy all my life. After I was done with my business in the realm of the gods, I came to the Void to work, and As I was busy, I got caught up in the biggest joke in the void. Maple was the first one to get caught up in it, but from the day he got caught up in it, I knew that I couldn't avoid it. I just didn't expect that one day I would become the most miserable successor. The young leader scratched his head. Actually, when I first learned about it, I thought that inheritors were very powerful and impressive. We laughed dryly. What do you think now? It's better to stay as far away from this as possible. Fortunately, I wasn't chosen as an inheritor during the origin baptism. The young Alliance master laughed dryly as he turned his head away, his face filled with lingering fear. Look at how you guys are constantly hovering between life and death. This is really, back then, many people were envious of the inheritors and wanted to become the inheritors. Now, there are many people who can't wait to avoid it. All of them are saying, damn it, luckily, I didn't become the inheritors back then. It's better to be an honest order warrior with peace of mind. It's too tough, especially when you see that observer stringing himself up for half an era. He still persisted and persisted for a few eras and almost died from exhaustion. He has now become a legendary sight in the Void frontlines. Those who see him will have good luck and whatnot. I wonder who started this rumor. We didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head vigorously. What did he say? He said that this was the situation. Outsiders thought that inheritors were glorious and powerful, but in reality, they were just miserable old people who couldn't live a peaceful life. What glory? Limitless glory didn't exist. The barrier at the forefront of order only had a mess and even more problems. Just look at Maple, an inheritor. Phew, forget it. He didn't want to ridicule himself anymore. The more he ridiculed himself, the more it hurt his heart. Come to think of it, it's almost time, right? The young Alliance master suddenly changed the topic quietly, causing Hui to turn around. Seeing the former's rather emotional and nervous expression, he nodded and replied, yes. The last 20 to 30,000 years sounds long, but in fact, it's gone with the sound of pants. It has been like that for several eras. Looking at the passage of time, with every change in the Void frontline as a node, every phase has been busy with what they were busy with. Especially after the last 2 eras were freed from the shackles, the schedule is packed. Apart from being busy, it's just busy, and there's no stopping. It's hard to change anything at the last moment. Let's clean up, fill in a few holes, cheer ourselves and everyone else up, and slap ourselves twice to tell ourselves not to be nervous. Then, we'll gather our weapons and get ready to fight. The young leader could not help but tease. You guys could be nervous too? Huh, look at what you're saying. We've been preparing for 6 years. We've worked so hard for this upcoming battle. We've died many times in various aspects, especially Maple. He's disintegrated himself and pieced himself back together again and again. After so many things, how can he not be nervous now that it's time to check and accept the battle? Huh, look at what you're saying. He's actually a little more nervous than I am. Hui sighed softly and looked around at everyone sitting by the lake. His gaze landed on the young Alliance master's hand. This fellow's hand was trembling as he held onto the teacup. Aren't all of you nervous too? If you can be nervous, why can't we be? The young leader twitched the corner of his mouth and put down the trembling teacup. After a moment, he laughed bitterly and rubbed his forehead. Nervous? Of course I'm nervous. This is a matter that determines the survival of order and the entire Order Void. Before I rushed to the Divine Realm and joined you guys in the 51st era, I never thought about these things. I just wanted to wander around the Void and do my own thing, but I didn't expect. We suddenly laughed. I was eating hot pot and singing when I suddenly fell into the biggest hole in the Void. God knows what I was thinking at that time. I must have gone crazy to come in here. The young leader's smile became even more bitter. His childish face was so wrinkled that it was distorted. After a while, he rubbed his cheeks and adjusted his expression. Phew, death. We've all experienced death many times. Dying in battle is not something we can't accept. Death is no longer a thing to be afraid of. We'll get back up again, and even if we can't, we'll meet again after a while. We also sighed. What the young Alliance Master was worried about was also what they were worried about. However, everything was hard to say. Everything was hard to say. After such a long period of time, Would they be able to survive the last round of the test? No one knew. No one could give an answer. They could not write it down, and the origin heavenly God could not give it either. No matter what, we can only do our best to go forward. We imitated him and stretched his limbs. He let out a long sigh and said, whether it is for our own beliefs or for the hatred in our hearts, or just to give an answer to these 6.5 eras, we need to do our best, move forward, and give everything we have. The young leader stared at him with wide eyes. You said that. How could I? I knew it was Maple who said it. The young leader breathed a sigh of relief. You're back to normal now. We didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As he stood up, he waved his hand at the others, who had been affected by the atmosphere, and said, all right, there's still a short period of time left. Everyone, go ahead and do whatever you want to do. Cherish the remaining time. Cherish the last tranquility before the final battle. Don't go on stage with regrets. The young leader stood up as well. Oh, where are you going? I'll go with you. I haven't been out for a long time. Don't you think it's weird for two men to go out for a walk? Don't you have a girlfriend? Don't mention it. If I go find a girlfriend like this, people will think that I'm looking for my stepmother. We spat out a mouthful of blood 1/2 meter away. He did not know why, but he thought of the little girl on the altar. So why do you maintain this form? I have no choice. The young leader smiled bitterly as he rubbed his hair. For our race, the best combat power, growth rate, and condition is in this age, and this age will last the longest. Well, anyway, I've always maintained this form. Although it won't affect me if I change my body's shape, it's mainly because I'm used to it. Now that I've suddenly grown up, I don't think I can get used to it. That's right, for these undying beings, they could basically maintain whatever form they liked, not changing for a very long time, even though his 11 or 12-year-old appearance really did look a bit. Chapter 2087. Although they said they were going out for a stroll, it was actually just a stroll around the various nodes, and then a stroll around the frontline world. See what? Everyone seemed to be in good spirits, in good condition, and in a relaxed atmosphere. The frontline world was peaceful, and the small fights continued. Peaceful and ordinary lives did not seem to be affected by any factor. For anyone, the 20 to 30,000 years was actually a long time. For ordinary people, it was the time of hundreds and thousands of generations, and what happened 20 to 30,000 years later had nothing to do with them. For the immortals, if they had waited for 6.5 eras, the 5-digit time was fleeting. But in fact, if they did not deal with the things that required them to exhaust their mental and physical energy to deal with, and just slowly pass day by day, 20 to 30,000 years was actually quite long. It was a contradictory time, and the senses were also very contradictory. Sometimes there were such fantasies occasionally, where they did not have to deal with anything and just immerse themselves in this peaceful atmosphere, quietly watching the sun rise and the moon set, day after day, year after year. They did not have to think about those troublesome things, did not have to worry about those trivial things that would cause them to have high blood pressure, heart disease, or harm their health. Maple seemed to have said something similar, although such a peaceful situation was as far away as a fairy tale to them. When they were busy, they would want to retire and be idle, but when they were really idle, they would find that they could not stay idle, could not sit still, and would be busy looking for something to do after a while. What a magical thought. It was so good to live in a state of not knowing anything. Ignorance was indeed a blessing. All beings live their own lives in the countless worlds of the void. Some follow the life of most ordinary people, counting their daily necessities and watching the sun rise and the moon set. Some follow the life of another kind of miserable people, busy with their own different things, busy changing themselves or searching for something or doing something meaningful. In the distant void, how many beings were fully aware of order and chaos, and how much did they know about it? Most probably did not even have the energy to think about the life and death of their own world. In everyone's view, the world went on day after day and would not change because of anyone's arrival. They saw the moon and the stars tonight, and the sun would definitely welcome them warmly tomorrow. Those distant things that spoke of death and destruction were just topics that were too far away to be taken seriously and only thought about, unless something happened on the spot. And if something happened, it would just happen. Not knowing anything was quite good. But it was a pity that they, who were at the top, who knew everything, had to bear everything at this moment, and everything they knew for themselves and for this unlucky void. After a few days of shopping with the young league master, the kid who was looking for a stepmother went back to his friends to brag. He thought for a while and felt that he had nothing to do, so he returned to the observer space. As soon as he returned to the place where he drank tea and farted, he saw a strange girl dressed in an unusually grand snow-white dress. She looked so grand that it was as if she was about to give a grand speech to countless lives in the billions of worlds, or as if she was about to get married in the same setting. She was facing a cliff not far away. This cliff was definitely not there when he went out. Some of the ornaments and grand dress on her body were constantly fluttering in the cold wind. Wind, snow, and light swirled around her, outlining an incomparably pure and sacred mood for her. He almost jumped off the cliff. Who is this? Which family's girl is so beautiful? He almost stopped breathing when he took a look at her. Fortunately, he saw a head of long, colorful hair. He felt that he had grasped the key point. He tried to ask, phone? The girl in a grand dress answered and turned to look at him. He breathed a sigh of relief. There was a response. It was indeed phone, and, there was light in her eyes. He was more or less relieved. He thought that phone had been ruined by the group of girls in the short few days he was gone. Ugh, your dress is very grand. Phone rolled his eyes at him. Before he could say anything, Sui Feng suddenly jumped out of the conch house. He looked at Feng with an excited face and said, "You just missed a scene that you wanted to see for the rest of your life." Hui. Oh, it's nothing. Little Feng and his girls spent a few days changing their dresses and then walked around this place a few times. TSK, TSK. It looked like a group of people going to get married. Sui Feng sighed and shook his head as he spoke. He then looked at Feng and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Little Feng, you're wearing a really female dress. Puffed. I didn't expect Sister Bing to have so many precious clothes in the wardrobe. Hui. What the F asterisk CK did you guys do behind my back? We didn't do anything. Don't be so agitated. Yin Washing rolled her eyes at Hui, who was howling excitedly. She adjusted the snow-white long gloves on her entire arm and looked at herself, feeling slightly awkward. I'm just being tormented as usual. This dress is too grand. Hui patted his chest and panted heavily. Fortunately, it was just a fitting and not a real affair. He really thought that he had missed it. No, even if he missed it, he had to drag Feng around again. Ling, you haven't changed? Sure Xiao walked out of the conch house and was stunned to see Ling in such a grand dress. Unless I use a destructive method, there's no way I can take it off by myself. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and sighed. She waved at Hui. Come in. Since you're back, let's talk about the last thing. Actually, we should have talked about it a few days ago. It's just that. Oh. Hui hurried to catch up. He was curious and helpless when he heard this. This guy was dragged away a few days ago. Last. What last thing? The pre-war meeting, the final arrangements, and whatnot. Sui Feng put his hand on Hui Jun's shoulder and explained, although it's just a bunch of us in the meeting, it's actually not really a meeting. We're just listening to Feng's arrangements. Pre-war meeting. It's been a long time since we had such a formal meeting. Speaking of which, it's ridiculous to have a pre-war meeting 20 or 30,000 years in advance. Hui was a little emotional. He had not had such a formal meeting ever since he was done with the realm of the gods. This time, yes, this was a major event that would decide the future of the void. They could not possibly use the default plan that they did not need to discuss. Right, the default plan was charge, explode, recover. That was it. It was suitable to deal with all general situations. When they walked into the conch house, they saw that the original furnishings had been deliberately changed. The doors and windows had been replaced with heavy ones to block the sunlight. The light sources were all covered with something, making the room look very dark. There was also a large empty space in the middle where a huge table was placed. At this time, everyone was already sitting on the chairs. They were all looking up at them with their fingers crossed and their noses pressed against each other. They looked so pretentious that his face twitched. When he saw Fong calmly find a seat and sit down, his face twitched again. Now, every time he looked at Fong, his face twitched. It's so serious. I don't think this style suits us. He sat down beside Fong. Just as he said this, Brother Lei put down his hand and said, "Right? I was right, wasn't I? I said that this style is a little problematic." Little Shi quickly opened the window. "Sister Siyu, remove these underworld decorations. Xing Lu, light up the lights." Suddenly, a group of girls stood up with smiles on their faces and quickly removed the underworld layout. A minute later, everyone was slumped on the sofa. The boiling hot tea created a thin cloud in the room. Against the flickering fire and the light emitted by the energy crystals, the room became very soft. We couldn't help but sigh. He turned his head to look at Maple, who was sandwiched between Shuang Shuang and the little angel. The atmosphere is more normal. "Well, Maple, what are you going to say in the pre-war meeting?" A certain observer, who wore a flower of ice blue and snow white on his head, took a sip of tea and raised his head. He saw that everyone's eyes were focused on him, and he was silent. It was also this slightly serious appearance that made everyone swallow a mouthful of saliva. They focused on him, and after a while, he slowly opened his mouth. "What should I say?" "Everyone, the main thing is that there seems to be a lot to say, but if we really want to go through them one by one, it seems that we don't know where to start." Yin Nuoxing crossed her fingers and rubbed them, frowning slightly with a troubled look. "Then, let's start from the very beginning. For example, the map of the underworld?" Little She looked at him, her gray eyes fluttering lightly. "A place where no outsider has ever set foot on, a place that is not in the area we know, a place where we don't know how many forces have been deployed." Qing Jun immediately grimaced and began to scratch his head. "Isn't this completely out of the question?" Everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly. As far as the current situation was concerned, there was indeed no room for discussion. They knew nothing about the underworld. They didn't know how much power they had, where they were hiding, and what sneaky things they were doing in their nest. There was no information to speak of. This was a battle that could only be fought by guessing. The problem of the area can only be thrown aside. We will deal with it when we enter the door. Yin Nuoxing tilted her head to look at Yuanji and nodded to her. "Yuanji, this task will be handed over to you when the time comes. We will kill our way in and immediately launch the array to stand our ground. You should figure out the area of the underworld as soon as possible so that we can drive straight in and kill our way in." Jing Yuanji nodded seriously. Her own characteristics and the origin energy she had mastered also determined that this was the most suitable thing for her to do. Yin Nuoxing added, "If you need anything special to assist you, don't hesitate to tell me. There is still time, and there is still time to arrange it. There should be enough time." Jing Yuanji chuckled and shook her head. "With the realm of order around, we'll go first. When the time comes, Lord Maple, all you have to do is to make a big ruckus. The bigger the ruckus, the easier it will be for me to explore the entire void region. If there's really an accident that might happen, it's only in the underworld. I don't know if they have made preparations for space and void barriers. In the worst-case scenario, if the void region there is completely silent like the middle and lower planes, then it will be difficult to figure out the situation in the underworld. That situation will be the most difficult one. We will talk about it when we fight our way in." Hui raised his teacup to indicate that he had something to say. "So now it is confirmed that we have to go in through the abyssal death fog rift. It is also the only way." Xiao Xiao nodded gently. "What if the abyssal death fog rift leads to a place far away from the underworld? Well, what if it is a subsidiary world far away from the main world? The kind that is so far away that you can't see it. Since the high-ranking primeval and the fledgling of the underworld had climbed out of the rift, I don't think they deliberately arranged for it to be far away. Even if it is far away, there may be other passages." Yin Nuoxing leaned back on the sofa and looked up slightly. But if we really encounter that situation, we will still deal with it as the most difficult one. There must be someone guarding inside, right? Or when we tear the inside into pieces and remove the energy source, there will be people from the underworld coming to check on the situation. We just need one. A cloud of transparent energy and silver-black liquid appeared in his hand and wriggled slowly. As long as one person comes out, he will be our guiding light. Even if his intelligence, soul, and spirit are all puppets, as long as there is a trace of his existence, we can find the way. The sin of the world plus the origin energy of the soul. We looked at the wriggling silver-black thing, and his cheeks twitched a few times. It will be terrible if we are caught. It is not a good choice for me to use the sin of the world at the beginning. Moreover, a random person may not be able to figure out all the regions. So, it is necessary to analyze the regions in the void. But if there is no other way, we will deal with it as the worst-case scenario. By then, there is no need to pay attention to anything. Yin Nuoxing murmured in a low voice. Sui Qing tilted her head and looked at him. Have you found the solution to the abyssal death fog rift, that the creations of order, such as the Fortress of Origin, cannot be brought into the abyssal death fog rift? Yes, it is ready. You don't have to worry about that. If all the creations of order cannot be brought in, there is basically no need to fight this war. Yin Nuoxing nodded. Sui Qing took a deep breath, bent over, and pointed his fingers. Then, the most troublesome thing is the part about the combat power of the underworld. There is no need to ask. The first to bear the brunt will definitely be the chaos concept body, and at least one, maybe two, or three. Ha ha, you idiot. Hui slapped his own face, grimacing in pain as he sucked in a cold breath. We have already racked our brains for a few eras to deal with one, two, or three. If there are really two or three of them, how are we supposed to fight? It is useless for you to tell us that. We certainly hope that there is only one. Of course, it would be best if there is none. But the truth is in the hands of the underworld. How do we know how many there are? Sui Feng smiled bitterly as he rubbed his hands together. Well, that's the probability of Her Eminence coming out. Teacher and the others didn't say it was absolute. They only said that the probability of there being a chaotic concept body is more than 80%. As for whether there's one, two, or three, we'll only know when we get in. Seeing that everyone was silent, Sui Qing smiled bitterly again. Then the chaos concept body is a big headache for us. Let's put it aside for now. As for the other main forces of the underworld, first of all, what is the rank of the master of the underworld, the pinnacle of Yuanshi? The normal rank is 7. If the abnormal 1 has a dirty deal with the chaos concept body, then rank 8. Yin Nuoxing calmly answered the question. The threat is the second, but there are not many ways to deal with this guy. We suddenly looked up. By the way, is the master of the underworld an inheritor? Or does he control the power of origin? He is not an inheritor. The power of origin they control depends on how many relics they have. Anyway, we can be sure that they have a batch of distorted energy sources and the Horn of Order. As for the rest, we do not know for now. Sui Qing shook his head. Hui nodded and continued. Then, is there an inheritor in the underworld? I'm not talking specifically about inheritors. Isn't this because the heavenly god of origin and the others have been paying attention to the underworld? In case there is an inheritor or something on the other side, we have to prepare a way to deal with it in advance. After all, the origin energy is more or less unreasonable. If we were to face it, it would definitely be difficult to deal with it. Sui Qing raised his head and looked at his sister for a while. After confirming with his soul, he shook his head and said, Anyway, as far as we know, there is no such thing. First, it is because none of the 149 second-generation inheritors are from the underworld. It is the same for the first-generation inheritors. His expression slightly changed, and there was a bit of seriousness in his distress. Second, we know someone in the underworld, so we know clearly. Phew, you know someone. Brother Lei scratched his cheek in distress. If I am not mistaken, they are still alive. We may have to deal with them. We also became serious. Do you know someone of the same generation? That is not so clear. In terms of time, ahem, you want to ask about their combat power, right? Seeing Hui Jun nodding, Sui Qing let out a sigh and said slowly, "Anyway, before we were locked in the soul-suppressing ring, they were already in the upper tier, the 8th tier. After all these years, when we were still in the era, there was still time for them to continue moving forward. It is just that I am not sure what they will become at this moment when the rules of the environment fall. In the worst case, they may be in the pinnacle tier. But no matter what, we have to deal with them." Brother Feng said that since they have chosen to join the chaos, no matter what state they are in, they will be dealt with by the chaos. We just have to beat them to death. Apart from the Lord of the Underworld and those we know in the past, the combat power of the upper tier is still unknown. Apart from them, there are the upper and middle tiers of the Underworld, the primeval, the fledglings, and various abyssal death mist spawns. But from what we can see, they can be treated as tougher cannon fodder. Their main purpose is to charge forward and cause trouble for us. Hui nodded and added, "And when we are exhausted and start to weaken, they will swarm us and bury us." Everyone laughed bitterly. That was more or less the case. Now, if they were to break down the combat power and put it together, why do I feel so stressed out? I feel that even Meng can't move after hearing this. Monarch Qing covered half of his face and grimaced. His face was full of pain. Who can tell us how to fight this battle? The group of people had their own painful and difficult expressions. It was indeed difficult to fight just by listening to the situation. Hui waved his hand to show that he could not do it. He looked directly at Feng, who had not said much. "Feng, give us some advice. The normal battle plan that I have devised with my melon seed-sized brain is no longer useful. Now, we need to use the most unconventional method." Yin Nuoxing turned his head with a calm and indifferent face. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, he shook his head helplessly. "In an unconventional battle, we can only use the appearance of the important people and forces on the opposite side as the dividing line and release the power at different stages. Using the important upper tier, pinnacle tier, primeval relic, chaos conceptual body, and so on as the dividing line. We can only act according to the situation." Brother Lei was very excited when he heard that. What if they all swarm up? I'll start with a small void turbulence, dragging all the power of 15, 16 trillion order warriors to guide the small void turbulence. Even if I can't kill them, I'll play them to death. For primeval realms, concept level space, and the first light. With 196 primeval energies as the base, the chaos conceptual body will have to kill me first if they want to interrupt. But before that, they have to first destroy the fortress of origin and the 2 primeval creations that are affected by the previous conditions. Everyone was speechless. That was a F*King indiscriminate attack, and they were not interrupted. They shouldn't swarm up. Aren't they still doing something in the underworld? They don't even have the time to deal with us here. Obviously, they're busy and have no time to deal with us. Even if they had guessed that we would come knocking on their door, they wouldn't know when we were going to come knocking. In fact, from their response and their arrogance of having victory in their hands, they would not seriously think about how to deal with us if we come knocking on their door. At most, they would prepare some general methods to be prepared. Yin Nuoxing sighed faintly. After all, we don't seem to be a threat to them. Not being a threat was a little heart-wrenching to hear. TCH, a group of lost races from the previous era, and the existence of the chaos conceptual body. With the power they wielded, they were certainly arrogant and prideful to the point that they did not take them, who had picked up a bit of the primeval god's power in this era, seriously. The 2 groups were not even of the same concept, and simply could not compete on the same stage. Is there nothing else to add? Yin Nuoxing looked around at the group. Now, everyone was silent and a little at a loss. To be honest, he was also a little dumbfounded when such a huge pile of additional information came crashing down on him. He sighed, clapped his hands, and stood up. Since there's nothing else, let's deal with it according to what we just added. If we need to prepare, then prepare. If we want to cause trouble, then continue to cause trouble. If we don't want to cause trouble, then relax. There's not much time left, and it's probably impossible to make any earth-shattering changes. Let's just use the remaining time to sort out our situation and wait for the time to come. Seeing that Maple was about to end the topic, we quickly said, Hey, don't be hasty. We haven't talked about the day of the battle. What's the plan for that day? Look, we have more than 1,000 nodes and 16 trillion order warriors. The commotion of them swarming out would be so great that it would make one's hair stand on end. When the time comes, would each node rush into our own death mist rift, or we don't know how many places the death mist rift leads to. Just in case, let's gather at node 0 and charge into it. As for the problem of having too many people, let's just have everyone enter the temporary space from bottom to top. Let's divide them according to the previous squads or void patrol squads. That's up to you. By the way, don't make the temporary space too sturdy. We'll do our best to open it up in half a minute after we charge in, and then set off as many fireworks as we can. There's one more thing. Energy towers, energy cores, energy sources, and the like should be distributed and installed in advance. Don't leave them between the spiritual temple and the creations. When the time comes, there won't be any logistical support to move things or build things. It's not a battle of attrition, but a one-round battle with an indomitable will. Everyone will be order warriors who charge into battle. As Yin Nuashing spoke, he slowly sat down again. His eyelids drooped slightly, and his voice was low. This battle will begin with me, and end with my death. Before that, before we reach the end of destruction, no one is allowed to stop. I will hold the line until the very end, and not stop until the underworld is torn apart into a cloud of void. But if I die early for some reason, the rest will depend on your judgment. Everyone in the hall fell silent as the topic suddenly became unusually serious and heavy. They lowered their heads and looked at each other from time to time. When their gazes swept across the observer's face, they could clearly see the determination on his face, the determination to die, just like the situation he had announced that day. Surprisingly, they were not surprised by this answer. It was as if it was only natural, as if they already knew that he would say such a thing. Their current gloominess was only due to a little unwillingness and reluctance, because he still said it. In the end, as if nothing had changed, they would watch as he ignited a flame that could burn the void into ashes. Then, he would flatten the entire void into primordial chaos, tearing apart everything that existed within. After a grand and majestic rampage, he would gradually vanish like a storm. Just like a calamity, he would appear in the most spectacular manner, letting go of his hands and feet and wreaking havoc unrestrainedly, causing everyone to panic. Then, he would vanish with a bang, leaving behind a mess that scattered all over the void. Calamity? As expected of you, Feng, a member of the Calamity series. But even if you leave something behind, it would be good. Such a grand and majestic display was like a formality, disappearing as soon as it was over. That was not elegant at all. The pre-war meeting was, in fact, to sort out the situation they were going to face in detail. Then, they would look at what might happen in the middle of the meeting and prepare for any unexpected situations. This was probably the most serious and also the most confusing pre-war meeting in their history. The most serious was because the enemy was really a headache, and the most confusing was because even if the situation was right in front of them, they could not think of a good way to deal with it. They could only rely on guesses, just like how they relied on guesses to deal with all kinds of things in the underworld along the way. In fact, there was a question that Feng did not mention. Feng seemed to want to say it, but he held back his intention to say it a few times. After all, that matter was even more ridiculous. Yes, it was about them. Who knew if that group of whatever that was forced to stay in the nest by the gods of origin would make a high-profile entrance when they rushed into the underworld, and then rush up to kill them without saying a word? This was indeed a more difficult question because none of them knew what the situation of them was. They did not know how many of them there were, and they did not know how powerful they were. The only thing they knew was that this group of whatever half-led the war between order and chaos, causing the whole war to go to the worst situation. In the end, when Feng's sister was about to set the entire Grand Yuan realm on fire, they stabbed her with a spear. Blood splattered all over the throne of origin. Disrespect to the goddess. Was it not good for him to say that? He would not be strung up, would he? Anyway, the main point of this pre-war meeting was to give everyone a dose of precaution. Other than that, there was basically no change. The battle arrangements were crudely rehearsed, and they chose to use the absolutely universal method of improvisation. A dose of precaution could effectively prevent themselves from being scared to death when something big happened. That was the only use of it. Everyone was not in the best of moods right now. This heavy mood would probably last for a few days. Where's Feng? He composed himself and stood up. Everyone had not completely left yet, but they found that Feng was gone and his little blanket was still there. Big idiot just said that he's going to the Fortress of Origin. I don't know what he's going to do. Yuan Kong replied vaguely while nibbling on a fruit. Probably, he's going to do some final checks. We put one hand on his waist and sighed softly. He patted his old waist and walked out. I still have to arrange for the mobilization of personnel. 16 trillion people, even if they're divided into layers and stuffed into the space, it's not easy to gather them. If 10,000 people form a layer, they'll have to be divided into 4 layers. 3 layers will be enough, or 2 layers. A mighty army of 1. 6 billion people will be quite powerful. When the time comes, we'll release the part that's hidden all at once. It'll scare them to death. Yuan Kong could not help but say, "It sounds quite crowded. The entrance is so small." We could not help but grin. In fact, when the time comes, we'll have to divide them even more. We'll lead the first wave to rush into the underworld to suppress and control the situation. The second echelon will have to guard the front line of the void for a while when we attack. When we attract all the attention, the second echelon will be able to come in. Yuan Kong listened and thought for a while. Then, he fell into his sister's arms and covered his head with a painful expression. So troublesome, so troublesome. War is so troublesome and painful. It takes so long to prepare, and it has to be divided into layers and layers to deal with these troublesome matters. How to deal with those troublesome matters? War is so troublesome and disgusting. Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. Although they knew that this girl said this purely because she found it troublesome, but what she said was indeed what they were thinking. Sigh. Who would have thought that everything would revolve around war? Wasn't this because they had no choice but to walk on this path? The war between order and chaos was so pure that there was only pure death and destruction. It made them helpless and unable to escape. They could only accept it. In the core of the Fortress of Origin, Yin Nuoxing raised his head and stared at the core of the spherical frame. A light appeared in between his eyebrows. A ball of colorful energy wrapped in a ball of white light floated out and entered the core. He looked at the core and could not help but whisper softly, "Although there's that half an era of adjustment. Although there's no problem in theory, but, phew, I hope it can withstand it." He suddenly turned his head and looked at the girl in a green dress who appeared behind him. He was slightly surprised. "Shuiyin, why are you here?" Ji Shuiyin walked to his side and looked at him with her green eyes. She said softly, "There's not much time left. I want to take a good look at you and make up for the time I missed in the past. I want to take a good look at you, my redemption." Redemption? This slightly serious word stunned Yin Nuoxing. He stared at the girl's green eyes. The cunning and quick-wittedness in her eyes made him suddenly widen his eyes. "You remembered the past?" "Not completely." Ji Shuiyin grinned happily and reached out her hand to poke his face. "I haven't completely remembered the matter of beautiful big brother, but I seem to know some things. Although it's just some memory fragments, it's something that happened after my origin energy reached 95%. Yin Nuoxing looked at her in a daze and murmured softly, "It's actually possible to recover the concepts and knowledge that were destroyed by the chaotic concept body, although the conditions for recovery are very harsh." Ji Shuiyin spread out her hands. "Who knows? Life, the void, is very mysterious." He felt that this girl was right. This was indeed very mysterious. It was so mysterious that he didn't know what to say. It was just mysterious. Ah, he was wondering why this girl was there when Shuang and See were tormenting him. So it turned out that she remembered some things from the past. Redemption. To that little girl back then, he was actually her redemption. The empathy between inhuman beings. Cough, cough. It was just a simple annoyance. It was so simple that it was completely unnecessary. Aren't you going to change your clothes, beautiful big brother? Shuiyin suddenly looked at him with a mischievous gaze. She looked at him from head to toe without any scruples. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He raised his hand and looked at himself. His smile became even more bitter. This is really hard to do. Hey, what's with that look? It's not that I don't want to change my clothes. I really can't do this by myself. Even spatial teleportation can't take it off. Actually, Big Brother looks pretty good wearing it like this. And it's very beautiful. Why don't you not change it? Ji Shuiyin grinned exceptionally happily. She even walked up to him and flung his light clothes a few times. Then she suddenly used her slender fingers to lift his chin and giggled. Little girl, are you getting married? I'm not. That won't do. I'm going to change right now. Leisurely and carefree. He didn't expect that the 4 words that he once thought were very far away from him would be realized in this false tranquility time. His daily task was to walk around and play after he was full. He would tease the group of girls or be teased by them instead. He would be dragged over like a doll and fiddled with for a long time. He couldn't take it, really couldn't take it. Occasionally, he would gather with Hui and the others to chat and talk about the past. Everyone had a tacit understanding not to mention those troublesome things, fireworks, or the trivial matters of the void. The group of people wandered around in the frontline world. They would play after they were full. When they were tired, they would lie down and not sleep. They would just open their eyes and look at the sky. Just like this, time passed slowly. It was peaceful and repeated day after day. Such a peaceful time, if it could continue. Yes, it would be pretty good. It would be pretty good. Unfortunately, it was just like a bubble. After all, it was just a flash. He thought as he looked at the colorful light flashing in his soul. Chapter 2088. Tranquility was like the floating bubbles that floated in the sea of the void. That was the tranquility that belonged to every bubble. The descending chaos would turn all the tranquility in this world into bubbles, igniting a flame woven from turbulence in the void. Just like the flame that ignited the moment a bubble popped. That was the flame that announced the end of the tranquility. It was as short as a breath. The mighty war drums thundered heavily in the void. Like rolling thunder, it carried with it a distant presence that had settled down for endless time, as if it came from an endless era in the past. It wanted to immerse this silent void in the thundering rage that penetrated time, as if it could resonate with the waves of destruction in the depths of the void and play a tune with it. The void slowly danced in the endless rumbling of the drums. Strands of formless waves spread out from it and into the silent void. Wherever it passed, ripples would be incessantly stirred. The tremors seemed to overturn the frozen sea, forcing the void that had been silent for countless years to splutter with noisy echoes. Node City Zero. No, there was no city here anymore. Every building had been flattened overnight, including the scenery that was set up in the past. At this very moment, there was only a huge platform that resonated with the drumbeats. Looking up, one could directly see the nearby realm of order and the lit fireworks that covered the entire site. Such a scene had disappeared from the sky of Node City Zero for many years. The deliberately created tranquility and serenity was just a bubble of the void that would eventually shatter. Huh. The roar that resembled the roar of a giant dragon blended into the sound waves of the war drums, entangling with it and resounding through the void. The agitated responses with the same imposing manner also pulled up another wave of sound waves that echoed wantonly behind. The huge platform was crowded with people. The ground and the air were lined up neatly, but not in a uniform formation. Countless Order warriors did not hesitate to let their vast aura surge out, gathering together with a monstrous agitated momentum, as if they were about to shatter this small part of the void. Eyes quickly zoomed in from the farthest end of the platform and across the formations of various sizes. One could clearly see that there was a faint distortion in the space beside every Order warrior, as if something heavy existed there. When two Order warriors were slightly closer, the distortion in the space between them would become more obvious. It made people feel that if they bumped into each other, the thing inside would be knocked out. That caused the distance between everyone to be a little further apart, and each formation took up more space. Coupled with the dazzling light of energy that surrounded everyone, it looked like an endless sea of light. Staring at it for too long would make one feel as if one would go blind. Those fused lights had condensed into a vast power of origin. Even if they were to stomp their feet or shout in unison, there would be a vast aura that gushed out like a storm. It really shook the void for 300 eras. Such a vast power of origin. On a high platform at the front of the platform, we had to raise his hand to press on his hair every few seconds. When everyone below shouted in unison, a storm of condensed energy blew at his face, causing his clothes and hair to flutter. He had been blown by the storm here for 10 minutes. His face was about to become crooked. By the way, his eyes were about to go blind. On top of that, the mighty power of origin had caused an unknown level of light pollution and noise pollution just by appearing. There were only a little more than 1 billion people on the Node Zero platform. Just like what they had discussed the other day, the other Order warriors would shrink into the bodies of these Order warriors in a ratio of 1 to 10,000 to 100 million. That was to say, each person in front of them carried 100 million people. When they really arrived at the battlefield later, their large army would rush out from the overlapping space and instantly fill up the entire area in formation. Looking at the densely packed formation in front of him, Hui suddenly felt restless. Affected by the people in front of him, his body could not help but release the origin energy. He walked to the edge of the high platform and looked at all the Order warriors in front of him. With a wave of his hand, the energy in his throat turned into a roar and exploded. Who? Huh. Ah. This group of troublemakers. Why did their response turn into wailing and howling when it was his turn to shout? Warriors of Order. What is our slogan? Trouble. Causing trouble. You're making trouble. What is our goal? Break through the void. Recklessly breaking the order. Barge through the chaos. Shout out our beliefs. For the Motherf * King, Origin, and Order. Damn it. He was about to be blown into a swept-back. He had never experienced the might of 16 trillion Order warriors roaring at the same time before. If it was someone else with an unstable lower body standing here, that roar would probably send them flying. That's right, although most of the troops were hidden in a temporary dimension, they were still able to affect this place without any hindrance. In the space beside him, rays of light fell from above and turned into a light pillar. After a moment, Brother Lei, Sui Feng, Sui Qing, Little Hour, and the other inheritors walked out. They had all changed into different clothes today, probably battle robes. They looked majestic, and the aura they exuded made I Ching feel for the first time that they belonged to the previous generation of inheritors who had fought side by side with the origin gods. This made I Ching become a little more serious. After they appeared on the high platform, rays of light came from all corners of the void and gathered here like a whirlwind. Feng's family's girls and the new generation of inheritors had all made a grand appearance. Even they had changed into battle robes and looked very majestic. Then, should I Ching also change his clothes? Forget it. It would be too lame to leave the stage and change his clothes before appearing again. I Ching looked at the scene in front of him and could not help but gulp. He felt that there were more than 100 million eyes staring at him. He could not help but shrink behind Lord Hui. Lord Hui, there are so many people, so many that it's breaking my bottom line. I should be standing below, shouldn't I? I'm not even an inheritor. Keep your chest up, take a deep breath, and don't be nervous. Hui patted the nervous young man's shoulder, and his eyes swept across the dense formation below for a while before finding one person. "Your girl is looking at you affectionately from below," he said calmly. I Ching did not know whether to laugh or cry at how the young man was not nervous in an instant. "What's wrong with my number 2 model worker standing here?" No problem, he replied. "You'll have to watch the scene when we charge up, right, Lord I Ching of the Void Frontline?" "Oh well." I Ching's expression did not change, but he was laughing bitterly in his heart. Sui Feng slowly walked up, his usual laziness and frivolity gone with his solemn face. "All nodes are in place, and they have taken over the responsibility of guarding the Void Frontline for us, even after this. But is it really okay to let the people of the Frontline world help to guard the Void Frontline or something? For the time being, there should be enough order creations left." Hui turned around and frowned slightly. This plan had been changed not long ago. They would rush over in a swarm without stopping or making a second batch. As for the Void Frontline, during the time when they left for the underworld to divert their attention, it would be left to the people of the Frontline world to guard. Trust them. They are all arranged by the Order Warriors of the Void Frontline. Nothing will go wrong. Sui Feng chuckled as his eyes swept across the formation below. Moreover, not all of them are from the Frontline world. Some of them are Order Warriors from the Frontline who could not join the battle due to the time limit. However, most of them are relatively new Order Warriors who are not used to the Source Laws and were urged to break through by the Source Laws after the seal was broken. Their condition is not stable, and so they could not join the battle. As for our main combat force of intermediate and advanced, all of them are ready. This situation was only thought of later. After all, there were many people, and the duration of everyone's seal was not exactly the same. So there would always be some who would coincidentally have their seal broken when the time was today. In fact, according to the pattern, there would be people whose seal time was up every day. Apart from the intermediate and advanced Yuanshi whose seal time was especially long and filtered by the Source Law, those who could not participate in the battle could only be left to guard their home. If something happened to them during this round of attack, they would either find that they had charged into the wrong place or found that they had charged into a dead end. Then, they would have to have an escape route so that they could retreat and launch another round. This kind of escape route was still possible. Then, let's do a final count. He spread his hand and shrugged at everyone on the platform. Touch your own portable space and soul space, and see if you have everything. Order creations, origin creations, energy towers, energy cores, and energy sources. Jing Yun, that big guy of ours has kept it, right? Jing Yun, who was standing there, was stunned. She raised her hand and pointed at Brother Lei. I handed it to little Lei. Everyone was speechless. What kind of weird name was that? Brother Lei laughed dryly and patted his trouser pocket. I brought it. There's no mistake. If there's a mistake, twist my head off and kick it like a ball. He then looked at Hui. Are you sure you brought that whip? Yes, I brought it. What about blunderbuss? Leave blunderbuss to us who know how to blow it. Don't worry. I'm more worried about how to bring those things from the Sanctum of Origins over. Sui Feng whispered, his eyes fixed on various places in the void. The Sanctum of Origins, the Fortress of Origins. Ling will take care of it. Don't worry. Xiao Shi replied with the simplest words, and everyone could not help but laugh. Indeed, although they did not know how he was going to bring those things to the stage, but if he said it would not be a problem, then it would not be a problem. So, everything is ready? We looked around. When he saw everyone nodding at him, he was relieved. He turned to look at the deepest part of the platform and shouted, Phone! Everyone's eyes were focused on the deepest part of the platform. That was where the gate to the observer dimension was. They were all prepared and could go all out and make a mess of the chaos. Now all that was left was the core of the core. The stormy cloud wall separated all concepts and existences. The floating island here seemed to be isolated from the world and time. It was quiet, waiting, and watching the passing of time. Soft sunlight shone from above, sprinkling bright spots of light on the white hall and manor. The golden light shone all over the place. Only this place seemed to be eternally serene and peaceful. A gentle breeze blew through Yun Nuoxing's long hair. He slowly raised his head, squinted his eyes, and stared at the golden sun. From the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of a large group of white light figures running around the manor. Watching them chase and play happily here, a moment later, he took a light breath, lowered his head to look at her beside him, and said softly, "Everyone is calling me." "Oh, are you going to war?" The youth jumped up from the table and walked to the little one who was slowly standing up. He patted him on the shoulder. "Give them a punch for us. Give them a good one." Yin Nuoxing smiled helplessly. "As long as I can do it, let alone one punch, a few punches will do." The Empyrean gods of origin in the manor quieted down. They all gestured to keep quiet and looked at the little one from a perfect distance. The contradictory aura of tension and relaxation drifted out from them. Yin Nuoxing could not help but glance at them. These guys all wanted to say something, but stopped. There was a little commotion. They wanted to squeeze over, but did not dare to. It felt like a parent sending off a child. A parent, indeed a parent. Out of the 147 parents of order, one was absent. She slowly stood up and looked at him for a long time. She reached out and touched his cheek. He could hear some meaningless syllables coming from her throat. She seemed to have forcibly interrupted a few words, as if she did not know what to say. After a while, she gently nodded as if she had figured something out. She suddenly reached out her other hand and hugged him into her arms. Her hands gently stroked the back of his head and back, causing his body to stiffen. He thought for a while, then slowly reached out and wrapped his arms around her waist to return the hug. "I wish you a triumphant return." The soft words that echoed in his ears were simple. She was also a person who did not want to say more than 2 words. But at this time, perhaps simple words would be enough. "Then I'm going out," Yin Nuoxing replied with a smile. They quietly watched him dissipate. They clenched their fists and could not help but take a deep breath. They all said in their hearts, "I wish you all the best." In the observer space, a faint light enveloped the potted plant-like island. A gentle breeze blew in this empty space, blowing Yun Nuoxing's long hair and robe. He knelt on one knee and slowly opened his eyes to look at the 3 tombstones in front of him. After a moment of silence, he gently stroked the long hair by his ear and reached out to touch the 3 tombstones one by one. He stared at them for a moment, then took a deep breath and stood up. He turned around and looked at them again. Once again, he chuckled and said, "Then I'm going out." He slowly withdrew his gaze and lifted his foot. His figure slowly dissipated like a cloud as he took a few steps forward. The infinite and empty space also slowly shrank from afar as he disappeared, hiding the potted plant-like island in the thick fog. The fortress of origin that stood in the observer space trembled slightly after a moment. Its surface condensed a stream of light cast by energy and became transparent little by little. The gate of the observer space on the platform lost its luster little by little. Starting from the top, it slowly became as ethereal as a cloud of smoke. After a few seconds, it turned into dust in the void and disappeared little by little. Everyone who noticed this scene turned their heads to look at the high platform. They looked at the center of the high platform. There, a spatial vortex slowly opened. A colorful figure slowly walked out from it. He was wearing the set of clothes that he always wore. He was so grand and gorgeous that he looked like a 16-year-old girl who was preparing for her wedding. "Maple." We saw him coming out and called out. He could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that Maple was also wearing his usual attire. Now, it was 2 days since he changed his attire. It was more balanced. Maple's attire had probably been designated as a battle attire by himself. In fact, although it was grand and gorgeous, it was something that was only worn for important occasions. However, it was not a hindrance to him. Otherwise, he would have changed long ago. When he opened his eyes, he saw a group of order warriors who were already full of vigor and murderous intent. That mighty aura was like a gust of wind, blowing Yin Nuoxing so hard that he almost took a step back. His ears seemed to be echoing with the shouting of slogans and passionate voices. This scene of a sea of people stunned him for a moment, but he tried his best to keep a straight face without any change. Damn, it was an unprecedented experience to be watched by so many people. His heart almost couldn't take it anymore. If this group of Yuanshi realm people roared together, he would probably fly out. He could feel a little bit of doubt, shock, and confusion from the countless gazes that were fixed on him. The owners of these gazes were probably thinking, "Our Lord Maple, is he really only at the pinnacle of the origin? Now that I can't compete with you in terms of aura, I'm sorry. After all, he is only at the pinnacle of the origin." And among these gazes that were different from excitement and nervousness, there must be a large number of newcomers who joined later. After all, they really had not seen him before. He took a deep breath, turned to Hui and the others, and whispered, "Is everything ready?" "Everything is ready." Hui nodded with a smile. "We only need you to give the order." His gaze slowly swept over Little Angel, Siyu, Qing Huang, Shuang Shuang, Yuan Ji, Yuan Kong, Qing Jun, Sui Feng, Sui Qing, Little Hour, Brother Thunder, Dao Tian, Shui Yin, Xing LV, and the others. He took a deep breath and turned to look at the void where the energy was exploding. His gaze passed through the thick flames and saw the huge cracks standing behind. He let out a long breath. Then, although I've said it before, I'll say it again. This battle will go straight to the end of destruction. It will start with me and end with my death. We frowned helplessly and smiled bitterly. Okay, we know. Little Hour looked around and did not see the Fort of Origin. Seeing that Ling did not move, he could not help but ask, "What about the Fort of Origin and the Temple of Origin? Did he bring them with him?" "No. And later, you don't need to bring any of the temples of Origin out. Just make sure that you have enough energy towers. You don't need to worry about anything else." Yin Nuashing shook his head and gave them a reassuring smile. Seeing this, Little Hour nodded and did not ask any more questions. "You don't need to bring anything?" Huey's cheeks trembled. If they were not in front of hundreds of millions of soldiers, his expression might have collapsed. "What are you trying to do? We're about to go to war, and you're still keeping us in suspense." "It's not that I'm keeping you in suspense. It just takes some time to explain, and you'll understand when I bring the things up. So it's still the same thing, don't worry." "Okay." Hui shrugged and did not ask. "Then, shall we begin?" "Okay." Yin Nuashing turned and walked 2 steps to the other side of the platform, tilted his head, and looked at everyone. "Then I'll begin. Let the entire void burn." Yin Nuashing slowly raised his right hand and suddenly gathered a white light of energy. The light on his body flickered and gushed, becoming so dazzling that it was difficult to look at him directly in a few seconds. The light in his palm condensed into a ball and was lifted little by little into the air. A violent and uncontrollable energy suddenly swept out like a storm in the void. Dozens of layers of transparent energy spheres appeared one after another from within, and the void was so huge that it pierced through the void like bolts of lightning. The dazzling light that tore through the void magnified the vast sea of light countless times. The void that was already shaking under the war drums and roars was cleanly shattered into pieces when the sudden storm appeared. In an instant, it was as if the energy that sealed the entire void region had been opened and poured out. It was as if an energy storm that was so thick that it had a physical form had been released. When it came crashing down, the people standing closest to it could only feel the light in front of their eyes suddenly flashing. Their hearts skipped a beat, and their breathing became sluggish. Their bodies stagnated, and they almost flew out. "Feng, you big idiot. Yell before you transform. What's the point of attacking your teammate?" We looked at the dazzling white light that gradually rose into the air. He held his chest and cursed through the soul transmission. The frenzied energy that gathered and released rose to an unimaginable height in just a few breaths. The flourishing aura instantly suppressed the eruption of the aura of countless Order warriors. The energy sphere trembled at an extremely high frequency and extremely small amplitude. The energy that gushed out from it was so thick that it caused crisscrossing cracks to appear in the unreinforced domain. This aura advanced. No, it's already close to the peak. Sui Qing's eyes surged with starlight as she stared at Feng Ling in the energy sphere. Her eyes trembled slightly. Soul, sea of energy, world of light. So, is this another reason why he chose the origin energy of soul? To allow his soul to withstand more weight. Thank you for your explanation, but I feel that this guy doesn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Hui hurriedly put up an energy barrier. If this guy continued to erupt, they would be injured before they could enter. Feng, you big idiot. In the depths of the distant upper plane, on the edge of a lonely floating island in a remote world, a silver-white figure slowly opened his eyes and stared at the void. His silver-white eyes reflected the white light that was flashing wildly in the void. The energy that was exploding had spread hundreds of millions of miles away. He could feel that the aura was still rising and was about to break through a certain limit. He could not help but whisper, "It's about to begin." A puzzled voice came from behind. What's about to begin? Oh, that direction it's coming, the first wave of attack belonging to the order of this era, the heir I've never met before. Good luck. Strengthen the blockade on that side. Don't let those annoying guys find a chance to sneak out and disturb them. Then we have to close the door on this side. Then let's close the door. The energy that had expanded and gathered to its limit pulled down the entire void and the void. The breath of the primordial origin gushed into this part of the void, adding the last bit of energy to the energy ball that had reached its limit. After breaking through the threshold, it suddenly contracted and then expanded rapidly. Two mighty torrents of energy gushed out from the left and right ends of the void, illuminating half of the void. It was as if a supernova had lit up in the void. The extremely dazzling light and the churning energy like the sea suppressed the movement of the entire Node Zero. Even the abyssal death shroud that was still rampaging in the void was blown up into nothingness when the supernova shone. Yin Nuoshing, who appeared in the radiance of energy, opened his eyes. His body was surrounded by white light that could throw the void into chaos. He glanced at everyone who was swaying in the wind, and then turned to the abyssal death shroud right in front of him. Let's go. Boom. Boom. Just like a moving supernova, just by rushing out, it had rolled up an explosive and mighty energy impact. Hui quickly steadied himself and looked at the white star that was leading the charge towards the void. He waved his hand and shouted, "For the Mother ** King, Origin, and Order. Charge!" Countless Order warriors were already in a state of extreme frenzy and excitement when the supernova burst out. At this moment, each of them roared and shouted as they turned into meteors in the void and chased after the white sun with extreme speed. The many Order warriors in the realm of Order turned to look at the trail of light that streaked across the void and saluted with all their might. There was the same emotion in their eyes. Charge with our share, crush them. Less than 10 seconds after they were cleared, new abyssal death shroud spawns came out of the void. But this time, they were mercilessly smashed into a cloud of smoke by a shining white sun. They did not even see what happened. The sun was just charging, and there was a mighty energy impact that kept bursting out. The moment it crashed into the void, it tore the void apart and expanded by more than 100 times. Behind it, streaks of radiance that shone in the void also surged into it in less than 2 seconds. The inside of the abyssal death shroud was like a passage covered by thick black clouds. The red light was ferocious like bolts of lightning flashing rapidly in the passage made of clouds. When they rushed into it, it was as if they had rushed into an area where lightning and storms danced. Endless flashes of lightning flashed around them, and the thick abyssal death shroud lingered around them, making them feel a little numb. The thing that made them feel physically and psychologically disgusted in the past was now almost useless to them. Pseudo-pinnacle Yuan-Shi. Feng, you big freak. Hui and the others hurried to the side of the star. Seeing that he was surrounded by huge red-black circles, Hui could clearly feel the presence of his body and finally could not help but shout. The word pseudo is enough to decide everything. It's just a pure burst of energy. As long as the light of the world is not extinguished, my condition will not fall, so you don't have to worry about me." Yun Nuoxing quickly responded and waved his hand, causing the magic circles around him to spin rapidly. The power of the primordial wildly slammed into the great rift passage like monstrous waves. Just the energy shockwave alone was enough to turn all of the abyssal death mist spawns that were about to emerge into ashes. Even the black and red of the entire passage quickly crumbled under his crushing charge and was dyed white. The structure of the great rift began to crumble as it could not withstand his energy. "The passage is shorter than I thought. Almost there. Focus. Brace yourselves," Yin Nuoxing shouted loudly. All the Order warriors behind him had ferocious gazes like wolves and tigers, allowing the energy that had been brewing for a long time to enter a state of accumulation. Structure disintegration. Primordial light. Don't block the way, ants. With a wave of his hand, the multiple magic circles around him converged and fused into two. Looking at the densely packed abyssal death mist spawns that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, with a single thought, two red-black energy torrents that were entwined with white radiance abruptly gushed out, carrying an unshakable destructive force as they rushed to the furthest distance and came into contact with something solid. Then, in the short span of half a second, they pierced right through it. The trembling sound of the energy explosion rang in everyone's ears as if a door had been broken, causing the Order warriors who were already prepared to cry out in their hearts. Then, they quickly leaped out of the half-collapsed passageway. Starry skies, world barrier, world light, void, the location of the higher planes that were guided by the laws, as well as the innumerable abyssal death shroud spawns that were reflected in their eyes. There was also that familiar stormy cloud wall that was flickering with red light. In an instant, they understood the situation of this place. Their intrusion had instantly attracted the attention of the abyssal death shroud spawns here. When enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. The abyssal death shroud of the entire world thus entered a frenzied state in a brief few seconds, churning violently. Act according to the plan from the beginning. Everyone spread out. Don't rush to set up the energy tower array. Don't seal the void. Don't seal the space. Open the door and let them all come. Just focus on taking down the concept layer of the laws. Make as much of a ruckus as you can. Tear down the entire void for me. Crush them. Everyone who had been holding in like a madman throughout the journey began to roar and charge out in all directions. In an instant, they were scattered across the starry skies. The streaks of distorted space that encircled them abruptly ruptured. Dense clusters of energy light suddenly appeared beside each of the meteors out of thin air. The energy bursting out from those clusters of energy light continued to spread across all directions like a cluster of asteroids, rampantly rampaging and sweeping away all the abyssal death shroud spawns that lunged at them. When the meteor shower had finished spreading, they once again heard the tremendous sound of space exploding. Stars that resembled the sands of the Ganges squeezed out side by side, instantly covering the entire starry skies. Then, all of them raised their hands at once, boom, boom. Like a great wall of the galaxy, a mighty energy torrent flattened the starry skies. In an instant, a piece of the world barrier and the void was torn apart, piercing a huge hole. The void that was flowing backwards was pushed out by the energy blast just as it emerged. This unlucky world that was used as a landing point had disintegrated by 2/3 after everyone had landed for half a minute. There was not even much residue left in sight. Front, flank, In short, there are extremely massive abyssal death shroud reactions coming from all directions. Everyone pay attention. The abyssal death shroud's movements. This movement should be the Great Rift opening. Everyone pay attention. The Great Rift of the abyssal death shroud that pierced through the void instantly opened up in all directions. The crisscrossing rifts that opened up randomly seemed to be a little rushed. A familiar large group of ghostly things immediately rushed out while howling loudly. The movement was so loud that it was as if an ocean had been poured down. The magnitude of the creatures that surged out was far beyond what any node would normally face. However, this time, they did not charge in a battle one by one, but swarmed in as well. Blinding energy torrents kept washing over the entire battlefield as if they were free. Everything along the way, including the starry skies themselves, was torn into pieces and completely crushed into ashes before being thrown away. It was as if they were attacking to tear down this world, and the abyssal death shroud's damage could all be treated as accidental damage. Yuan-ji, follow the void and explore the situation of this void region. Everyone advance slowly. Advance towards the place where they are most concentrated. Crush this bunch of cannon fodder into void dust. Attack. The wanton release of energy in the remaining half of the starry skies and the void caused a series of energy explosions of various sizes. The mighty energy fireworks once again filled the void. Under the frenzied attack of the Order warriors, the abyssal death shroud had collapsed countless times. In just a few minutes, even the speed of its reformation had decreased significantly. Even the abyssal death shroud spawn that could be considered an army within range could not be seen. Jing Yuanji, who was using the eruption of energy storms to spread her power into the void, suddenly opened her eyes and shouted, "Lord Feng, I've captured a large amount of high-level primeval aura. It belongs to the abyssal death shroud spawn, the fledgling, and the underworld's order power. It's closing in rapidly. 10 more seconds until direct contact." Yin Nuoxing, who was hanging high up in the void, had already directed his gaze to the front. When he heard Yuan Ji's cry, the white light on his body began to gather rapidly like a storm. He slowly raised his arms and whispered in a low voice that slowly echoed in his soul. Everyone! Countless Order warriors suddenly raised their heads and looked in the same direction. Behind the abyssal death shroud, the void began to distort rapidly. The crack opened, and a large amount of chaotic and heavy aura was squeezing out from that place, sweeping across the void like a hurricane. A moment later, the void, which could not bear the burden, spat out tons of fragments like broken glass. Countless figures wrapped in a mighty aura rushed out from within and appeared in everyone's sight. The aura that had condensed into a mass also appeared clearly in everyone's senses in an instant. Formation. The raging energy abruptly exploded like a white storm. The void around Yin Nuoxing was carved with dense white fissures by the bursting energy. In the instant the storm exploded, he abruptly waved his hand forward, and the storm that was wrapped in souls descended with billions of energy radiance. Translucent clouds appeared out of thin air like an ocean, rapidly condensing as soon as they appeared. The largest cluster of clouds rapidly took shape as countless gazes watched. The colossal object that was the Fortress of Origins appeared, gushing with vast energy as it shattered the void and appeared there. Its appearance was like a signal, and the white clouds that appeared everywhere in the void gathered wildly, finally turning into huge temples of origins that filled the entire void. The light of order and origins that illuminated the entire void left both sides dumbstruck. It was as if the entire void frontline had been moved here by one's own power. It had descended in an instant. Come! Yin Nuoxing stood at the top of the Fortress of Origins, spreading his arms and looking down at everything in the void. This endless radiance shall be the opening salvo of this war. 4. Origins and Order. Chapter 2089. The majestic energy flames spread, surged, and expanded endlessly on the battlefield woven from the void until they reached the horizon. Countless impacts swept across the entire battlefield along with energy torrents that were as vast as galaxies, igniting, tearing, and disintegrating everything in their path. In the end, they were turned into another round of fireworks that sank into the void, and the void, completely annihilated. The void front line that suddenly burst out of the void was thicker and grander than before. With the Fortress of Origins at its center, rows of neatly arranged temples of origins stretched out horizontally. A cursory glance would suggest that there were at least 80,000 of them, and from the distance, it looked like a conch with a standard pair of rectangular wings. The Fortress of Origin's order domain instantly covered the entire battlefield. Like a blazing halo, it ignited the void, and the aura of all Order warriors instantly skyrocketed. On the other hand, the Abyssal Death Shroud, the spawns, and the fledglings were all suppressed. However, their main force, the high-tier primeval who stood guard in front of the Great Rift, were not affected for the time being. This part of the underworld's main force was still in the form of Order and would not be affected by this domain. Although they were also in the form of Order, there must be a way to prevent them from being buffed by the domain. After all, Maple was the one in charge. The chaos on the Void front line was mostly caused by the underworld. Nonetheless, their own people had prepared themselves mentally. Seeing familiar things appear before their eyes, they would return to their positions regardless of what the situation was. This time, the number of nodes was sufficient. Everyone threw out a wall as soon as they found the right node and returned to their positions. Without another word, they went all out, instantly raising the average firepower to its peak, the peak of the first phase. After a round of saturated energy bombardment, the entire void was so cleansed that not a single speck was left. Even if the death mist abyssal rift on the other side was opening more and more spawns and fledglings were rushing out, it was not a problem. The number of rifts that opened here had long surpassed the total number of rifts that the void frontline had to deal with. Still, high-level abyssal death shroud spawns and fledglings. These fellows had not been idle these past few years. Looking at them swarming out like a swarm of bees, it was clear that they had prepared these things early on. Who were they trying to scare by keeping them in their nests instead of letting them out for a walk? Around the Fortress of Origin, several circles of Order creations gathered energy together with more than 1,000 Origin temples and energy towers at the center, causing the entire void to tremble violently. Just the start of the operation had attracted everyone's attention. Looking at the bright and colorful lights released by the creations and feeling the movement of the energy gathering, everyone's face turned pale and their scalps tingled. Especially the high-level primeval from the underworld who had yet to move. He saw that their faces were as white as a sheet of paper. Even these bastards would have a day like this. From the speed at which the energy particles were gathering in the air, one could see the movement of the energy gathering of the Order creations. The energy gathering was completed in just 5 seconds. Then, more than 1,000 colorful energy torrents as bright as galaxies instantly gushed out. The extreme flash instantly overshadowed the light of the eruption of energy. Everyone's vision was left with an extremely dazzling white. The energy torrent was so thick that it made one's hair stand on end. The entire void shook violently, as if it had set off a void earthquake. The movement of the energy release almost forced everyone to stop. There was no way they could do anything at this time. After the bright white light flashed, the entire void fell silent for a moment. It was so clean that not even a speck of dust was left. Aside from the white rift opened by the underworld, there was nothing else. Even the high-level primeval who were standing in front of the rift to hold up the barrier were gone. However, after a short delay, countless rifts opened up in the Abyssal Death Shroud. Abyssal Death Shroud spawns swarmed out, burning the void into flames once again. If this continues, I'm afraid it's going to enter a cycle. It's too early. It shouldn't be. Hui looked at the void in front of him and frowned. They had the absolute advantage in terms of strength, but entering a cycle at the beginning of the battle was obviously not right. He turned to look at the center of the Realm of Order. His body flashed and appeared on top of the Fortress of Origin. The huge pattern on the top of the Fortress of Origin looked like a land of energy condensation. Maple stood at the center with one hand on his waist and looked down at the entire battlefield. There were energy chains wrapped around the space of 5 feet around him into a sphere. It was unknown whether it was a circle or a belt of energy condensation, but it also circled around him rapidly. It looked like he was another core. Maple. Hui leaped again and came to Maple's side. He looked at the things that were circling around him and then looked at Maple. Are you okay? Can your soul withstand it? The entire void front line was forcefully projected and manifested by Maple's soul. In other words, Maple was directly bearing the weight of the entire realm of order, forcing it to appear. He was even using his soul power to resonate with it, connecting himself to the entire realm of order and all the creations of order, strengthening each other. I'll be fine before all the worlds are destroyed. Don't worry. Yin Nuashing replied softly and turned to look at him. What? Do you want to know why you're staying here? Hui nodded vigorously. Yes. From what I know about you, the gate is open. You should charge right in. Be patient. Be patient. I'm waiting. Yin Nuashing looked up at the white rift. Waiting for their main forces to sense the unavoidable threat. Some of them will be lured out by us and take the initiative to fight. At the same time, I'm waiting for Yuan-Ji to figure out their location. The gate is open, which means there's an opening for us to use. So we just need to wait. So, the eruption of energy from the Fortress of Origin once again made Void deeply understand what a shocking energy explosion was. His voice was dragged into a comical drawn-out sound due to all kinds of tremors, and he felt like his earwax was about to come out of his ears. After the energy torrent died out, the Void was left in tatters. Such an attack should have directly destroyed the Void and the Void, exposing the original environment. But now, the Void was still intact, with only a few layers shattered. As expected of the underworld, the Void had been treated and was not so easily broken. That was a good thing, too. Since the Void here was treated so sturdy, it was either an important place or right beside their base. Either way, the underworld would know that this place had been broken and would send reinforcements. Just like now, the dense abyssal death mist rifts crisscrossed once again, forming a gigantic crack. Their cannon fodder was pouring out of the rift like water. No, the sea. Yin Nuashing inhaled softly. Still, it's not my style to keep waiting. Let's flatten them, crush the Void, and tear them apart. He slowly raised his hand and waved gently. A rumble echoed from the Fortress of Origins, but it was not from the fortress itself. It was the sound of it crushing the Void, as if a heavy object was being crushed or dragged across the ground. Under his control, the massive Void front line was slowly moving forward. The movement of the heavy Void front line caused the Void to wail as if it was on the verge of collapse, blending into the spectacle of fireworks. There was no telling which sound was more shocking. We saw that the entire heavy defensive formation was beginning to move. Suddenly, he thought of something and shouted in his soul, "Someone come. Is anyone there? Play music. Get up. Shout our faith and will. Sway phone. Blow the trumpets. Is there anyone who knows how to play a tune? Shout the slogan and play the song. Crush them." Everyone was stunned for half a second by the sudden shout that was transmitted to their souls. Only the matter of blowing the horn was clear to them. Yin Nuashing was also looking at Hui in shock. Suddenly, he saw a silvery figure appearing on the platform that was cast with colorful patterns. It was a girl in a silver robe, holding the horn of order that they had looted from the underworld. From the energy ripples that came from her body, Yin Nuashing immediately understood why she was asked to carry the trumpets. The girl smiled at them. Then, she focused and took a deep breath. Lifting the trumpets, the silver energy on her body began to gather as she took a deep breath. Then, some rhythmic sound were heard. The sound of the horn was ancient, deep, and majestic as it slowly resounded in the realm of order. It was completely different from the sound that they heard from the underworld. The sound of the horn that was blown by the voice of order had an unprecedented grand power. It was deep and slow. The rumbling sound of the horn even covered the heavy footsteps of the front line of the Void Realm. There weren't many changes to the tune of the horn. The main melody was long and heavy, but it carried with it an inconceivable magical power that was the complete opposite of the main melody. Just a few simple syllables of the heavy horn caused the hearts of those who heard it to become restless and their blood to boil. This caused all Order warriors who heard it to feel the energy within their bodies surging even more. Their auras began to slowly climb up without reason. The creation of Origin is really unreasonable. With this trumpet, the momentum of the entire Void frontline has changed. Hui suddenly became a little restless. He suddenly shouted and rushed to the front. The golden light on his body quickly gathered and burst out. A golden energy ring streaked across the Void, covering all the Order warriors with a layer of golden energy barrier. The Void frontline, that was like a sea of light spreading out, suddenly became brighter by more than half. Guys, get impatient. Charge with the sound of the ancient trumpets. Charge! Green, Sway Feng, and Brother Thunder, who already knew what the golden light barrier on their bodies meant, were the most straightforward. The former even dragged the people he brought along and turned into a surging stream of light, leaving the realm of Order and rushing to the battlefield. They had entered the phase of close combat in advance. Their bodies were restless because of the trumpet, and their energy was boiling to the point that it almost burned them. They were charging with all their might, releasing their energy. They let themselves and the people they brought out to charge towards any place in the Void where the chaos impact came from. With Huey's Origin, they looked like they were invincible in the Void. In fact, looking at the current situation, it was indeed so. The chaos impact from all directions in the Void would instantly turn into a golden energy torrent and bounce back when it landed on their barrier. On the contrary, it ignited countless golden energy flashes in front of the Great Rift. Every time the golden cross light lit up, it meant that an unlucky person's attack was completely bounced back. It might even hit his own face. Even if it didn't hit his own face, it might hit his own face. Hurrah! Looking at the three people who had brashly rushed through the Void, the group of four, as well as the extremely active scene of their team members, and then looking at the power of the glittering golden barrier, one of the guys, who must have been brought along by Green, suddenly roared and shouted, and with a body full of energy that was about to burn, he launched a desperate charge towards the area where the large cracks intersected in front of them. Suddenly, hundreds of millions of golden lights soared into the sky from the realm of Order, quickly forming a large net in front of the cracked gate. The fiercer they rushed, the lesser the energy impact that fell on the realm of Order. Right now, they were more or less holding down the manifestations and fledglings, pushing them back into the crack. Although they were invincible and charged very fiercely, but he lowered his head and looked at the fortress of Origin and sighed. It seemed that he couldn't set off fireworks for a while. Otherwise, everyone would have to return to the spiritual temple outside the Void's frontline hand in hand. Charge magnificently. Melt them. Shout our undying faith and will. Trample the Void. Let the sound of the ancient trumpet echo to the end of the Void. Come, let us unleash our power like a storm. Let the Void remember our anger and roar. We let go of the shields and let them float around him. He was in high spirits, waving his hands passionately as if he was giving a speech. He took heavy steps and led the Void's front line forward. Yin Nuashing was speechless. He wasn't singing and there wasn't any melody. He was just shouting slogans. That was how he did it back in the realm of the gods. Accompanied by Lawyer Lee's music, he led everyone into the enemy's camp, tearing down the mountains and the earth as he walked. Because he couldn't sing, he asked Lawyer Lu to help him play the music. Well, he said he wanted to show off his momentum. We suddenly turned around and looked at him. He shouted with fanaticism and excitement. Foam, accompaniment, get excited. Yin Nuashing was speechless. Damn it, what the hell is this guy doing? He's really making things difficult. It's fine if he played that accompaniment for fun, but on this occasion, there's an inheritor of music standing right next to him. What the hell is he playing? Although the origin energy of his music was also 90%, if he went head-on, it would be like putting his face close to the other party. Looking at Huey's expectant face, Feng Luo's cheeks twitched. He sighed gloomily. Colorful energy gushed out of his body and condensed into a zither in front of him. It's the appearance of the swirling dragon zither. It's been a long time since I touched it. He thought for a while. Although it would be more appropriate to play a war song now, the war songs and songs he knew were all from the ancient era. They might not be strong enough. Forget it. I'll play Blue Phoenix's song. It fits the condition of fighting with momentum that Hui said. Yin Nuashing prepared himself and put on an expression that was about to collapse. He took a deep breath and looked at the zither floating in front of him. He then looked up at Blue Phoenix, who was rampaging in the void. His eyelids drooped slightly. He put his hands on the strings of the zither and gently plucked it. Today was not an occasion for shame. Use the grand and eternal momentum to crush the void. Flatten it. Do it. Different from the heavy sound of the horn, another piece of music suddenly reverberated in the void. It was crisp, sweet, mellow, rapid, and melodious. The notes quickly changed and changed. They were clearly two different sounds, but for some reason, they resonated with each other. It was as if two people who were far away from each other were shouting and resonating with each other. Unexpectedly, there was no conflict. They seemed to be harmonizing, playing accompaniment to each other, adjusting and adjusting each other. The pitch would sometimes be high and sometimes low, and no one sound would stand out more. Just like the sound of the ancient horn, this piece of music seemed to be saying something. Everyone could hear it, but it was not a good time to calm down and listen to it. They only felt a warm flame suddenly ignite in their hearts. It was very warm. Their control over their own strength seemed to have been inadvertently raised to a higher level, and they even gained the power of this blazing flame. At the same time, a calamitous aura that wanted to burn everything to ashes spread to all parts of the void along with this piece of music. It caused a sea of crimson flames to appear out of thin air and surge into the void with a terrifying momentum. He had just played the music for a few seconds when Blue Phoenix suddenly stopped chasing after the fledglings. She could not help but turn around and look at him. She suddenly gave him a bright and beautiful smile. He could not help but smile bitterly. This girl could tell in an instant. After all, it was her song. Suddenly shouting slogans and stomping to the beat, their momentum skyrocketed. Their rampaging battle style plunged the underworld into chaos. The cannon fodder that appeared to be particularly weak before their official strength appeared was smashed into pieces after a few rounds of charging, and they could not find a way to regroup. The golden asteroid swarm was basically nothing left after a round of barbaric charging, and its power was not much weaker than a round of saturated energy bombardment from the energy tower array. Moreover, it looked more barbaric and violent. The most barbaric charging method alone would make one's scalp tingle just by looking at it. He had said that the shield that Hui collectively held up for everyone was so thick that just charging alone could knock the enemy's soul out of their body. With Boer and the other three leading the charge, the number of attacks from the Order realms at the back was reduced significantly. They were afraid that they would hit their own people, so they could only tiptoe around and aim before attacking. Right now, the entire battle zone was confined to a fan-shaped area in front of them. There wasn't any situation where it would expand without limit. They only needed to focus on attacking the front. Since the battlefield was restricted, it was a little difficult for them to move freely. The Death Mist Rift in the Abyss had been destroyed more than a dozen times. Every time it collapsed and reformed, it would retreat far away. The White Rift that seemed to be solid would also be pushed back little by little as they advanced with their roars and shouts that shook the void. There were still a few high-level primeval guarding it. But for now, they only dared to hide and did not dare to rush out. He did not know what the underworld was waiting for. However, he was not worried if they wanted to stall for time. Looking at Yuan Ji, she should be able to figure out the situation in this place after a while. When that time comes, they could go straight in and kill all the way to the center. Boom! One of the Death Mist Rift in the Abyss suddenly stopped pouring out derivatives. The surface of the rift lit up with a scarlet light, as if it was completely covered by the red energy lightning. After a while, a dazzling green energy light suddenly gushed out of the rift. The sudden fireworks shocked everyone who was charging at the front. Just as they were about to kill the enemy and dodge, they suddenly saw the golden light on their bodies become thicker. An unprecedented sense of security surged from the bottom of their hearts. They stood still and watched as the green energy flashed and swallowed them like a tsunami. A moment later, this mighty energy tsunami was suddenly cut into dozens of pieces from inside. The rebounding energy repelled most of the energy tsunami back, or was thrown to other places and hit the enemy's face. Lord Foam confirmed that each of the rifts also leads to a light cluster of worlds. The energy source is hidden inside the Death Mist Rift. As long as we destroy it, they are finished. Little Ching Zi's shout made Yun Nuoxing turn to look at the green energy tsunami, and then turn to look at the other rifts. Although they were waiting, they were not idle. When a main battlefield was bombarded indiscriminately, another force had sneaked into the Death Mist Rift. While the underworld's forces were focused on the main battlefield, they took advantage of the chaos to destroy those worlds. Less than a minute after the first fissure was swallowed up by the energy explosion, another dozen large fissure erupted with a violent surge of energy. Dozens of turquoise tsunamis gushed out from the fissure and turned the area before the formation into a sea of energy. The explosive energy smashed the abyssal death mist spawn and the fledglings into dust in the void. The group of fellows who were carrying large shields were more than happy to smack the tsunamis back at them with their invincible barrier. The permanent closure of each rift also meant the destruction of a world cluster of light. After hundreds of rifts were lit up like fireworks, the high-ranking premier of the underworld could no longer sit still. But he could only watch. Their eyes fell on the conch with a ring of flame above its head, and the colorful figure standing on top of the conch playing the zither. The latter's soul-shaking eyes were staring at them. Although the Fortress of Origin had not roared for a while, it was still brewing an extremely heavy energy. The message was clear. The moment they stepped out, the violent energy torrent would smash their heads. If they did not act, the worlds that created the Death Mist Rift would be blown up sooner or later, and they would be thrown into the void like fireworks. But at this stage, they did not have the strength to fight. What are the people at the back waiting for? They are already at the front door, and there is still no movement. It looks like they are not fooling around. The forces that were pressuring the blockade have all been recalled. When they were retreating, they felt something strange. The energy level of their order realm has dropped a lot. If I am not mistaken, most of their forces should be gathered here. This is a good time to wipe them all out. Look at the forces gathered here. If we really want to wipe them all out, just as they were conversing in low voices, they suddenly felt a huge surge of energy coming from behind them, causing them to turn their heads abruptly. At the same time, a voice rang out. I've already said that it is not a good thing to let those guys do whatever they want in the void. Now that they have come knocking on our door, you are in too much of a hurry. The low voice with a hint of mockery echoed around them, and the high-ranking premier's faces were a little embarrassed. The person continued, We have been preparing and waiting for this for countless years. Now is the critical moment, and no one is allowed to come and cause trouble. Go keep them here. Yun Nuoxing's slightly drooping eyes suddenly looked up at this moment. Looking at the white crack, he narrowed his eyes and said, Someone is coming to receive the guests. The guys who are charging at the front, retreat a little. Don't be knocked away by the sound of the guests opening the door. The observer's voice caused everyone's expression to change. Everyone who was charging at the front and the Order warriors who were still tearing down other crevices quickly stopped what they were doing. In the blink of an eye, they retreated to the side of the Order realm like a ray of light returning to its nest. Finally, there is some movement. Hui Zifeng had already prepared the guardian barrier the moment his voice sounded. At this moment, he just turned his gaze and felt a huge amount of energy coming from the white crack. Vast and mighty energy swept out from the white crack like a storm. An aura that could intimidate the void battlefield quickly spread out, causing many people's expressions to change slightly. In the place where countless people were staring, a tall and thin man slowly walked out of the crack. He wore a simple white robe and had a head of messy gray hair. His eyes were the same gray color as when he was young, but the texture of his eyes looked more like two gray energy crystals, as if they were embedded in them. There was no light, which made his already excessively pale face seem even more bizarre. He was the center of this storm. His appearance had stunned the Order warriors for a moment, but it was only for a moment. Everyone rolled up their sleeves in the next second, waiting for an order to rush forward and beat him up. Now that they had a lot of blessings on their bodies, they were very arrogant. Although they did not know what realm a premier was at, he did not make them feel too much of a fatal threat. So they should be able to fight him. First time meeting the inheritor of the origin. No. Maybe I should call you the executor now? Or should I call you the observer? The white-robed man had a strange expression on his face. His mouth pulled into a fake smile, but his brows were slightly furrowed, looking a little worried and helpless. He looked up at Yin Nuoxing and then turned to Sui Feng and the others who were standing in front of the formation. Ah, and you Sui Feng, Xiao Lei, long time no see. It has been more than 20 years since we parted, and now we meet again, but the commotion caused by the condensation of the vast energy stream directly tore a huge chunk out of the void. The surging energy of the Fortress of Origins drew everyone's attention, and with a wave of Yin Nuoxing's hand, an extremely thick and colorful energy flash abruptly gushed out of the Fortress of Origins. In an instant, it drowned the large rift that was still pouring water and the white rift in a torrent of energy. Amidst the quaking void, everyone stared blankly at the image of the incessantly shuddering energy flashing, stunned. The other party had not even finished his lines. I have nothing to say to all of you. Yin Nuoxing muttered softly, and with a wave of her hand, red-black circles of various sizes rapidly appeared from the void, with each of the temples of origin as the center. In just a few seconds, the void before them was drowned in layers around the void front line, and all that could be seen were circles and balls. I did not reserve any time for you to speak. The countless circles that were set up in the blink of an eye made everyone on the void front line look a lot more serious. They were starting to get serious. The flashing energy light suddenly disappeared after the sound of something shattering resounded in the void, and their vision quickly became clear. There were many things in front of them. Aside from the white crack, there were thousands of abyssal death mist rifts standing beside it, and this time, the rifts looked nothing like they were set up in a hurry. Countless figures that were releasing vast amounts of energy like hurricanes rushed out of the rifts, and in front of them was an even larger number of fledglings and abyssal death mist spawns, and even gathered in formation, looking like an army. And all of this was done in just 10 seconds. The white-robed man stood at the forefront of the formation, slowly retracting his hand and looking at it trembling slightly uncontrollably. The expression on his face became even weirder. Scary. You are really scary, observer. No wonder those guys. They are really impatient. He looked at all the order creations that were rapidly charging and the formations that were like sand in the sea and shook his head. If he continued to talk, this pile of things would all come crashing down on his head. Even if he was at the peak of the Yuanshu realm, he would not be able to withstand the full power of this pile of things. Just as he was about to wave his hand to signal the attack, someone was even more anxious than him. No need to say more. For the Mother of Asterisk, King, Origin, and Order. Charge, drown them. Hui held the guardian sword with both hands, pointed it forward, and shouted. Suddenly, he turned into a golden meteor and rushed towards the white-robed man. Sui Feng and Brother Lei were stunned when they saw this, and looked at the white-robed man with a slightly complicated expression. After a moment, they also turned into a light shadow and rushed up with Hui Jun and shouted in unison through the soul, Brother Feng, leave him to us. You just need to take care of the situation. Everyone, attack with all your might. Flatten them. Leave no one alive. Lady Green also shouted and rushed toward the high-level Yuanshu in the underworld. Shuang and the others also had a very clear target, and they all found the high-level Yuanshu who came out with the white-robed man. A group of Order warriors roared and rushed forward, and in an instant, the whole battlefield was lit up. Mighty torrents of energy spewed out, and the underworld side was like a flood. A large number of enemies swarmed over like locusts. The warriors in the realm of order also roared and poured out their power, or chose to face the enemies head-on with their swords. Accompanied by the sound of horns and zither, they shouted and dealt heavy blows to the enemies' heads. As soon as a longbow was formed in her hand, she saw the scene of endless energy erupting in front of her. Hearing Sui Feng and the others' voices, Yin Nuoxing was slightly stunned and frowned. That's a peak Yuanshi realm. Can you guys handle it? Even if we can't handle it, we can handle it. Watch us gnaw on this hard bone. For origin, for order, for the gods. Hearing Sui Feng's overly agitated and irritable voice, Yin Nuoxing had to turn away the arrows that had been aimed at them. She sighed and said, "Well, then you guys deal with him. If you can't handle it, just call me, and I'll help you." Seeing that they took advantage of the situation and let the sound of horns and zither make themselves look a little crazy, Yin Nuoxing could not help but sigh. Old friends, companions, and today's enemies, looking at their struggling faces, I should have a good impression of them, right? Are you sure it's okay? She sighed a little worriedly, and her movements were a little slow. From time to time, she glanced at the scene of the three elites fighting against the peak Yuanshi realm. The pressure on the battlefield was not great, and Sui Feng and the others should not have a big problem with Huey's help. She was just worried that, yes, she was worried that they would suddenly become weak because they were old friends. Don't worry. Suddenly, a girl's brisk voice caught her attention. It was not the voice of Sui Feng or Xiao Shi, but the voice of the girl holding the loudspeaker in front of him. She smiled at him and looked at the battlefield. As you said, they have chosen the chaos, and we are already standing on the battlefield. So, there's nothing to worry about. They can tell the difference. The girl suddenly stuck out her tongue and said, "That's right. Sui Feng and the others may not be able to defeat Isaiah. In the time that we still know, he was the one who fought in the chaos void with the gods. Although it was only for a while, he came back soon." Isaiah? His name? Yin Nuoxing looked at the white-robed man whose skin was pale all over. She pulled the bowstring and aimed at the front of the formation. A moment later, the bowstring vibrated slightly, and a stream of colorful light rushed out from the bowstring. In 0.1 seconds, it suddenly split into millions of energy beams, and the energy torrent burst together with the tens of millions of magic circles around it rushed into the enemy's formation. A moment later, colorful fireworks exploded one after another, and a huge cross-shaped fireworks exploded in the void, engulfing countless enemies. After casually releasing the arrow, he turned to look at the girl. He did not even bother to aim. After all, he would not hit his own people. Anyway, he knew that he would hit something. Even if he missed, the explosion of energy left behind would also engulf the enemies and set them off like fireworks. Well, I heard that it's the name of something special in the underworld. It's a code name and also its name, but I don't remember it clearly. Sui Feng and the others are more familiar with Isaiah. When Isaiah went to the land of origin, he met Master Sui Feng. It was said that he almost became the inheritor. The girl replied softly. She turned her head, took a deep breath, and blew the loudspeaker. Almost. "Oh," Yin Nuoxing said. She continued to pull the bowstring and shoot a rain of arrows at the countless enemies. After 2 rounds of shooting, she was free to play music, making sure that everyone was full of blessings. A peak Yuanshi who almost became an inheritor would not be a problem as long as he did not become a true inheritor. However, since he had charged into the chaos void with the origin heavenly god and the others, he should be a little special. In that case, he would just treat him as a slightly special peak Yuanshi. Since he was not a fatal threat, there were some things that did not need to be used for the time being. The only thing that surprised him was that he did not expect the underworld to be led by a peak Yuanshi. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.